Hey guys. This is part 8 of What If Naruto Became the Raikage. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 14. IWA, 2 weeks after the Battle of Konoha. Currently lying on a medical bed in a coma was the yondaime Sasuke Ryoku, who was covered with medical tubes and being constantly monitored by medics in an attempt to keep him alive. For the past 2 weeks the medics had been fighting a losing battle in trying to keep Ryoku alive, due to the immeasurable amount of damage Naruto's Otama Rasengan, Great Ball Spiraling Sphere, and Futon, Raisin Shuriken, Wind Style, Spiraling Shuriken, did to him. As time passed, Ryoku's body slowly failed due to the damage he had taken, despite the desperate attempts of the medics. Although considering how badly he was injured when he arrived in IWA, it was nothing short of a miraculous that he lasted as long as he did, let alone that he was still even alive. Sitting next to Ryoku was his son Barugu, who was currently acting Sasuke, and his daughter Kokimi, 1. Kokimi was extremely attractive woman, with dark violet hair with hairpins in it. She wore a purple and black elegant, slightly revealing kimono showing off her figure. Kokimi was a year younger than her brother, and was highly intelligent and cunning, not to mention ambitious. She wasn't afraid of using her beauty and sex appeal to get what she wanted, and she could easily manipulate those she wanted, and as great as her beauty was, she was twice as deadly in battle, as she was extremely deadly in the art of assassination, as well as highly skilled in combat, and in using genjutsu and poisons. For the past 2 weeks things had not been easy for Barugu, as acting Sasuke, for when he and the remaining IWA forces arrived, they soon learned of the attack on IWA docks and the destruction of their fleets. After hearing of the attack, Barugu immediately took charge and ordered all force to take up defensive positions along the coast and northern sea. He also increased defenses along Taki no Kuni, Waterfall Country, border, as well as all Heavenly Alliance member nations that bordered Sachi no Kuni, Earth Country. Fearing that the Heavenly Alliance was going to invade them, these fears only increased when news of Mizu no Kuni, Water Country, Ta no Kuni, Ricefield Country, Oto and Kiri had been conquered by the Heavenly Alliance. As Barugu and his sister sat next to their father, they heard him mumbling the same thing over and over again. His son, his son, his son! Ryoku had been coming in and out unconsciousness for a while, but only for a short time, after which he fell back unconscious. Soon after, Ryoku awoke to his children next to him, and turned to them. Barugu, you and sister must avenge me. When I've gone, you cannot let that man's line continue on, croaked Ryoku. Whose line, father? Asked Barugu. The yondaime Hokage's line, replied Ryoku, surprising his son and daughter. The yondaime Hokage? Are you saying that the Raikage is related to the yondaime Hokage somehow? Asked Kokimi. Yes, croaked Ryoku. He is his son, and is the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko, nine-tailed fox, who was believed to have been killed by the Akatsuki several years ago. When Kokimi and Barugu heard this, both were shocked beyond belief. The yondaime had a son? That's impossible, he had no children, spoke Barugu in surprise. He did, and he had it with that whore Uzumaki Kushina, croaked Ryoku angrily. Konoha no Shinkuikari, Konoha's Crimson Fury? Spoke Kokimi in surprise to make sure she heard her father correctly, where he just nodded. Upon hearing this, Kokimi had a thoughtful look on her face, as she had to admit that considering his pedigree it should be no surprise that the Raikage was so powerful, as he was the offspring of 2 such powerful shinobis. That bastard, I make him pay for what he did. I'd burn his wrenched village to the ground and crush his skull with my bare hands, growled Barugu angrily. No, don't do anything, he's too strong, he will crush you just as he did me and the others, spoke Ryoku. But father, replied Barugu, but was stopped by his father before he could say any more. You'll do what I say, croaked Ryoku angrily. Hide my dead for 3 or 4 years, bolster the defensives. The Raikage is not the fool I thought he was, and yet, his time will come, he will weaken, that is the time you'll need to strike, spoke Ryoku, slowly. Yes, father, I will do what you say, replied Barugu. As will I, spoke Kokimi. Remember, spoke Ryoku, but before he could finish, he closed his eyes for the last time and he died, before he could finish speaking. 1 hour later, Sasuke's office. Damn that man, I make him pay for what he did, said Barugu as he stormed into the Tsuchikage office with his sister. Now Barugu-kun, you should watch your temper, said Kokimi with a slight smile. Don't patronize me, Kokimi, rounded Barugu, as he sat down at his desk and glared angrily at his sister. So what do you plan to do now? Asked Kokimi. I will do what our father said, and I will increase our defenses all along the village, the coast, and the alliance member nations that border us. Then I start reorganizing our forces and increase our numbers and plan our attacks on them, stated Barugu. That would be a foolish thing to do, Barugu, as attacking members or allies of the Heavenly Alliance would only bring down the wrath of all the others, and we would stand no chance of winning by ourselves, spoke Kokimi. That bastard killed our father, roared Barugu in fury. And he'll do the same to us if we aren't careful. The Raikage is extremely powerful and is no fool, and proved it during the Battle of Konoha, spoke Kokimi. What do you mean? Asked Barugu. What I mean is that the Raikage was able to fool everyone into believing that they would stay out of the war, but in reality he was using the bait and bleed strategy, as his real plan was to lure all his rivals into one place and have them fight amongst themselves and weaken themselves, where he would then cripple them all in one attack, with a small force, and with minimum lose to his own forces, spoke Kokimi. But they were working with Konoha. They attacked us just when we were about to destroy them. If his plan was to cripple all the other villages, they could have waited until we destroyed them and then attack us, instead of attacking us when we were about to destroy the village, responded Barugu. I do not know why, but from the reports I've read of the battle, I know that they weren't secretly allied with Konoha and Suna as you suspect. As if they were, they wouldn't have waited to attack until the very last minute like they did, for if they were truly allied with Konoha and Suna, they would have attacked much sooner, spoke Kokimi. At hearing this, Barugu thought about what his sister said, and as much as he hated to admit it, what his sister was saying did make a lot of sense. So what do you suggest we do? Asked Barugu with a frown. We call for a ceasefire with New Kumo and the Heavenly Alliance, spoke Kokimi. Never, roared Barugu, as he slammed his fist onto the desk, making small cracks on it. Barugu, listen, if we don't, the Heavenly Alliance will eventually attack, and in a battle of strength or in a war of attrition, we cannot hope to win. Especially given the manpower and resources of the Heavenly Alliance, and how the Heavenly Alliance has people like the Raikage, Juga Liang the Nemuriryu, Sleeping Dragon, and his wife Yuing and the 3 other Jinchuriki, along with all the other high-level shinobis he has under his command. Against people like that, along with the other forces they have, we stand little chance of winning a war of confrontation. So you want us to simply give up and beg for mercy? Asked Barugu angrily, as he would never bow down to the man that killed his father. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we cannot win a war in force, hence we must fight a different kind of war and be smarter than the Raikage, and bring him and his alliance down, replied Kokimi. And do you have a plan to do this? Asked Barugu, already knowing the answer, as his sister always had a plan or some kind of scheme going. But of course, dear brother, said Kokimi with a cunning smirk, where she then began to fill in her brother on her plan. Several days later, in the Raikage office, currently sitting in his office doing some paperwork, was Naruto. It had been several days since his return from Konoha, and it had been pretty busy for him. When he returned to New Kumo, they had the funeral for all the shinobis they had lost in Operation Divine Storm and held a day of mourning for them and their families. Meeting the families of each of the shinobis had been hard for Naruto, not because they said they were angry at him and hated him or blamed him for their loved one's death. No, if they'd done that, it would have been a lot easier for Naruto to take. Instead, they wept for their dead loved ones, and looked at him with their tear-stained eyes and thanked him for bringing back the bodies of their loved ones, and told him that they didn't hold him responsible for their death. This, of course, made Naruto feel all the more guilty at their loss, but over them he let the guilt go, as he knew that he couldn't carry the weight of the dead, along with his other responsibilities. But even with the slight guilt he felt, Naruto knew he could at least take solace in the fact that they did not give their lives in vain, as their sacrifice had not only helped free 2 separate nations, but also saved hundreds if not thousands of lives later on both sides. As with Orochimaru's alliance destroyed, they would not threaten the Heavenly Alliance and start another war that would engulf the elemental continent and cost the lives of many shinobis and people. Naruto was now just finishing up signing forms, so to make sure that the family members of the shinobis who died in the battle were fully cared for, as it was the least he could do for them. Normally Naruto would have had his clones do his paperwork, but when it came to forms like these, he wanted to do them himself. When Naruto first became Raikage, the families of shinobis who had been killed on missions or during wartime received no compensations for the loss of their family member. Meaning if the family's main source of income was the shinobi members of the family, then they would often be left destitute. It was even worse for the children of shinobis who weren't from clans, as at least for children of shinobi clans, they were taken care of by the rest of their clan. Those that didn't have this had very little to live on, hence when New Kumo economy was strong enough, Naruto set up a policy where the village would pay an allowance to the families of shinobis killed on missions or during wartime, along with giving family members certain benefits, so they could continue living on, without much difficulty. Naruto did this because he knew what it was like to grow up with hardly anything, where he thought he should try and make sure that others' children and people didn't go through what he did. Once Naruto had finished signing all the forms, the doors of office opened, where Naruto's secretary Ic Nanao entered the room. When Nanao entered, she simply said, "It's time." After which Naruto left the room with Nanao and Okatsu, who was in the room with him. After a few minutes of traveling through the Raikage Tower/mountain, they entered the War Council room, where the other members of the War Council were waiting. Once everyone arrived, Naruto began the meeting. "Thank you all for coming. Now we can begin this War Council meeting. Masato, would you care to begin?" "Hi. Recent reports from my agents and contacts have informed me that Kusa is preparing to send an envoy to official surrender to us, as well as Konoha and Suna. The remainder Hanya clan has gone into hiding, so we don't know what their intentions are, although given the losses they suffered, it's unlikely they be any threat for some time. But even still, I've sent agents to gather any information on them. I've also done the same on gather information on Orochimaru's location and any of his bases in the elemental continent. What about the Shotan, crystal release, user that we capture? She was one of Orochimaru's chief lieutenants. Surely she would know them all, or at least most of his other bases," spoke Kaiwengi. "I've yet to interrogate her, as I wish to gather more information on her from the other Oto prisoners first, before I confront her, so I'll know how to handle her," replied Masato. "Very well, Masato, but please do so as quickly as you can, and inform me of everything you know when you're finished interrogating the other prisoners, as we cannot afford to give Orochimaru too much time. For as weakened as he is right now, he is still a threat to us, as Orochimaru is the kind of person who holds grudges for a long time, especially against people who have crossed him. Not to mention we control the library of Benzaiten, something he desperately wants for himself," spoke Naruto. "Hi, Raikage-sama," responded Masato. "What about IWA? Do you know what they're planning?" asked Tatara Hamryo, head of the Koton Steel Release users. "According to my intelligence, IWA is strengthening their defenses and tightening their security, most likely fearing some kind of invasion from us. This has made gathering intelligence on them difficult, due to the tightened security, although thanks to Yukai-san, aka Chi no Megami, goddess of earth, help, I was able to make contact with some people in the village, who informed me that the Yondaime Sasuke has died, due to his injuries. He suffered from battling Raikage-sama, and his son Burugu has been elected as the Godaime Sasuke. Also, there is an unconfirmed rumor that Burugu is thinking of sending a petition for a ceasefire between IWA and the Heavenly Alliance," spoke Masato. Upon hearing this, Naruto actually looked surprised. Well, if that's true, I would be highly surprised, as I expected Burugu and most of IWA screaming out for my blood once they learned of my identity. Perhaps they know that fighting us would be only lead to their own destruction, spoke Kisaragi Goto. Possible, but I'm sure there's another reason, like using the ceasefire as a cover to rebuild their forces and strengthen their defenses, answered Naruto. "So what should we do, if they wish for a ceasefire?" asked Zhao Yun. "We'll agree, as IWA knows they can't beat us in battle, and with our victory in Konoha, fewer of the other shinobi villages will be willing to side against us. Especially since Suna and Kiri are preparing to ally with the Heavenly Alliance, and Konoha is going to become a protectorate for us. That means 4 out of the 5 great shinobi villages are with the Heavenly Alliance, along with many smaller shinobi villages, and with that kind of force IWA stands no chance of winning," spoke Naruto. "But as you said earlier, they could most likely be using the ceasefire as a cover to rebuild their forces and later plan some sort of attack. Should we not attack them now, while they're weakened?" spoke Shurden, clan head of the Mugen Tenshin clan. "That would only make things worse, as Burugu would most likely use my lineage as a rallying call for his forces to fight to the bitter end, where casualties on both sides would be enormous, and that is something I would like to avoid," The best way for us to deal with them is to agree to a ceasefire and beat them another way, through economics, and make them see that it would be better to ally with us than go against us, or at the very least not be our enemy. Also, if they do offer a ceasefire and we agree to it, they will know that we'll be watching them, meaning they'd be less likely to try anything anytime soon, where by the time it'd be too late for them. Spoke Naruto. For if they do attack us, they'll be seen as the aggressor and we'll be seen as the victims, where we'll have the public support of the non-alliance nations and any action we take against IWA would be justified. At this there was some muttering among the War Council members, where after a few minutes they agreed, as what Naruto suggested could work and could avoid needless bloodshed. Once the matter on IWA was resolved, Masato then continued on several other matters, after which he then sat down, when Naruto then turned to Seiwa Anasu, aka Kumo no Isuryu, Ice Dragon of Kumo, Korisi no Kami, God of Ice and Water, his Jonin commander and right-hand man as well as closest friend. Anasu, please tell us of the happenings of Kiri and Mizu no Kuni. Things in Kiri and Mizu no Kuni are moving forward slowly, although difficultly, as without having the Mizu Daimyo and the Godame Mizukage as their common enemy. The different factions are having difficulty working together, as each of the factions has their own agendas. Spoke Anasu. Naruto was of course not surprised by this, as nearly after every coup or revolution there is a civil war in the country, due to political beliefs in different factions, which was why he was determined not to let this happen. Thankfully though, the leaders of the stronger factions are in agreement, that it would be in their best interest, to work together. Hence the smaller and weaker factions are following the lead of the stronger factions. Continued Anasu. Very good, and has Kiri elected a new Mizukage yet? Asked Naruto. Yes, they've elected the new Rokudame Mizukage just before I left. Her name is Terumi Mei, and she was the leader of one of the largest factions of the Shinobi rebels, where a large part of it was made up the few bloodline holder survivors. She also a member of Sui clan, who wield the Futon Boil Release bloodline, which is one of the last remaining bloodline holding clans in Kiri from the bloodline purge. She is also a dual bloodline holder, said Anasu, surprising many on the War Council when they heard this. A dual blood holder? Spoke Hikikane, commander of New Kumo's Skyhawk ninjas, with surprise. As other than Naruto, he had never heard of anyone wielding more than one bloodline. Even then, Naruto only had his healing bloodline because of the side effects of the Kyuubi's chakra. How is that possible? Well, according to what I've been told, her mother was from the Sui clan and her father was an IWA shinobi from the Naruto clan, who possessed the Yotan, lava release, bloodline and who defected from IWA to Kiri many years ago. Seemingly the Rokudame Mizukage inherited both her parents' bloodlines and was given the name Terumi in the hopes of starting a new clan, wielding a dual bloodline. Spoke Anasu. But even still, how is it that she has both bloodlines, as just because both parents have one, doesn't mean that any children they will have both bloodlines, as it's more likely they've one or at the very least have either. Spoke Kane. Anohana-san, could you explain? Asked Naruto. Certainly, although researching and dealing with bloodlines is not my specialty. As you all may know and from what I understand, bloodlines are genetic traits or even mutations that are passed down through clans. These genetic traits can often skip certain generations, meaning not everyone in a clan can have them. This is why some clans practice inbreeding or selective breeding in the hopes of keeping the bloodline strong within the clan, which in turn explains why there are so few people with dual bloodlines. As due to these selective breedings, clans with bloodlines did not try and mix with one another, for fear of losing their bloodlines to another clan. But even then, after the shinobi villages were formed, there are record cases of villages trying to combine two separate bloodlines, few of which succeeded, and those that did were later killed by rival villages for fear of what they could do. Spoke Unohana. But that still doesn't explain the new Mizukage dual bloodline. Spoke Kane. Please be patient, Kane-sama, as I am getting to the point. Spoke Unohana, as she smiled kindly to him, although a dark, intimidating aura surrounded her, as Unohana did not like be interrupted when speaking. When Kane saw this he gulped and started to sweat a little, as he swore he saw the image of a devil behind her. I apologize, Anohana-sama. Spoke a nervous Kane, who was not alone as everyone else on the War Council was equally nervous. Naruto was of course sympathetic to Kane's plight, as he had been on the receiving end of Anohana's wrath not too long ago, due to him leaving the hospital in Konoha, when she told him not to. When he returned to New Kumo, Retsu called him to the hospital for some examinations, where by the end of it all there wasn't a part of his body that wasn't hurting. After Tortu, Examining Naruto, Unohana then informed Killer Bee, Yujito and the others that, the next time they let Naruto leave the hospital, she would run some examinations on them, which of course got the desired effect, where Killer Bee and the other immediately understood. After the event, Naruto had even considered that he should have Unohana help Masato in interrogation, as after being examined by Unohana, he was ready to do just about anything for avoid being examined further by her. But then again, doing so could be considered cruel and inhumane. As I was saying, continued Unohana, even if two bloodline holders were to have a child together, it would be very rare for the child to have both bloodlines. This is because few bloodlines are compatible with one another, like for instance, a child of two separate Digitsu users cannot have both bloodlines, as each Digitsu requires different requirements into their body. Hence it would be impossible for two different Digitsus to be possessed by one user. Although it is possible for the child of Digitsu user and a body bloodline holder to have both parents' bloodlines, the same could be said for a child of two separate elementally recomposed natures type users, those who naturally possess the ability to use advanced elemental jutsus like ice release, if they're compatible, that is. Spoke Unohana. When you say compatible, what do you mean exactly, Unohana-sama? Asked Luzun, commander of the air fleets of New Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni. Well, other than the genetic compatibility between two parents, the bloodlines themselves need to be compatible, where consider how Futon and Yotan are both elementally recomposed nature types. As well as both having similar abilities and have common element with each other, it would be possible for the Mizukage to have both her parents' bloodlines, answered Unohana. At hearing this, the War Council members had to agree, as what Unohana said did make some sense. It's surprising that Kiri made a bloodline holder, their Mizukage, considering the hostile natures many people would have for them. Spoke Yorichi, the faction leader's elected Mason, as the Rokudame Mizukage, because she is not only strong, but they'd hoped it could help heal some of the wounds of the bloodline purge, as well as show a sign of change in Kirigakure. Spoke Anasu, which pleased Naruto and the rest of the War Council, as it did show that Kiri was improving from its bloody past and the new government was trying to change things for the better. What is your opinion of the Mizukage? Asked Naruto. I believe she's a fine choice, as she cares greatly for her people, and is both strong enough to be a Kage and quite intelligent. Spoke Anasu, where Naruto just nodded. So what are our plans for Kiri, and will they be willing to join us? Asked Soifun. The first order of business will be to help the new Mizukage and the new Mizu Daimyo, expunge the loyal followers of the Godame Mizukage and the pervious Mizu Daimyo, and make sure that they pay for their crimes. After that we'll need to send them money, food, equipment and other resources to help rebuild their country and village. Once Mizu no Kuni and Kirigakure have fully recovered, I'm sure they'll join us and become a full member of the Heavenly Alliance, but as of right now I believe they'll only want to be allied with us, answered Naruto. I fear that it may not be easy to convince many of the new Kumo Council members, along with other lords of the royal courts, to support the idea of sending money and other resources to Mizu no Kuni, as many believe that we should just leave Mizu no Kuni and Ta no Kuni along with their respective villages to their own devices and rebuild themselves, as they are not our concern. Spoke Zhuge Liang. I gave Saito, one of the faction leaders Naruto contacted, my word that the Heavenly Alliance would help in every way possible, both in freeing their country and rebuilding it, and I always keep my word, Sensei. That is why I'll need your help, to convince both the other feudal lords and the council, for if we abandon both nations and their villages when they need our help, then this will cause deep resentment in both nations and villages, and other factions wishing to gain power would us the people's resentment towards us to gain power, where in a few decades' time we would then have two enemies dedicated to destroying us, causing more bloodshed to be spilt. But if we help rebuild their countries, then we'll have two very valuable allies later on, who will be completely loyal to us, replied Naruto, where Zhuge Liang nodded in agreement and understanding and stated he would help. Once that matter was settled, Ansia then went on to report other matters involving Mizu no Kuni and Kiri, which were currently being handled by Gon Ning, who stayed in Kiri. After finishing his report, Ansia sat down, where Ishida Ryukin, clan head of the Ishida clan, began his report on the takeover of Ta no Kuni, where thankful things went a lot smoother, since most of the nobles and the people were glad to be rid of Orochimaru. Currently now they were busy sorting out the loyal followers of Orochimaru from those that were manipulated or forced to fight for him. Once Ryukin had sat down, the War Council continued to discuss the matter of returning shinobis and other people over to Kiri and Mizu no Kuni, who were captured during the Battle of Konoha, the Battle of Nami no Kuni and the invasion of Kaminari no Kuni, Lightning Country, that happened near the end of the Civil War. So to help further improve the newfound friendship between the two nations and two villages and help ease former tension felt by some people of Kiri and Mizu no Kuni, they even discussed doing the same thing with the Oto prisoners, who they captured during the Battle of Konoha, once they'd sorted out those who followed Orochimaru willingly, and those who were forced or tricked. After the matters with Kiri, Oto and the home nations were dealt with, the War Council decided to get to main matter at hand and as to why this meeting was called. Now on to the main topic of this meeting, which is Operation Twilight, where all of you are aware of what the mission involves. Spoke Naruto, where the other council members just nodded. Now I've gone over the matter in great detail with Zhuge Liang sensei and he is in agreement with me, with what I've planned. Spoke Naruto. And what exactly have you planned, Raikage-sama? Asked Hayabusa Ryu, captain of Kumogakure Anbu Division Storm and the Hayabusa clan. I've decided to form a new group to replace the Kinkaku force. Spoke Naruto, surprising nearly everyone on the War Council, as the Kinkaku force was Kumo's elite force of fighters, whose fame rivaled that of Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananin Shu, 7 shinobi swordsmen of the mist. The Kinkaku force was particularly famous for its part in killing the Nidaime Hokage with the Nidaime Raikage during the First Great Shinobi World War. And what exactly will this new group be called and who will make up the force, Raikage-sama? Asked Kachiki Byakuya. The group will be called the Hachiman, Japanese god of war, force. As for the members, well, for starters you will be the first member, Byakuya, stated Naruto, surprising the Kachiki clan head, after which Naruto then started to list of the rest of the member of the Hachiman force. The rest of the group will consist of Zhuge Liang, Anasu, Mitsuhide, Sayuri, Yorichi, Soifun, Ryu, Hamryo, Nadia, clan head of the Yuki clan, the clan who can pass through solid objects, Kurosaki Ichigo, Ishida Yuryu, Takara, one of Naruto's wives, Yuffie, another of Naruto's wives, Darui, Omo C, Tomo, another of Naruto's wives, Ain and Kasumi of the Mugen Tenshin clan. Naruto also stated that Zhuge Liang would be leading the force with Anasu as his second in command. Also, I will be sending with you an airship with 3 squadrons of Skyhawk ninjas led by Kane and 300 storm shinobis to support you. Spoke Naruto, further surprising the War Council. But Raikage-sama, that my entire division. Spoke Ryu. I'm aware of that, but this is no ordinary mission that you're taking, and you know how dangerous our enemy is, so I don't want to take any chances in it, replied Naruto. As this mission will be key to our long-term goals in uniting the elemental continent, where if we succeed, there won't another force on the continent that can truly challenge us, and the other remaining villages and nations will quickly ally or join with the Heavenly Alliance. Indeed, but still with so many of our best shinobis away, the village will be vulnerable to attack. Spoke Yuing. I'm aware of that, sensei, which is why I'm not going, nor am I sending Yujuto, Killer Bee, Okatsu and Fu, despite the obvious other reasons. I'm also having you Kai Wengi along with the other Go Genso no Megami, the 5 elemental goddesses, stay here, since neither Pimko nor Yoshino are ready for a mission like this despite their great skill, and I need the rest of you to help protect the village, said Naruto. Kai Wengi of course nodded in understanding, while Zhuge Liang and Yuing gave Naruto a nod of thanks, as either of them would have been comfortable with their daughters being on such a mission. For the next hour Naruto and the War Council continued to discuss their plan for Operation Twilight, after which, once Naruto and the War Council had discussed all the details of the operation, Naruto called the meeting to an end, where he stated that all the members of the newly reformed Hachiman force were to prepare to move out in 3 days, so that they would arrive at their location on time. As Naruto and the War Council members left the room, Naruto had a pensive look on his face, where he thought over how things would play out in the next mission, as he knew it would not be an easy one for his people. Several days later, in a hidden location currently standing in a large cave, on 2 large stone hands with a large stone statue standing overhead them in the dim light of the cave, were 9 figures wearing long, dark cloaks with red clouds, with red interior, and chin-high collars. These people were the infamous Nukenin group, the Akatsuki, who were revered and feared throughout the elemental continent, and who were also known to be after Jinchuriki, or to be more precise the bijus that were within them. For the past few hours the 9 members of the Akatsuki had been watching the recording of the Battle of Konoha made by Zetsu play out. Zetsu had been sent to Konoha in the hopes of learning the location of Naruto, as they believed that Naruto would show to help save his former village, despite the fact that they banished him from the village. For 9 years the Akatsuki had been searching for Naruto, with no results. The last sighting they had of Naruto was when Kisame and Itachi found him. During the fight that ensued, Naruto got a lucky hit off and was able to severely wound Itachi, forcing Kisame to retreat so to save his partner, as well as avoid fighting his newly acquired teachers, who they recently discovered was Mitsuhide and Sayuri. After the incident, the Akatsuki learned that Naruto seemingly faked his death, making Konoha and everyone else think that they had captured him and extracted the Kyuubi from him. Even though the Akatsuki knew this was untrue, they did not bother denying it, as they knew no one would believe them, as well as adding the fact that it actually helped their cause. For if Konoha believed their Jinchuriki was dead, then no one would be looking for him and try to prevent them from capturing him. But even with this fact helping them, they lost all trace of Naruto. They were met with further failure when their attempt to capture Gaara failed, due to the interference of 2 unknown individuals, who appeared as they were about to extract the Ichibi no Shikaku, one-tailed Shikaku. The 2 individuals were dressed in similar outfits, where they both wore masks covering the bottom parts of their faces and wore long hooded trench coats that helped cover the rest of their faces. The only remarkable difference between them was the color of their trench coats, where the first individual wore a blue trench coat, while the other wore a white one. The 2 individuals were quickly able to separate Deidara and Sasori from one another, where Sasori was killed by the person in the blue trench coat and Deidara lost his other remaining arm to the person in the white trench coat, who used Hayatan, ice release, jutsu, and wielded a powerful sword that created powerful ice and water attacks, where Deidara barely managed to escape being killed by him. After that intervention, the Akatsuki ceased any other attempts to capture Gaara, due to the increased security on the village and around Gaara. But even with these setbacks, they did have some success in capturing the Jinchurikis of the Yanbi no Saru, 4-tailed monkey, Gobi no Irakama, 5-tailed dolphin horse, Rokubi no Namakuji, 6-tailed slug, along with capturing the Sanbai no Kayadayam, 3-tailed giant turtle. Unfortunately, though, their attempts to capture Yujito met with failure, much like with Gaara, where Haiden and Kakuzu were killed by the Raikage, after which they made no further attempts on Yujito, nor did they make any attempt on Fu and Killer Bee, as they soon learned they'd become bodyguards to the Raikage. As the Akatsuki watched the recording of the battle, they were all naturally surprised that Naruto was the Raikage. They were further surprised when they learned he possessed the legendary Ranbirka, Stormbreaker, limit, as well as how powerful he had become, not to mention shocked that he possessed the sword of Tengu, one of the 3 legendary celestial swords, and at how powerful it was. Yet as shocked as they were utterly stunned when they saw him use his Inazuma, lightning flash. They were more surprised at how much control Naruto had over the Kyuubi's power, given the level of destruction that he caused during his battle with the revived Yondaime Hokage. When the recording of the battle finally ended, the 9 Nukenins remained silent for several minutes, until a low-sounding whistle from Kisame was heard through the large cave. "Woo!" whistled Kisame, clearly impressed with Naruto power. "Damn, who would have ever thought that snot-nosed brat would ever become such a powerhouse?" spoke Kisame, clearly impressed, before he turned to his partner. "Boy Itachi, you got be feeling pretty lucky right now, given how strong the kid gotten now. Indeed, Naruto-san has truly become powerful, and has surpassed even my wildest expectations of him," spoke Itachi in a monotone-like voice, all the while keeping up his emotionless facade. "Yeah, and who would have thought that the kid would also be able to wield one of the 3 celestial swords?" spoke Kisame, as he had heard the stories involving the 3 swords and the power they possessed. Just thinking about them made him giddy with excitement, at the idea of fighting against something that powerful. That Inazuma attack he used was pretty impressive as well, as he took a large part of the village and the Sandaime Hokage with it, and then made that massive crater outside the village, spoke the white Zetsu half. "Yeah, no wonder we found no trace of Haiden. With the exception of his ring hand, he was completely vaporized by it," spoke the black Zetsu half. "The kid's a true artist, as that Inazuma is a work of art, a true masterpiece, yeah," commented Deidara, clearly impressed with Naruto's attack. "Toby liked the fight. Toby really like it. The rage really powerful. Toby wouldn't want to fight against him," cried Toby in a childlike voice. "I've to say, I'm greatly impressed with this new Raikage. My former village has done well for itself to find such a powerful shinobi to be its Raikage. I can understand why my brother lost to him. Even though Zankuro wasn't as strong as me, he was no weakling either. I wouldn't mind fighting him myself, just to see where I stood with him," commented one of the more recent members of the Akatsuki, Amako Saikyo. Saikyo was one of the newest members of Akatsuki. He had joined the Nuke group after Kakuzu and Haiden's death, as Zatsu was somehow able to recover their rings. Saikyo was originally from Kumo and a member of the Amako clan and was the younger brother of Amako Zenkuro, aka the Godame Raikage. Saikyo was born in Kumo to the famous Amako clan, which birthed many powerful shinobis. Even compared to them, Saikyo had incredible talent and earned the rank of Jonin at age 13. Saikyo committed himself to the shinobi arts wholesomely and mastered all the Amako clan skills, along with his bloodline the Kurengas and Aparasu, crying Thunderpulse. Savari's only desire in life was to become even stronger than he was now, and he held little interest for anything else, where he became obsessed with power. Much like Kisame, he was extremely bloodthirsty and a real fighting maniac, as he got his thrills out of fighting strong opponents. He also liked to play cruel and sadistic games with people to satisfy his narcissistic nature and enjoyed challenging himself through forced fights. When growing up, Saikyo cared little for his clan or even his own family, where he only cared for himself. But even despite that, he helped his clan seize power, where he led his clan members when they attacked Kicho's family, where he personally killed her father. He also played a part in his clan takeover of Kumo, where he assassinated the Yondaime Raikage. But after the takeover, Saikyo left the village, before the civil war started, as he was bored with his clan's scheming and plans with ruling Kumo. A few years after he left, he came into contact with the Akatsuki, who had heard of him and offered him a place in their organization. Believing that it would fun, Saikyo agreed to join the organization. Saikyo was an attractive young man in his mid to late 20s. He wore the standard Akatsuki cloak and underneath it, he wore a sleeveless black zip-up top, with cream baggy jeans and black boots. He had green fingerless gloves and wore a pair of metal gauntlets, and had long silvery hair tailed into a loose ponytail, and had green eyes. "He's fast, I give him that, but not as fast as me," commented Saikyo partner Shinchi Risa, who like Saikyo was a new member of the organization. Like Kisame, Risa came from Kirigakure, where he fled his former village due to the bloodline crusade and abandoned his clan. Risa came from the Shinchi clan, who were famed for their bloodline, the Jintan, swift release. Risa was an extremely proud man to the point of arrogance, especially when it came to his speed, as it was the only thing he really cared about, as well as being recognized as the fastest shinobi in the world. Risa had blonde hair, and underneath his standard Akatsuki cloak he wore a red jacket with yellow and black lightning bolts on it, and wore a black shirt underneath that. He also wore a pair of white gloves and pants, and wore a pair of sunglasses, and carried a short tanto on his back. "This will indeed complicate our plan to gather the tailed beasts," spoke the Akatsuki leader Pain. "How can it? It should in fact make our plans even easier. Now that 4 out of our 5 targets are all gathered in one place, all we've to do is swoop in, grab them, tag them and bag them. I do it myself. I zip before they know it and take them," spoke Risa. As believed he could speed into the village, knock them out, and capture them before they or the village would know what happened. "Don't be a fool, Risa, weren't you watching the battle? The Raikage fought and defeated 2 Kage level and 2 high Jonin level shinobi single-handedly. After which he fought and defeated Orochimaru, his subordinate Kabuto, who was a high Jonin level shinobi, and all 4 of the previous Hokages, who were revived by Kuchiyose, Edo Tensei, summoning, impure world resurrection, and did what was thought impossible and killed them. That is no small feat for anyone to do. We cannot afford to underestimate someone like him, especially since he has clearly mastered the full power of his Biju, as well as the legendary power of the Toad Sages, and the Ramberka, Stormbreaker, limit of the legendary Stormcaller clan. Not to mention as well that we don't even know where they rebuilt their village after it was destroyed in the Civil War," spoke Konan. As the power she had seen Naruto use was comparable to Nagato himself, if not more, something that she did not think was possible until now. She also found it hard to believe that the boy Naruto was an Uzumaki, a member of Nagato's clan, who in turn were the legendary Stormcaller clan, something that neither Nagato nor herself knew. Konan is correct. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki is much too powerful for us to take lightly. Not only that, but he has the other 3 of our targets with him at all times, where like him and the Hachiba Jinchuriki, the other 2 most likely have full control of their Bijus, and facing 4 Jinchurikis, who have complete control of their Biju's power at once, is not a favorable situation for any of us," spoke the Akatsuki leader Pain, after which he turned to Kisame. "Kisame, you were from Kiri and were a former member of Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. much like two of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki senseis. Can you tell us anything about them? Sure, the woman Sayuri is from the Miyoshi clan, who were pretty famous for their Shitaikuri Kitai, the mist body vapor, which allowed them to turn their bodies into mist, allowing them to infiltrate buildings and places undetected, along with several other unique abilities. Sayuri was probably one of the most skilled kuniochis I ever met, especially when it came to using her bloodline and fighting with her dual swords. Then there's her old teammate Mitsuhide, who was member of Akechi clan who wield the Takugan, Hawkeye, and to be perfectly honest, the guy is as dangerous as they come. Hell, he could probably give Itachi here a run for his money, as he was credited with being one of the greatest prodigies of his time in Kiri. He was a prodigy of the sword, where he mastered the fighting style of his clan, the Takakyukuka, the swooping hawk. At a very young he was 13, he became head of the Oinin division. When he was 15 he became a jonin and a member of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananishu. At hearing this, Pain narrowed his eyes by what Kisame had just said, told them that both individuals were a dangerous threat to them. Saikyo, can you tell us anything about some of the new Kumo shinobis that are under the Kyuubi Jinchuriki command? Asked Pain as he turned to the former Kumonin. Well, first there's Yoruichi, and I have to admit she isn't a half-bad shinobi. Her speed is extremely deadly, where she would probably give Speedy over here a run for his money, commented Saikyo, earning an angry glare from his partner, which he smirked at and continued. She also a lethal assassin, and her lightning skills aren't too bad, where she uses a pretty impressive technique called Shunko, Flash Cry. Hence she not someone anyone should take lightly. As for the Soifan girl, I don't know much about her, as she comes from a somewhat decent shinobi clan, with a few decent shinobis but nothing remarkable. Although if she was trained under Yoruichi and if she as skilled as the rumors I heard about her, when I was still in my old village, then she would be almost as good as Yoruichi by now. Then there Darui, from the Akatsuki clan, he a highly skilled shinobi comparable to famed copycat ninja Hatake Kakashi. He one of the selected members of the clan to possess the clan's bloodline, the Rantan, Storm Release, and is also the Huriter or the Sandame Raikage's black lightning techniques, allowing him to greatly increase his lightning abilities and use the special techniques that can only be used by black lightning. After him there's Killer Bee, who as you all know was credited of being the perfect Jinchuriki, due to his complete and total control over his Biju. He highly skilled in taijutsu and in kenjutsu and in his lightning nature affinity. Also back when I was still with my former village he was credited of being the strongest shinobi of our village. Next there was Yujuto and I, another member of the Yatsuki clan. In terms of skill she was no pushover, as her skill and power was second only to Killer Bee. She was also pretty skilled in using fire ninjutsu, and could control her Biju's power to a strong degree, although not to the same level of Killer Bee. But like Pain-sama said earlier, she most likely has now. As for Hayabusa Ryu, well, I don't know him too well either, but if the rumors about him being the greatest prodigy of his clan in 100 years are true, then he'd be probably as dangerous as me, as the Hayabusa are nothing to laugh at. As for the rest of the shinobis, I don't know anything about them. After hearing this, Pain frowned slightly, as even given the limit info on certain members of Naruto's subordinates, the facts showed that Naruto had many highly skilled and powerful shinobis under his command, not counting the famed Nemiriryu, Sleeping Dragon, and his wife. As even he had heard of Shuga Liang, who was rumored to have even fought his former nemesis Hanzo the Salamander and defeated him in battle. Another person of interest to Pain was the woman named Okatsu, who was able to summon the salamanders. When Pain killed Hanzo along with his entire family and all his allies and their families, he stored the contract away for safekeeping. Later on he discovered it was gone, which had greatly bothered the leader of Amigekure, Hidden Rain, as he had not sensed anyone new enter the village. But after hearing about New Kumo's new clan, the Yuki clan, as well as hearing about their ability to pass through solid objects, not to mention seeing Okatsu summoning the salamander, it suddenly made sense. But even then, it didn't settle his concerns. In fact, it increased them, for if New Kumo was able to send a team to infiltrate Ain without his knowledge, and take the salamander contract, then there was no telling what else they took and learned when they infiltrated the village. So what do we do? Asked Deodara. We'll have to do things carefully, as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto has made things very difficult for us. But the first thing we must do is spoke Pain. But before he could finish speaking, a massive fireball blew down from the roof in a massive explosion, causing the ceiling roof of the cave to crumble and falling all around them. Pain's eyes widened in surprise and confusion, as large rocks fell all around them, forcing them to scatter. Looking back up to the newly made hole in the ceiling, the Akatsuki leader along with the other members of the Nuknin group saw several figures standing around the large hole in the ceiling. "What the fuck?" Kisame yelled as he picked himself off the floor and grabbed hold of Samahata on his back and glared at the people above. "Good day, gentlemen, I hope we're not disturbing you," spoke Zhuge Liang as he stood alongside his fellow members of the Hachiman force, as they stood around the hole in the ceiling. "It's new Kumo! They found us!" cried Pain in surprise and anger, as he recognized the members of the Hachiman force, since they were talking about certain members of it just moments ago. "This ends now, crush them all with one blow, attack!" spoke Zhuge Liang, as he waved his feather fan, where he and the other members of the Hachiman force jumped into the large cave and attacked. "Prepare for battle!" cried Pain, where he then cried out, "Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique!" and summoned the 5 other paths of the 6 paths of Pain. Konan prepared her Kamaten, Jutsu, paper release, technique, Itachi activated his Sharingan, Tobi took out a kunai, Kisame lifted Samahata from his back and held it forward, Deidara prepared some of his Shirwan, C1, techniques, Risa took out his Tanto, Saikyo charged up his gauntlets with his lightning chakra, while Zetsu readied himself for battle. As soon as the members' Hachiman force landed on the floor of the cave, they quickly separated and attacked the different members of the Akatsuki, and separated them from one another. Zhuge Liang took on Deva Path, Uzumaki Kasaragi Yuffie took on Animal Path, first version, Ain and Kasumi took on Human Path, Hayabusa Ryu took on Preta Path, Tatara Hamryo and Uzumaki Tatara Tomo took on Azura Path, Si and Oma took on Naraka Path, Yorichi and Soifin took on Sachi Risa, Yuki Nadia took on Tobi, Yuryu and Darui took on Deidara, Seiwa Anasu took on Kisame. Mitsuhide took on Itachi, Uzumaki Takara and Ichigo took on Amako Saikyo, Byakuya took on Zetsu, Sayuri took on Konan. With Zhuge Liang and Deva Path. "Zhuge Liang, the famed Nemiriryu, it's an honor," spoke Deva Path. "The Akatsuki leader Pain, my former student Naruto sends his regards," spoke Zhuge Liang, causing Deva Path to narrow his eyes. As the two leaders of their independent groups faced each other off, Zhuge Liang decided to kick things off where he did a single one-handed hand seal and cried, "Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique." After which he expelled a massive orb of roaring flame from his mouth. At the same time he channeled his wind chakra to his fan and waved it at the flames from his mouth. This then increased the heat and intensity of the flames as they blew towards Pain, who used his Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god, to blast back the attack, making Zhuge Liang to jump back a bit to avoid being hit. After blasting Zhuge Liang attack back, Pain quickly then used his Bansho Tenin, heavenly attraction of all of creation, to try and pull Zhuge Liang towards him, where he took out a chakra disruption blade and prepared to stab Zhuge Liang with it. Unfortunately for him, Zhuge Liang was prepared for this, where he channeled chakra to his feet to keep himself from being pulled towards Pain. After which he then channeled more of his wind chakra to his fan, and cried out "Eat! Daikameitachi no Jutsu, great sickle weasel technique," creating a great vacuum of wind towards Pain, who used his Shinra Tensei once again to break the wind attack. But as soon as he did this, Zhuge Liang used Doton, Yomi Numa, Earth style, swamp of the underworld, where the surface of the ground beneath Pain into mud, where he began to sink into the ground. Zhuge Liang then did another single one-handed hand seal and cried out, "Raitun Kangekiha, lightning style, wave of inspiration," and generated a large amount of electricity in his hand and fired it at Pain, who was still stuck in the mud. Seeing the attack coming towards him and immediately cried out, "Shinra Tensei!" where he used the jutsu to push him up into the air out of the mud and to avoid the lightning attack. Although as soon as Deva Path landed back on the ground, Zhuge Liang did 2 quick one-handed hand seals and then cried out, "Suetun, Mizurappa, water style, violent water wave," and blew out a long stream of water from his mouth. Reacting quickly after seeing the water attack coming towards him, Deva Path did a single hand seal and cried out, "Doton, Doryahiki, earth style wall," creating a large wall of earth in front of him and protecting him from Zhuge Liang's water attack. Seeing this, Zhuge Liang did a single one-handed hand seal and cried out, "Megan, Goka, demonic illusion, hell fire." After which several dozen large pillars of fire burst out of the ground and surrounded Pain like a cage. Deva Path brought up his arms to his face to block the heat of the flames, but before he could try anything, An even larger pillar of fire exploded from underneath him and enveloped him and began to burn his body. But as quickly as the pillars of fire appeared, they disappeared as Deva Path used a Genjutsu Kai, illusion release, as Pain realized that his Deva Path was under a Genjutsu thanks to his other paths seeing that there were no pillars of fire. After releasing himself from the Genjutsu, Deva Path then used a Shinra Tensei to block an incoming fire attack from Zhuge Liang. But even though he released himself from the Genjutsu, the pain caused by the illusion still lingered strongly, as if he had really been burned alive. Your Genjutsu skills are indeed impressive. It felt so real, I was completely fooled. But I would expect nothing less from someone of your caliber, commented Deva Path. Well, I've only just begun, replied Zhuge Liang, as he prepared to continue the fight. With Uzumaki Kisaragi Yuffie and Animal Path as Animal Path and Yuffie faced off against one another, Animal Path decided to start things off, where he did a few quick hand seal and cried out, Kuchios no Jutsu, and summoned 3 large centipedes with Rinnegan's and piercings. Seeing the large insect summons, Yuffie decided to summon her own summons, where she cried out, Kuchios no Jutsu, after which a large puff of smoke appeared. As soon as the dissipated Animal Path saw Yuffie standing on a large snow leopard's back. After Yuffie summoned her snow leopard summons too, Animal Path ordered his giant centipedes to attack. Let's go Yukichi! Cried Yuffie. Right, replied Yukichi as he sped towards the 3 giant centipedes with amazing speed. Quickly dodging one of the giant centipedes, Yukichi jumped over it and on top of the second giant centipede and used it as a springboard to jump onto the third, where Yukichi then used his sharp claws to sever the centipede's head off. After killing the 3rd giant centipede, the 1st giant centipede tried to attack Yukichi from behind, but before it could reach him and Yuffie, they disappeared and reappeared behind it, where Yukichi landed on top of it and dug his mouth into the insect summon's neck and killed it. Upon which the 2nd giant centipede tried to attack to Yukichi from the side, while he was busy killing the 1st centipede. Fortunately though, Yuffie saw the giant centipede coming at them from the side, where she then took off her giant Fuma shuriken that was on her back and threw it at the giant centipede with great force, and severed its head off. After seeing its summons being killed by Yuffie and Yukichi, Animal Path then slammed his hand onto the ground again and summoned a giant rhino with Z number of body piercings and the Rinnegan. Seeing the new summons, Yuffie and Yukichi sped at the rhino's summons, where Yukichi jumped up into the air and slashed at Rhino's side with his claws. Unfortunately though, the giant large summon skin was too strong, after which the rhino charged straight Yukichi and Yuffie, but crashed into the nearby wall as Yukichi jumped away. Seeing that Yukichi did not have the power needed to take down the large summons, Yuffie had Yukichi return to his home, after which she then cried, Kuchios no Jutsu, where she summoned a large muscular 12 feet tall ape, holding a large thick bow staff and wearing a sleeveless top and white pants and cloth around his pads. 3. Hey Makaku, I could really use your help right now with that overgrown rhino, spoke Yuffie. Tisk, is that all? I thought you had something challenging for me to do, commented Makaku, as he looked at the giant rhino's summon with a bored look. Upon seeing what Yuffie has summoned, Animal Path then had the rhino's summon charge at Makaku head-on. Makaku of course did not look the least bit concerned and held his ground, just when the rhino's summons was about to hit him. Makaku brought up his arm and grabbed the rhino's summons by its horn, and in an incredible feat of strength, lifted the giant summons into the air, with his one hand and threw the rhino's summons over him and into the wall behind him. Quickly though, the large summons lifted itself up, and charged at Makaku again, but when it came close enough, Makaku then brought his massive bow staff and hit the giant summon in the side of the head, after which he then quickly brought the bow staff up and swung the bow staff down on the rhino's head and slamming it down onto the ground hard, making a large dent in it, upon which it then puffed away in a cloud of smoke. "Chef, that was pathetic," commented Makaku. Upon seeing his rhino's summons being destroyed, Animal Path narrowed his eyes, but as he did, Pain noticed Yuffie throwing her large Fuma shuriken at him from behind, from one of his other paths that were looking in his direction at the moment. When Pain saw the Fuma shuriken coming at Animal Path from behind, he had Animal Path quickly spin around to face the incoming Fuma shuriken and cried out, "Kuchios no Jutsu!" When the Fuma shuriken entered the cloud of smoke in front of Animal Path, there was a clanging sound, as if the Fuma shuriken had hit something hard. When the smoke dissipated, Yuffie saw that instead of hitting Animal Path, her Fuma shuriken hit a giant panda with piercings and the Rinnegan eyes. But as soon as Animal Path had summoned the giant panda to protect him, he quickly jumped away to avoid another attack from behind from Mikaku, who came behind Animal Path and swung his large bow staff and tried to hit Animal Path with it. But when Animal Path jumped away, Mikaku only hit the giant panda summons, and hit it with such great force that he cracked the giant panda's rock-hard skin, and sent the summon flying into the nearby wall, making a large dent in it, and then puffed away. When Animal Path landed several feet away, he saw his summons being sent flying into the nearby cave wall and puffing away. Very impressive. It seems that the famed multiple summons of the Kisaragi clan live up to their reputation, spoke Animal Path, as he stared at his opponents. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet, replied Yuffie as she joined Mikaku and picked up her Fuma Shuriken, as she prepared to continue the fight, with Tatara Hamryo, Uzumaki Tatara Tomo and Azura Path. As Hamryo and Tomo face against Azura Path, they each brought out their own individual weapons. Hamryo quickly pulled off his steel skull chain that was around his neck and used his Koton, steel release, to turn the steel skull chain into a long steel naginata. Tomo, on the other hand, created two steel claws that came out from between her knuckles in each hand. Azura Path started things off by using his Kaiwan no Haya, flaming arrow of amazing ability, and fired his right hand at Tomo, who quickly dodged the incoming flying fist. At the same time, Hamryo charged straight at Azura Path and swung his naginata at Azura Path, who narrowly jumped out of the way of the attack. Azura Path then called back his hand, which imminently flew back to him, after which Azura pulled out his left hand out, which revealed to be connected to the arm by a thick cord with missiles attached to it. After which he then launched the missiles at Hamryo and Tomo, who in turn tried to avoid the missiles, where they soon learned that they were homing missiles. Within seconds the missiles sped towards Hamryo and Tomo and hit them, but just when Azura Path thought he had killed his opponents, he suddenly heard their voices cry out from the separate smoke clouds caused by the explosion. Koton, Koga, Steel's Release, Steel Fangs. Where 20 steel arrowhead points coated with lightning chakra flew towards Azura Path and pierced right through his body. But even after being pierced by them and having several holes in his body, Azura Path remained standing, where the only sign of injury was the wires and metal fragments coming out of the holes in his body. When the smoke dissipated, Azura Path soon saw both Hamryo and Tomo standing, with their clothes in tatters, but relatively unharmed, thanks to their Koton, Mukankaku no Yoroi, Steel Release, impervious armor, which turned their entire bodies into black steel, that allowed them to withstand the missile attack without any harm to them. After the missile attack ended, Hamryo and Tomo quickly went on the offensive, where Tomo retracted the blades that came out from between her knuckles. After which she then did a few quick hand seals and slammed her hand onto the ground and cried out, Koton, Kotetsu no Toga, Steel Release, Steel Spike. 5. As soon as Tomo did this, several dozen steel spikes came out of the ground from underneath Azura Path and attempted to pierce him. But fortunately for Azura Path, he was able to use his chakra propulsion boots to launch himself into the air and avoid being impaled by the steel spikes. Not letting him get away, Hamryo stabbed his naginata into the ground and then did a few quick hand seals and extended one arm towards his Azura Path, with the hand outstretched. He then cried out, Koton, Komu, Steel Release, Steel Spears! B. Firing several medium-sized spears from his hand and at Azura Path. Azura Path tried to dodge the steel spears, while he was flying in the air, but there were too many and they were coming in too fast for him to dodge them all, where one of them pierced his left jet boot. After which he lost his momentum, and he was forced to fall back onto the ground. Once he landed back on the ground, Azura Path immediately opened the top of its head, revealing a sort of cannon. The cannon then released a massive laser blast at Tomo Hamryo. Reacting quickly, both Tomo and Hamryo did several more high-speed hand seals and cried out, Koton, Kohiki, Steel Release, Steel Wall! C. Upon which a large steel wall appeared out of the ground in front of Hamryo and Tomo. When the laser hit the wall, there was a powerful explosion that devastates the surrounding area, but the wall withstood the attack. When the attack ended, Hamryo and Tomo brought down the steel wall, where Tomo created two steel claws from between her knuckles, while Hamryo picked up his naginata, after which the two cousins charged forward at Azura Path. Hamryo started things off by swinging his blade at Azura Path, who dodged the attack, but did lose his left hand as it was cut off. Also, as he was dodging, he did not expect the high air pressure caused by Hamryo's naginata as he swung it. As thanks to Koton, Mukankaku no Yora, it not only dramatically increased Hamryo's defensive power, but also his offense power. As when hitting someone, Hanryo's strength increased to the level where he could shatter bone with a single punch or swing a weapon with incredible force. As Azura Path was blown sideways by the air pressure caused by Hanryo's attack, Tomo appeared in front of him and hit him with a powerful punch in the stomach, creating a large hole in it from the claws in the fist. After hitting Azura Path, she sent him flying into a nearby cave wall and caused a large dent in it. As like with Hanryo, Tomo's strength and power was dramatically increased by the Koton, Mukankaku no Yoroi. After sending Azura Path flying into the wall, Tomo rejoined her cousin and stared at Azura Path, who was slumped against the cave wall, as they were unsure if they had beaten him or not. Hanryo was about to walk towards Azura Path to see his condition, but after taking a single step, he and Tomo saw Azura Path stand up and then throw off his Akatsuki cloak, revealing 4 extra arms. With the cloak gone, he also revealed that he had 3 faces, each with a different expression, and 2 of which appeared from the sides of its head: happy, its normal face, angry, and neutral. It also now showed that it had a long, saw-like tail, which stretched from his back over his head like a scorpion. Seeing this, the 2 Koton users knew that this fight was far from over and was only really beginning now, where they then prepared to continue the fight. With Aiin, Kasumi and Human Path currently facing against Human Path were Aiin and Kasumi, who were both sisters, or to be more precise, they were half-sisters, where the girls shared the same mother but had different fathers. Both girls were highly skilled and gifted kunoichis, especially when using their clan's taijutsu fighting styles, making them excellent opponents to face Human Path in a taijutsu battle. Kasumi, 6, was an honorable and kind-spirited person, and although a highly skilled kunoichi with deadly abilities, she did not enjoy or wish to fight. But even with this, there were times where she refused to show mercy, one such time being where she saw an entire village of innocent people being slaughtered by the former Lightning Daimyo's forces during the Civil War. Kasumi came from the Mugen Tenshin clan, who were famed for their great taijutsu fighting skill and power in battle, along with their unique ninjutsu. She was the second child and only daughter of the clan head Shurden. During the Civil War, her clan fought against the Godame Raikage and the former Lightning Daimyo's forces along with the other rebel factions. After the Civil War was won, much of her clan's laws and traditions had to change due to Naruto becoming Raikage, as he declared that to prevent another civil war, certain laws and tradition were outdated and needed to be changed. Also after the Civil War, Kasumi married her longtime love interest, the new Hayabusa clan head Ryu, through an arranged marriage, as her father had wished to strengthen the 2 clans' friendly relationship. Kasumi was a slender, physically fit young woman of average height, but with an extremely buxom, curvy figure. She had a round face, small facial features and wide brown eyes, with copper-like hair that went waist-length hair. She wore a black ninja dress with black stockings and gold trimmings/detailing with a red obi around her waist, and a pair of black armguards with gold edgings on both her arms and long black sleeves. Aiin, 6, on the other hand, was the daughter of the clan head Shiden's wife Ayam, and his brother Reida, who betrayed their clan and sold secrets to Kumo's enemies and raped Ayam. When growing up, Aiin was treated as an outcast by her clan and even the village for being the bastard child of a traitor. The only friend she had when growing up was her best friend Yujito and Yujito's sensei Killer Bee, who knew what it was like to be outcasts. Despite being treated an outcast, Aiin proved herself to be a highly gifted shinobi, and turned into a determined, strong, secretive and deadly young woman, earning her the nickname Josei Tengu, female Tengu. During the Civil War, she sided with her clan against the Godame Raikage and the former Lightning Daimyo and proved herself further to others. After the Civil War, her uncle Shurden had her marry the new Raikage Naruto to form a strong relationship with the new Raikage and the clan he would later start. At first, Aiin resented being married off to Naruto, but over time she grew to care for him greatly, as like her, he knew what it was like to be treated as an outcast or a demon for something that wasn't her fault. He even shared some of the things that he went through when he was growing up in Konoha, thereby building a relationship between the 2 of them. This relationship grew stronger when Naruto helped avenge herself by finding her father, Reida, and allowing her to execute him for his crimes. Mostly due to the way she was treated as a child, Aiin possessed a detached, cynical outlook on life, and is completely driven by the desire to prove to herself and others that she is better than those that condemned her. She did have a tendency to talk down to people, mostly with Kasumi, and acted antagonistic to her, due to her experiences growing up, and despised anything or anyone that reminded her of her past. However, despite her cruel behavior, she wasn't entirely cold and heartless. She did form working relationships with those around her, and even loving, emotional attachments like Naruto after she married him. Where her demeanor slowly improved, she also eventually developed a more friendly relationship with Kasumi, where she would speak and interact socially with her. Like most of the other Kumo shinobis, she was devoted to what she believed in and follows the code of her clan and village with all her heart, willing to take on tasks for her village even if it meant she could die doing so. Ain was of average height with a slender body, and despite being the younger of the two girls, she bore the biggest bust out of the two. Her face is round, with a small button nose and wide eyes. She had reddish-pink eyes and straight purple hair, which was cut to the nape of her neck, and the front fringe and was tied back with her favorite dark purple bandana. Ain wore purple dress with black scarf, arm and leg warmers with a large pink obi and purple boots and gloves and butterfly brooch, and carrying 2 tontos on both her legs sheaths and one strapped horizontally to her lower back. As the two half-sisters faced against the human path, Kasumi decided to start things off and charged at human path head-on, where she brought her arm forward and tried to punch human path in the face. But before she could, human path blocked her punch with his right hand and then twisted it with his left, when he grabbed it and elbowed her in face, causing her to fall to the ground. After falling to the ground, Kasumi then leg swiped human path, making him have to jump back a bit from her, and allowing her the chance to pick herself off the ground. Human path then charged forward at Kasumi with incredible high speed and tried to punch her in the gut with his left fist. Fortunately though, Kasumi was just able to dodge the punch, by jumping backwards a bit from him, upon which Kasumi then grabbed hold of human path's cloak and did a somersault over him. At the same time Ain appeared, by doing a somersault from behind human path, where as soon as human path was between them both and they were both mid-air, they both kicked him at the same time. Where Ain kicked him with both her legs in the chest, and Kasumi kicked him with both her legs in his upper back at roughly the same spot. As human path was momentarily dazed by the 2 double kicks, Ain then attacked human path with a series of powerful rapid punches in the face and chest, and then finished with a powerful uppercut that sent human path flying backwards a bit. But before he could hit the ground, Kasumi then appeared in front of him and let loose her own series of rapid punches and hits. After delivering a powerful elbow to the gut that sent human path flying backwards a bit, Ain appeared again in front of him and delivered a powerful front kick to the chin, and sent human path's head back a bit. After which Ain then delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to the side of human path's face, and then did a mid-air flip and falling axe kick to the back of human path's head, making human path hit the ground face first, and causing a large dent into the ground when hitting it. After kicking human path into the ground, Ain did a quick backwards flip and land next to her half-sister Kasumi, where they both fell into a taijutsu stance, as they knew the battle was far from done. And as they expect, human path quickly picked himself up off the ground. "Your taijutsu skill and teamwork are indeed commendable, but you cannot win, for I'm God," spoke human path. "You underestimate us," replied Ain as she narrowed her eyes and readied herself. "We will not lose to you," spoke Kasumi as she readied herself as well, after which she and Ain charged forward toward human path. Hayabusa Ryu and Preta Path, as Ryu's comrades were fighting the other 5 paths and the other Akatsuki members, Ryu himself faced against Preta Path. For the first few moments Ryu and Preta Path just stared at one another, but after the few moments of staring at one another, Ryu decided to make the first move. After doing a few quick hand seals, he cried out, "Ninpo, Kenryu, Ninja Art, Flame Dragon!" Where 3 large fire balls shaped like dragon heads flew towards Preta Path at high speed. Instead of trying to avoid, the Preta Path held his ground and simply raised his hands up, where just as they were about to hit him, he absorbed the balls of fire into his body. When Ryu saw this, he didn't look the least bit surprised. In fact, he remained perfectly calm, although he did narrow his eyes a bit when he saw his attack being absorbed. "So our intelligence was correct. This vessel can absorb ninjutsu attacks, but let's see if he can absorb them from multiple directions," thought Ryu, as he did a single hand seal and cried out, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique," upon which 3 clones of Ryu appeared beside him. The 3 clones then quickly took up positions around Preta Path and fired 4 separate attacks from 4 different directions. "Ninpo, Hama Repujin, Ninja Art, Exorcising Slashing Wind Blades!" Cried Ryu as he did a few hand seals and cried out the jutsu. He channeled his wind chakra into his arms and swung them in slashing-like movements, creating several wind blades that zoomed towards Preta Path. "Ninpo, Hyakurai Sui no Jutsu, Ninja Art, 100 Thunder Hammers Technique!" Cried the first Ryu clone, who stood behind Preta Path. where after doing some hand seals and crying out the jutsu fired a large blast of lightning from his hand. Ninpo, Huenbyu, Ninja Art, Dance of the Flaming Phoenix, G! Cried the second Ryu clone who was on the left side of Pretapath. Whereupon doing a few quick hand seals and crying out the jutsu, 3 phoenixes, made out of fire appeared around the Ryu clone and flew towards Pretapath. Ninpo, Gyurenfu, Ninja Art, Crimson Lotus Maple, H! Cried the third Ryu clone, who was on the right side of Pretapath. After finishing the hand seals and crying out the jutsu's name, several large fireballs in the shape of a circle appeared in front of him and flew in a spiraling vortex towards Pretapath. As the 4 attacks came at his from their different direction, Pretapath simply raised his arms on both sides of him, where a barrier formed around him that allowed him to absorb the 4 different ninjutsu attacks. Seeing this, Ryu narrowed his eyes a bit more. So attacking with ninjutsu is out of the question, then let us see how well he handles close quarters, thought Ryu, where with a slight movement of his hands 3 blades shaped like talons sprung out of his gauntlets that were on each of his arms. The same kind of thing happened at his boots as 3 blades sprung out of them. The first Ryu clone then summoned 2 katanas and fell into a dual sword stance, while the second Ryu clone took out a pair of tonfas and fell into a fighting stance. The third Ryu clone took out a kusarigama, where he held the sickle in his right hand and the weight and chain on the other, where he spun it around, as he prepared for battle. Ryu then had the 3 shadow clones attack Pretapath from all sides. The first shadow clone quickly charged forward from behind Pretapath with his katanas. Upon seeing this from one of his other paths, Pain had his Pretapath jump out of the way of the slashing swords from behind. But as soon as he did, a weight and chain from the third Ryu clone wrapped itself around him and pulled him down to the ground. After which the first Ryu clone came up and tried to slash Pretapath again with his katanas. Seeing this, Pretapath immediately pulled on the chain that connected him with the third Ryu clone, and pulled him forward and swung him around, so that he would collide with the first Ryu clone, and the both puffed away with they hit one another. As soon as he did this, the second Ryu clone appeared above him, and tried to hit him with his tonfas. Unfortunately, Pain saw this through another of his paths, and had Pretapath roll out of the way in time. Hence the only damage done was to the ground was a large dent on the ground from when the Ryu clone's tonfas hit it. As soon as Pretapath had rolled out of the way, it quickly charged forward and grabbed hold of the Ryu clone, and quickly drained the chakra out of him, causing it to puff away when it ran out of chakra. Although as soon as the Pretapath had dealt with the last of the Ryu clones, the Ryu appeared kneeling underneath him and quickly tried to stab Pretapath through the head from underneath his chin with his talon-like wrist blade on his right arm. Fortunately though for Pretapath, he was able to lean back enough to avoid being stabbed. But as he did, Ryu then quickly jumped into the air and did a roundhouse kick and was able to at least slash him across the chest with the blades on his boots. After avoiding Ryu's attack, Pretapath then jumped backwards a bit, so to gain a bit of distance from Ryu. So the best way to fight this vessel is to fight in close quarters, just as our intel suggested, although I must be careful, as if he grabs hold of me he can drain my chakra out of me, thought Ryu as he fell into another fighting stance and prepared to continue the battle. With C, Omo and Narakapath currently facing against the Narakapath, the last of the 6 paths of Pain was C and Omo. C quickly made the first move by doing 4 quick hand seals and crying out, Raijin Reikachu, Lightning Illusion, Flash of Lightning Pillar, after which a brilliant bright flash of light appeared from C body and blinded Narakapath. Once the light died down and Narakapath was still blinded by the attack, Omi moved in, where he quickly drew his katana and channeled his lightning chakra into and slashed at Narakapath with his katana. Luckily for Narakapath, Pain had one of his other paths to look in Narakapath direction and see the incoming attack from Omoi and have jump out of the way of the slash. After jumping into the air, Narakapath tried to attack Omoi from above, but just as he was about to hit him, Omoi used his Kumoryu Mikazuki Kiri, cloud-style crescent moon beheading, to block Narakapath's attack and force him back. Once Narakapath jumped back, C regrouped with Omoi, where the 2 new Kumo shinobi, and prepared to attack again. With Yoruichi, Soifun and Shinchi, Risa currently facing against Risa was Yoruichi and Soifun, both kunoichi, quickly sped forward at high speed towards the Akatsuki member. Seeing this, Risa quickly used his Jintan, Musho, Swift Release, Shadowless Flight, and disappeared before either women could hit him. He then quickly appeared behind both women and hit both Soifun in the back of the head, making her fall forward, while he kicking Yoruichi in the back, sending her flying forward a bit. Risa then raised his tanto and tried to stab Soifun in the back of the head, But just as he did, Soifin replaced herself with a large stone, where she then appeared behind him and tried to stab him in the back with her gauntlet blade. But just as she did, Risa fade away, revealing that he used a Zanzo, afterimage, after which he reappeared beside Soifin and to cut her head off with his tanto. Only for it to pass right through her, and for her to fade away much like he did a moment ago, revealing she used Zanzo as well. As soon as Risa saw this, he was suddenly kicked to the side of the head by Yoruchi, who suddenly appeared next to him and sent him flying. After being kicked, Risa quickly regained his footing after skidding on the ground a bit. "You're fast, I give you that, but you're nowhere near as fast as me," spoke Risa, as he prepared to continue the fight. "I wouldn't be so sure of that," replied a smirking Yoruchi, where they used their high-speed technique to zoom straight for Risa. For the next few minutes the three shinobis were moving around the cave at high speed, fighting and dodging one another's attacks, as well as dodging the other attacks from the other shinobis who were also battling in the large cave. "On Paken, Sonic Fist! 1! Cried Risa as he thrust his fist forward with such high speed that it created a shockwave that threw Yoruchi backwards. Although as soon as he did, Soifin appeared above him with her gauntlet covered in lightning and cried out Raisesu, Lightning Sting, 7. But before Soifin attack could hit, Risa disappeared in another afterimage, leaving Soifin's hand being stuck to the ground, when she stabbed it, after missing Risa. As Soifin was pulling her hand out of the ground, Risa suddenly behind Soifin and swinging his sword forward with such speed that it made it seem her and 100 swords, leaving Soifin unsure which direction she should move to try and avoid. Luckily though for Soifin, Yoruchi arrived and delivered a devastating roundhouse kick to the side of Risa's head, and sent him crashing into the nearby cave wall. After dealing with Risa, Yoruchi then helped Soifin free herself from the ground, after which the two women turned to face Risa, who had picked himself off the ground, after he had fallen down to it, when he was sent into the wall. After a moment or two of staring off at one another, Risa and the two kunoichi recommenced their battle, with Uzumaki Takara, Ichigo and Amako Saikyo facing against the Kumo Nukenin. Saikyo was Takara, 8, and Ichigo, who readied themselves, as they knew that Saikyo was not someone they could underestimate or let their guard down. "So which of you has the courage to take me on first?" asked Saikyo with an arrogant, sadistic smirk. Deciding to go first, Ichigo charged forward with his black sword and swung in a diagonal slash at Saikyo's neck. Saikyo of course blocked the sword with his left arm gauntlet, without much trouble. "Not bad, kid, but not good enough," spoke Saikyo, with a sinister smirk, before he pushed Ichigo back and delivered a powerful kick to Ichigo's side and sent him back a bit. As soon as Saikyo did this, Takara charged forward with his fist surrounded by lightning, indicating she was using her Raiken, Thunder Fist, where she then punched at Saikyo, who quickly blocked her punch by raising his right arm gauntlet and covered it with lightning, although the power of Takara's punch still pushed him back a bit. "Impressive," commented Saikyo, where he then raised his left arm and covered his gauntlet in lightning and was about to hit Takara. But just as he was about to hit her, he suddenly heard Ichigo's voice cry out, "Getsuga Tensho, Moon Fang Heaven Piercer!" After which he saw Ichigo swing his sword and a crescent moon-shaped wave of black chakra came from his sword and flew towards them. Seeing this, Saikyo quickly moved out of the way of the attack, as did Takara, whereas they did, a deep gash was made into the ground by the attack as it flew by. After which it collided into the cave wall, and caused a large explosion and a large hole in the wall. When Saikyo dodged Ichigo's attack, Ichigo then disappeared and reappeared right in front of Saikyo and swung his blade at him again, where Saikyo was barely able to block the attack with his gauntlet. For the next minute or two Saikyo was on the defensive, barely blocking Ichigo's fast move attacks, as he kept attack from different directions and swinging his sword at high speed. Seeing that he could barely keep up with Ichigo's movement, Saikyo quickly amplified his bioelectric current in his body and used it to enhance his speed and strength, allowing him to keep up with Ichigo's fast movements and push him back. The technique itself was similar to the effects of the Raikage no Yoroi, lightning release armor, but unlike that the technique required no chakra to use, and was completely self-efficient. Raikage no Yoroi itself was originally based on this technique, which in turn was created by his clan thanks to their bloodline. After using his lightning-enhancing technique, Saikyo was able to keep up with Ichigo's high speed where the two of them battled each other in a close-quarter battle. As Saikyo blocked another of Ichigo's sword strike with his right arm gauntlet and pushed him back, Takara appeared above him in midair and brought her fist forward and tried to hit him. Luckily though for Saikyo, he was able to dodge the attack by jumping backwards, where Takara just hit the ground, but caused a large crater on the ground. After avoiding Takara's attack, Saikyo quickly gathered a large amount of lightning into his hand and then shouted out, "Raitun, Raikurai, lightning style, lightning bolt!" Shay! And fired a large bolt of lightning at Takara. Before the lightning could hit Takara, Ichigo quickly fired another Getsuga Tensho and intercepted the lightning attack before it could hit Takara and causing a large explosion. Once the explosion died down, both Ichigo and Takara charged forward from different directions, hoping to hit Saikyo from an unguarded side. Unfortunately, Saikyo was prepared for this, where he then did a single hand seal and cried out, "Raitun, Kaminari Funsai, lightning style, lightning flux!" After which, a large amount of lightning erupted from Saikyo's body, shocking both Ichigo and Takara and forcing them both away from one another. After being hit by the lightning, both Ichigo and Takara skidded across the ground, a bit, where they struggled to move thanks to hitting Saikyo's lightning defense, where the lightning stiffened their muscles. With both his opponents temporarily disabled, Saikyo decided to end this, where he did a single hand seal and spoke, "Raitun Kage Bunshin, lightning style, shadow clone," and created a shadow clone. When he created the clone, Saikyo then had the clone attack Takara, while he himself attacked Ichigo. As Takara was slowly picking herself up, she saw Saikyo create the clone of himself and saw the clone running towards her and closing the distance between them very quickly, at high shinobi speed. Knowing that she didn't have much time, Takara forced herself up, as quickly as she could, due to the lightning still affecting her body. As the Saikyo's shadow clone neared her, Takara waited until the right moment, where just as the shadow clone was on top of her and was about to hit her, she did a backwards somersault and kicked the clone right below the chin, sending it falling backwards. Where after landing back on her feet and before the clone could fully recover from the kick, she did 2 quick hand seals and cried out, "Suetun, Mizutama, water style, water bullet!" Upon which Takara spat out 3 large high-speed balls of water from her mouth and shot them at the clone, and at the same time enhanced the balls of water with her lightning affinity, so to increase the water bullet's power. As soon as the lightning-enhanced water bullets hit the shadow clone, it quickly reverted into its natural state. At the same time that Takara was fighting the Saikyo shadow clone, the real Saikyo was battling with Ichigo, who was unable to move at his normal high speed due to the lightning still affecting his body. For past few minutes he was mainly on the defensive, blocking Saikyo's attacks with his sword. "You're not half bad, kid. I'm actually working up a sweat, but still you're nowhere near my level," said Saikyo with a sneer, as Ichigo blocked another of his punches with his lightning-enhanced gauntlets. After which he then raised his other gauntlet and went to punch Ichigo, but at the last second Ichigo moved his head slightly to avoid the punch, and then pushed Saikyo back. "Well, try this then!" cried Ichigo as he swung his sword and cried, "Getsuga Tensho!" and sent another black crescent wave of chakra at Saikyo, who quickly raised both his gauntlets up to block the incoming attack, knowing he couldn't avoid the attack in time. As soon as Ichigo's attack made contact, Saikyo was pushed back by the force of the attack, where he tore up the ground as he was being forced back by the attack, where after tearing up the ground a bit there was a large explosion from the attack. When the smoke cleared from the explosion, Ichigo soon saw Saikyo was still standing, where with the exception of being singed a little, was perfectly fine, although as soon as he lowered his gauntlets Takara suddenly appeared above him doing a falling axe kick. Luckily though for Saikyo, he just saw Takara falling down towards her. Reacting quickly he raised his right gauntlet arm, just as she was about to hit him, and caught her leg, where he then swung her around and threw her away. Takara although recovered quickly, where she quickly did a mid-air flip and landed back on her feet, skidding a bit on the ground. After which she was then joined by Ichigo, where the both fell into their individual fighting stances and prepared to continue the battle. Seeing this, Saikyo smirked sinisterly, as he was enjoying the battle, where he then channeled a large amount of lightning chakra into his gauntlets, and fell into his own fighting stance. Now things are getting interesting. With Yuryu, Darui and Deidara facing against Deidara was Yuryu and Darui. As Deidara faced against his opponents, he narrowed his one visible eye in annoyance, as he knew that he could only use his C1 explosives inside the cave, for if he used anything stronger, he would most likely bring down the entire cave down on top of them, and being crushed underneath the cave did not fit his artist style. Hence he had to settle in fighting with his basic level explosives. Deidara decided to kick things off by putting some of the clay in his side bags into the mouths in his palms, where he then created 2 humanoid-like dolls which were connected to his hands by a cord of clay, which he pumped chakra into them. He then had the two dolls charge forward, and attacked Yuryu and Darui. As the two dolls charged towards them, Darui quickly took out his cleaver sword and charged at the first doll and swung at it with his sword with a diagonal slash. But as his sword sliced into the doll it got stuck, after which the Deidara stared, pumping more chakra into the doll and have it explode. But before it could explode, Darui began to channel some of his lightning chakra into his sword, defusing the explosive doll and then cutting through it. It seems our intelligence about Deidara-san exploding clay technique was correct. Lightning jutsus are able to neutralize its ability to explode, spoke Darui to himself, when he saw that the clone did explode. After dealing with the first exploding doll, the second one quickly came up behind Darui and tried to stab him with spikes that came from its arm. Luckily though for Darui, thanks to the many years he spent on the battlefield, his shinobi senses kicked in and told him to turn around. Darui quickly listened to his instincts and spun around, narrowly avoiding being stabbed by the exploding doll, where swung his sword, which still maintained the lightning charge, where he easily sliced through the doll and defused it at the same time. Seeing his clay dolls had destroyed Deidara, quickly got some clay and created a flock of small birds and sent them to attack Darui. But when they crossed half the distance between them and Darui, several dozen arrows made out of chakra appeared and hit the clay birds with pinpoint precision, causing them to explode. Upon seeing his clay birds being destroyed by Yuryu, Deidara prepared to send another wave of C1 creatures. But before he could, Darui suddenly appeared in front of Deidara and slashed at him in the side. But as his sword became stuck in between Deidara's stomach, and Deidara suddenly turned white, revealing that Deidara had replaced himself with a clay clone, where it then exploded. As soon as this happened, the real Deidara appeared behind Yuryu, and created several large clay insects, and had them attack Yuryu. Sensing someone from behind, Yuryu quickly turned and saw Deidara and the clay insects. When Yuryu saw that the clay insects were just on top of him, he quickly deactivated his bow glove and created a shield made out of chakra. When the majority of the insects hit the chakra-made shield, it then exploded, after which Yuryu then took out a small handle and activated it, creating a blade of chakra and the remaining clay insects, and protected himself when they exploded with his shield. Unfortunately for Yuryu, the clay insects were just a distracting. Whereas Yuryu was dealing with them, Deidara created several clay spiders, where when Yuryu destroyed the clay insects, the clay spiders appeared from both above him and from underneath him, where they then latched onto his body. But just before Deidara could have the spiders explode and kill Yuryu, a voice suddenly cried out, "Rantan, Rise of Sakasu, Storm Release, Encouraging Crushing Chain Tormenting Principle," after which several bright beams of electricity appeared and hit the clay spiders on Yuryu's body, without hitting him, and destroyed them, without them exploding and killing Yuryu. After the clay spiders were destroyed, Darui appeared next to Yuryu, revealing that he was alive and had survived the explosion, although he no longer had his sword with him. "You okay, Yuryu?" asked the shaggy-haired Kumo shinobi. "Yes, I'm fine, thank you, although you fired a tad close," replied Yuryu, as he deactivated his sword and shield and fixed his glasses, as they were slightly singed from Darui's attack, after which he then reactivated his glove bow and readied another chakra arrow. Darui prepared another Rantan jutsu. "Sorry, but better than being dead," replied Darui, where Yuryu just nodded. Seeing that Darui was still alive, Deidara narrowed his one visible eye, before he put his hands into his pouches and prepared to use more of his exploding clay. With Sayuri and Konan. "So you're the famed Shinkukuri no Kumo, Cloud's Crimson Mist, Miyoshi Sayuri, formerly of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 Shinobi Swordsman of the Mist," spoke Konan in a monotone-like tone, as she eyed her opponent. "Indeed I am," spoke Sayuri with saucy-like grin, as she drew dual swords from the holders on her legs and twirled them around in her hands before she fell into her fighting stance. "And you're the female Akatsuki member Konan, partner of the Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki," replied Sayuri. "So you know me," replied Konan calmly, with slightly narrowed eyes, as if they knew their name and who they were partnered with. Then there was no telling how much more they knew about their organization. After a moment or two of staring down at one another, Konan decided to start things off by using her kami shuriken, paper shuriken, where she threw them at Sayuri, who in turn skillfully blocked the paper shurikens by cutting them into smaller pieces. Seeing her paper shurikens being destroyed, Konan immediately did a few quick hand seals before crying out, "Harakanodara, Paper Tiger M," where a large number of paper sheets came from her sleeves and formed into a large paper tiger, which charged straight at Sayuri. The paper tiger then quickly slashed at Sayuri with its razor-sharp paper claws and cut her deeply, but when it did, Sayuri reverted into red mist, revealing that Sayuri had replaced herself with a Kiri Bunshin no Jutsu, mist clone technique, N. As soon as the paper tiger slashed at the mist clone of Sayuri, the real Sayuri appeared above the paper and started spin herself around at high speed with her curved swords in hand and cried out, "Shakama, twin sickles, oh!" After which a large wave of several dozen crescent-shaped wind blades erupted from her dual curved swords and flew towards the paper tiger, and shredded it into pieces. After destroying the paper tiger, Sayuri sent another wave of crescent-shaped wind blades towards Konan, who at the last second replaced herself with a Kami Bunshin, paper clone, where the paper clone was cut pieces. After which Konan reappeared again a few feet away from Sayuri, where she then used her Shikigami no Mai, dance of the Shikigami, technique, which turned her body and clothing into a large number of sheets of paper. The Konan sheets then flew towards Sayuri and started to spin around her at high speed. Upon which Sayuri noticed that several of the pieces of paper were exploding, where they all exploded at once. Thinking that she had killed Sayuri, the real Konan then reappeared several feet away from where the explosion happened. Although as soon as she reappeared, Sayuri reappeared behind her in a whirl of red mist, revealing Sayuri had used Kiri Shunshin, Mist Body Flicker, to avoid being killed in the explosion. As soon as she reappeared, Sayuri slashed at Konan with her dual swords from behind. Luckily though, Konan was able to avoid being slashed by using her Kami Shunshin, Paper Body Flicker, after which Konan then reappeared several feet away from Sayuri, where both kunoichis prepared to continue their battle. With Mitsuhide and Itachi as the Akatsuki members and the Hachiman Force members fought one another, Akechi Mitsuhide and Uchiha Itachi faced each other. "Uchiha Itachi, I've heard a great deal about you," spoke Mitsuhide with a respectful tone. "As I of you, Mitsuhide-san," replied Itachi emotionlessly. "I must say, I've always wanted to face against you," spoke Mitsuhide as he drew his katana from his sheath. Itachi of course did not respond to this, but he did start things off, where several shurikens suddenly appeared in his hands. Upon seeing them, Mitsuhide quickly prepared to counter them with his katana, but what he didn't know was that the shurikens that were in Itachi's hands were just the distractions. For as soon Mitsuhide saw them and prepared to counter the shurikens, Itachi suddenly cried out, "Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique!" After doing several hand seals with lightning speed, sending out a giant fireball at Mitsuhide. Fortunately though, Mitsuhide did not become a famed and powerful shinobi for being caught off guard easily. As soon as he saw the giant fireball coming at him, he quickly blew wine chakra onto his katana tip and cried, "Ninpo, Shinkukamai Tashi, Ninja Art, Vacuum Razor Wind 9!" as he swung his katana. After which a fast jet of wind erupted from Mitsuhide's katana, where it sliced right through the giant fireball with ease and cut it in two, causing it to quickly dissipate, before it could hit Mitsuhide. But what Mitsuhide didn't know at the time was that the giant fireball was also a distraction like the shurikens, where as soon as Mitsuhide had destroyed the giant fireball, he saw several smaller fireballs heading towards them, showing that Itachi had used Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique, straight after firing the giant fireball. Seeing the multiple small fireballs heading for him, Mitsuhide quickly channeled his wind chakra to his katana and swung it, while crying out, "Takakazi, Hawk Wind P!" Although as soon as he did this and blew away the small fireballs with his high-speed wind, he saw that hidden inside the fireballs were shurikens, which continued to fly straight for him. Knowing that he could not raise his katana up in time to block the shurikens, Mitsuhide quickly brought his katana sheath and blocked the shurikens with it. Upon which Mitsuhide then used his futon, Shinkukamai Tashi, wind style, vacuum razor wind, and sent a jet of wind straight at Itachi, who immediately replaced himself with a large boulder nearby, which was cut in two by the jet of wind. "Itachi-san certainly lives up to his reputation," thought Mitsuhide. "His ninjutsu speed is unparalleled. I've never seen anyone create jutsu so quickly and with such precision." "You're good," spoke Itachi calmly as he reappeared to Mitsuhide's left-hand side, several feet away from him. "As are you," replied Mitsuhide, after which 3 kunai appeared in his hand much like the shurikens did with Itachi earlier, and then channeled some of his wind chakra into them and threw them at Itachi. Seeing the wind-enhanced kunai coming at him at high speed, Itachi narrowly but skillfully avoided them with little trouble, although like with his shuriken fate earlier, Mitsuhide's kunais were just a distraction to keep Itachi occupied, where after he avoided them his shinobi senseis told him to look up. When he did he saw Mitsuhide falling towards him at incredible speed, with his katana thrust forward, where he roared out, "Takajiki, Hawk Strike, Q!" Within an instant of seeing Mitsuhide falling towards him, Itachi was impaled by Mitsuhide's strike through the chest, where the shockwave of the strike created a small crater in the ground underneath them. Although just when Mitsuhide though he had killed Itachi puffed into a cloud of smoke, revealing that Itachi had somehow replaced himself with a Kage Banished, shadow clone, at the last second. As soon as Mitsuhide saw this, the real Itachi appeared on the left side of Mitsuhide and stabbed him in the side with a kunai, although as he did, Mitsuhide puffed into a cloud of smoke, much like Itachi did a moment ago, revealing he was also a shadow clone. As soon as Itachi saw this he quickly scanned around and found Mitsuhide standing a distance away from him to his far right. Upon seeing Mitsuhide, Itachi decided to finish this, where he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, stared right into the eyes of Mitsuhide and cried out, "Tsukuyami, Moon Reader!" But to the mild surprise of Itachi, his technique didn't work, and before he knew it he saw several shurikens and kunais flying towards his at astounding speed and was barely able to take out a kunai and deflect and dodges most of the shurikens and kunais. But even he was unable to fully dodge all of them, as he received a slight cut of his left cheek from a shuriken that he barely avoided. After dealing with the shurikens and the kunais, Itachi was about to go on the offensive, but before he could, Mitsuhide suddenly appeared before him, in a batajutsu, sword-drawing technique, stance and slashed at Itachi's midsection, cutting him in two. Unfortunately though, as soon as he did, Itachi turned into a flock of crows, revealing he had used Karasa Bunshin no Jutsu, crow clone technique, and replaced himself with it at the last moment. "Impressive," spoke Itachi with a hint or respect, from a few feet away from Mitsuhide, who immediately spun around to face the Uchiha traitor, who was wiping the block off his cheek. "It's been a long time since I've felt my own blood and see it. It seems that the rumors are true. New Kumo has developed a seal that can block the unique abilities that Jujutsus can have on an opponent," spoke Itachi, as he knew that with that seal he couldn't copy, predict or place Mitsuhide under a genjutsu with his eyes. But even still, he didn't expect that the seal would be strong enough to block his Tsukuyami, one of the most powerful genjutsus in existence. "Correct, my former student has come far since the last time you've met," replied Mitsuhide as he prepared to continue the fight. "Indeed," answered Itachi. "But let us see if your seal can defend you from this. Amaterasu, illuminating heaven!" As soon as Mitsuhide saw the black flames emerge from Itachi's left eyes, he knew that he was in trouble, where he quickly pumped chakra into his feet to increase his already great speed. Unfortunately, Itachi could control the black flames and had them follow Mitsuhide, where the flames caught onto his white cloak. Seeing this at the corner of his eyes, Mitsuhide immediately unhooked his wild cloak, which was quickly engulfed by the black flames, leaving Mitsuhide in his silver samurai-like armor and white shinobi outfit underneath it. Knowing he could not keep running like forever, Mitsuhide quickly did a few quick one-handed hand seals and turned around slight, while bringing up his two front fingers to his lips and cried out, "Futon Fuha, wind style, wind wave! R!" and blew a powerful gust of wind from his mouth. Although the wind blast increased the black flame's power, it still did what Mitsuhide wanted, where it was strong enough to blow the flames back away from them, as well as the same time propel him backwards and further away from the black flames. As soon as Mitsuhide was far enough away from the black flames and before Itachi could fire another blast of them at him, Mitsuhide did another quick set of one-handed hand seals and cried out, "Futon, Taka no Hisho, wind style, soaring hawk S," after which a large blade of wind in the shape of a large bird erupted from Mitsuhide's mouth and flew towards Itachi at great speed. When Itachi saw the powerful wind attack flying towards him at great speed, he quickly avoided it by jumping away, where when the attack hit the spot where Itachi was, there was a large explosion. Upon which Itachi jumped out of the dust cloud created by the attack, hitting the ground, where his Akatsuki cloak was fairly torn up by the attack and he had several cuts on his body and on his regular shinobi uniform. As soon as Itachi had jumped out of the dust cloud, Mitsuhide suddenly appeared behind Itachi's and stabbed him in the back with his katana. But as soon as Mitsuhide did this, Itachi exploded, revealing he replaced himself with clone and had used Bunshin Daibakuha, clone great explosion. After the explosion, Mitsuhide emerged from the cloud of smoke caused by the large explosion, with several scorched marks on his silver samurai-like armor and several burn marks on his white shinobi outfit underneath it, and on his skin. But other than that, he was relatively unharmed, as thanks to activating his Takugan, Hawkeye, when he stabbed the Itachi clone. Mitsuhide saw that the Itachi he had stabbed wasn't the real Itachi, where he was able to move away from the blast just enough, so that his armor could protect him from the rest of it. When Mitsuhide emerged from the smoke of the explosion, Itachi appeared behind him, much like how Mitsuhide had done with Itachi a minute or two ago. But unlike that time, Mitsuhide was able to use his Takugan to see Itachi's movements at the last second, allowing him to spin around and block Itachi's strike with his katana, and only receive a slight slash mark on the back of his armor. For the next few minutes the two S-rank shinobis fought in a fierce kenjutsu battle, where Mitsuhide fought with his katana in one hand and his katana sheath in the other, while Itachi fought with a kunai in one hand and a short sword in another. But soon enough it became apparent that Mitsuhide had the upper hand, due to having superior swordsmanship skill and experience, where during the fight, Mitsuhide found an opening in Itachi defensives and slashed in an upward diagonal slash across Itachi's chest. But as soon as Mitsuhide had done this, Itachi turned into water, revealing that Itachi had replaced himself with a Mizu Bunshin, water clone. After destroying the water clone, Mitsuhide began to look for his opponent and quickly found him, standing 20 feet away on his far right-hand side. Turning around to face Itachi and wiping the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve, Mitsuhide could not help but smirk. "It's been a long time since I've had a challenge like this. Uchiha Itachi certainly doesn't disappoint." As Mitsuhide turned to face him, Itachi was panting slightly, with some sweat fell from his forehead, for even though neither man had suffered any serious damage from battling one another, Itachi was still no far from fighting fit, as Itachi's stamina was pretty low, and his illness only made it worse. For even though Itachi had received an improved version of his medicine for his illness, it only delayed the illness longer, it did not cure him of it. But even with all this, Itachi was still far from finished and was more than ready to continue the battle, where he then threw off his tattered and ruined Akatsuki cloak and fell into a fighting stance, with his sword and kunai in hand. After which he charged forward towards Mitsuhide, who in turn did the same, where the two men clashed with one another and continued their fierce battle, with Seiwa Anasu and Kisame. "Well, now isn't this a treat?" spoke Kisame with a shark-like grin. "I get to face against the famed Korisi no Kami, god of ice and water, the man who conquered my former homeland. Hashigaki Kisame, better well known as the Kirigakure no Kaijin, monster of the hidden mist, as well as the Oomotenai Biju, tailed beast without a tail, formerly of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and strongest member, wielder of the sentient sword Samahada, shark skin. Said to be the most terrifying of the 7 great swords of the 7 swordsmen," said Anasu calmly. "Oh, so you've heard of me, good then, that save introductions," replied Kisame, with a larger grin as he prepared to fight. "Your head will go a long way to helping heal the old wounds between new Kumo and Kiri, when I present it to the new Mizukage," spoke Anasu as he drew Hyorinmaru from his back. When Kisame saw Anasu draw Hyorinmaru, his eyes slightly widened in surprise as he recognized the katana, from pictures and ancient scrolls he saw of it, after which an even bigger shark-like grin appeared on his face. "So the legends were true after all, the Seiwa clan really did possess one of the 3 celestial swords," said Kisame with amusement. As for decades there had been stories in Kiri about the Seiwa clan having a secret scared treasure, where they were said to possess one of the 3 celestial swords, or to be more precise Hyorinmaru. Also known as the Sword of the Ocean, due to its eminence power over water and ice, where it was said it could freeze an entire castle into a single block of ice and destroy it. It was even said that it could create a tidal wave that could flood a small nation as well. Because of this, the Shodame Mizukage, Nidame Mizukage, and the Sandame Mizukage sought the sword in the hope of attaining it, but the Seiwa clan denied having it, where with no proof of them really having it, none of the Mizukages could force them to give it up. It was also because of this rumor that the Yandame Mizukage had the Seiwa clan to be the first bloodline clan to be wiped out, as he feared the sword's power and feared that one of the clan members would use it against him. "Correct, this is my clan's most prized treasure, Hyorinmaru, and I'm the first one in my clan to wield it, in over 100 years, answered Anasu. "Well, this certainly makes things interesting, as I've always wanted to test myself against one of the legendary celestial swords," replied Kisame, before he then charged forward towards Anasu, who also charged forward. For the next few minutes the 2 swordsmen fought in a fierce kenjutsu battle with one another, blocking and dodging each other's attacks. Throughout the fight, Kisame received many slashes and cuts from Anasu on his Akatsuki cloak and on his body, since unlike his opponent, Kisame preferred to use his raw power and brute strength to overwhelm his opponents. While Anasu himself fought with great speed and skill, knowing full well that he couldn't beat his opponent with brute force. But even with this disadvantage, Kisame was still able to hold his own well, as he was able to use his great speed to dodge Anasu's more lethal strikes or slashes. Soon enough, though, Kisame broke away from Anasu to gain some distance, where he then started to do several quick hand seals and cried out, "Suetun, Mizutepo, water style, water gun!" and fired a large blast of water at Anasu. Seeing the large blast of water heading towards him, Anasu did a single one-handed hand seal and brought his two front fingers to his lips and cried out, "Hyuton Ryukiko, ice release, icy breath 10," after which, blew out a large freezing wind that froze the water blast into a large ball of ice, which Ansea cut in two, when he swung his katana and the two ice halves flew past him. Although as soon as he did this, Kisame appeared above Anasu and brought Samahata down on top of him, slamming him down into the ground. But when Kisame hit him, he quickly realized that the Anasu he hit wasn't the real Anasu, as when he hit him, Ansea shattered into 1,000 pieces of ice, revealing that Ansea had replaced himself with a Hyuton Kori Bunshin, ice release, ice clone. As soon as Kisame realized this, he started to look around for the real Ansea. Although before he could find him, he suddenly found thousands of water needles surrounding him, where he heard Ansea cry out, "Sensatsu Susho, 1,000 flying water needles of death!" Upon which the thousands of water needles that surrounded him all closed him on around him and impaled him. But as soon as they did, Kisame reverted into water, revealing that he had replaced himself with a Suetun Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, water style, water clone technique, at the last second. When Kisame reappeared, he suddenly found Ansea in front of him swinging his katana and crying out, "Hyoria Senbi, ice dragon swirling tail!" After which ice overflowed from his blade in the form of a crescent, where ice spikes sprung from the crescent-shaped ice and tried to impale the Kiri Nukenin. Luckily though for Kisame, he was able to jump up into the air in time and avoid being impaled by the ice spikes. When Kisame dodged the spikes, Ansea quickly swung Hyurinmaru in an arc and cried out, "Guncho Tsurara, icicle flock!" creating a dozen or so ice daggers made out of the moisture in the air and fired them at Kisame, who was still in midair. Seeing the ice daggers coming towards him, Kisame quickly rose Samahata up in front of him and used the half-bandaged sword as a shield to protect him from the ice daggers. After blocking the ice daggers, Kisame quickly landed back on the ground, where he then looked towards Ansea and smirked. "Not bad, but if that's all that the legendary Hyurinmaru can do, then this won't be much of a fight," spoke the smirking Kisame. After Kisame said this, a white aura appeared around Hyurinmaru, where Anasu just smirked. "You will soon regret those words, Kisame-san, when you see the true power of Hyurinmaru," spoke Ansea, where he then roared out, "Sit upon the frozen heavens, Hyurinmaru!" After which a powerful pulse of chakra was felt throughout the cave and the surrounding area, causing those who were battling in the cave to stop fighting and look toward Anasu and Kisame. Where when they did, they heard a loud thundering roar, like some kind of giant monster roaring from the heavens. Soon after that, the sky began to darken as thick black storm clouds could be seen from the hole in the ceiling. "What the hell?" though Deidara as he looked up to the sky through the hole in the ceiling, as she stopped in mid-throw, when he was about to throw another one of his bomb. "What was that power?" thought Risa. "Was that the power of one of the celestial swords?" thought Pain in wonder, where he looked towards Anasu as he held up his katana. For even though he had seen what Naruto could do with the sword of Tengu from Zetsu recording, feeling the power of another one of the three celestial swords firsthand was another thing, as it was beyond anything he imagined. Also at the same time, the air in the cave began to get very cold, where many at the cave could not help but shiver slightly from the cold, and could even see their breath. After feeling the massive chakra pulse coming from Hyurinmaru, Kisame grew slightly cornered, yet also excited at the same time. As he stared at the now glowing white katana, he also noticed that a crescent-shaped blade attached to the katana's hilt by a long metal chain appeared, which Anasu was swinging around with his other hand. Seeing all this, Kisame decided to strike first, where he did a few quick hand seals and cried out, "Suetun, Suikoden no Jutsu, water style, water shark bullet technique." Seeing the large water shark missile heading for him, Anasu quickly raised Hyurinmaru and roared, "Hyoryu, ice dragon!" where a large flow of ice shaped like a giant Chinese dragon flew from the tips of Hyarinru blade. The two attacks quickly collided with one another, where as soon as they did, the water shark almost instantly froze and shattered into 1,000 pieces. After freezing and destroying the water shark, the ice dragon continued on towards Kisame, who slightly cursed and tried to dodge the ice dragon, but was unable to fully do so as Samahata and his right hand were caught in residual of the attack and were frozen. Now that more like it, but if you think a tin sheet of ice over Samahata and my hand is going to handicap me, then you sadly mistaken, spoke Kisame, with a sadistic grin. Although that grin quickly faded, and turned into a frown when she saw that the ice still covered Samahata and his hand, instead of shattering, after Samahata drained all the chakra from the ice covering it. This frown deepened when he smashed Samahata onto the ground, trying to break the ice, but the ice did not break. At seeing this, Anasu smirked, knowing why Kisame couldn't break the ice and free his hand and sword. Something wrong? Asked Ansyu with a knowing smirk. What the hell did you do? Asked Kisame angrily, as he knew that this ice was no ordinary ice. As you now no doubt know, the ice that's covering your sword and hand is not ordinary ice, as it is ice specially created by Hyarinru itself, where it is as strong as steel and is extremely resistant to most fire ninjutsu. Not only that, but anyone that is frozen within the ice cannot use their chakra to free themselves, as it suppresses any and all chakra in a person, along with any special abilities that they may have, like Samahata's chakra-absorbing power, answered Anasu, with a smile as he saw the angry and disbelieving look on Kisame's face when he heard this. But what Anasu left out was that the ice would not melt for 3 days, meaning Kisame's sword and hand would be frozen for the next 3 days. When Kisame learned about the ice's special ability, he swore violently, as he knew that this put him at serious disadvantage. For as of right now, Samahata was basically sealed away from him, where he could not use it to absorb any of Anasu chakra, or absorb any of his ninjutsu attacks. Not only that, he couldn't use the chakra Samahata absorbed to heal himself, and he would also have to avoid all of Ansia's large-scale ice attacks, for fear of having more parts of his body being frozen. Along with that, he was at further disadvantage of where he could use any of his ninjutsu, as his right hand was frozen and he couldn't do one-handed hand seals. But even with the serious disadvantage he was in, surrender was not in his vocabulary, hence he wasn't going to make this fight easy for Ansiu. So do you regret your decision now? Asked Anasu, with a confident smirk, which annoyed Kisame. Because if you have, you can always surrender. Ha! You wish, brat. Sneered Kisame, as he quickly got into a fighting stance with Samahata, as it was still had use as a weapon, where he quickly charged forward at Ansiu, who in turn did the same towards Kisame, where the two swordsmen clashed swords with one another again. With Byakuya and Zetsu after the chakra pulse from Hyarinru faded away, Byakuya turned back to face his opponent, or opponents if you wanted to be precise. Ever since he came face to face with his target, Byakuya had been trying to hit his target by using his Sendenzakura no Jutsu, Thousand Cherry Blossoms technique. Unfortunately though, Zetsu kept using his Kajiro, Mayfly, technique to merge with ground and avoid Byakuya's attack, as well as trying to hit him from behind. But each time his attacks would be blocked by the thousands of blade-like sakura petals that protected Byakuya, much like how Gaara's sand would react, and force Zetsu back. Seeing that he was getting nowhere with this, Byakuya did 2 quick hand seals and spoke out. Kobutin, Shimoniki So, planned release, Deathbringer Weed. T. Upon which Zetsu appeared out of the ground wrapped tightly in several strong thick vines unable to move. Seeing that he had Zetsu, Byakuya decided to end the fight, where he had the thousands of chakra-enhanced sakura petals fly towards the trapped and struggling Zetsu from multiple different angles, leaving no chance of escape. Where they then flew around the trapped Zetsu in pillar-like formation, where they swirled around him with great speed. After which they then flew into Zetsu from every possible angle, leaving no blind spots and no possibility to escape, and collapsed on itself, cutting Zetsu into thousands of small pieces. But just when Byakuya thought the battle was done, not 1-2 Zetsus appeared out of the ground on either side of him, where a black Zetsu appeared on his left-hand side, while a white one appeared on his right-hand side. Narrowly seeing them coming at him from both sides, Byakuya quickly jumped backwards, barely avoiding the 2 jointed attacks. At the same time when Byakuya was jumping away, he brought his arms forwards and cried out, Kurutin, Hana Shuriken, Hikarakuyo, Plant Release, Flower Shuriken, Falling Blossoms and Scattering Leaves. where several dozen spinning flowers shurikens shot out of his sleeves and flew at the two Zetsus. Seeing them, the black and white Zetsus quickly sank back into the ground and avoided the flower shurikens, after which the two Zetsu reappeared and rejoined with one another. After seeing this, Byakuya kept his calm blank facade up, not wanting to give anything away, after which he then tried to have his Senbenzakura no Jutsu attack Zetsu again from different angles. But once again the Akatsuki member used his Kajiro technique to sink into the group and avoided the thousands of blade-like sakura petals. As Byakuya searched around for Zetsu, his shinobi senses suddenly kicked in telling him to move, where as soon as he did, Zetsu appeared from the ground right underneath him. But even though he was able to avoid Zetsu's sneak attack, Zetsu was still able to touch Byakuya's left leg. Soon after, Zetsu once again reappeared out of the ground in front of Byakuya. But before Byakuya could make any kind of attack, something appeared from his body and restricted his move as it wrapped itself around him. After which and white Zetsu appeared out of the substance that was now covering his body. "Tell us, how do you like our Hoshi no Jutsu spore technique, as not only does it bind you and restrict your movements but also drains you of your chakra?" spoke Black Zetsu. "He, so much for the mighty Kachiki clan of New Kumo," laughed White Zetsu, as he saw Byakuya struggle in trying to remove the white Zetsu on him. At hearing the original White Zetsu remark, Byakuya narrowed his eyes in anger. "Prepare yourself, fool, as you'll pay for your insult towards my clan," spoke Byakuya coldly. After which he summoned his sakura petals towards him, where he then had them swirl around him in a large pillar of sakura petals, much like what he earlier with Zetsu. "What's he trying to do? Is he trying to kill himself?" asked White Zetsu in confusion. "I don't know," replied Black Zetsu as he saw the swirling pillar of sakura petals fly around Byakuya and the white Zetsu on him. But soon enough the Zetsu question was answered, where the pillar of sakura petals died down and Byakuya stood in the center unharmed, with the white Zetsu spore cut into pieces. He used the sakura petal blades to cut the spore off him, while at the same time not cutting him as well, spoke Black Zetsu in surprise as he realized what happened. "But how?" asked White Zetsu in surprise as he found it hard to accept that Byakuya control all those sakura petals so well that cut the spores of his body, while at the same time make sure that they would cut him as well. As to do something like that would take unparalleled concentration and control and not once lose focus. "Do you honestly believe that I am such a novice that would fall to my own attack?" replied Byakuya coldly. After which he sent a whirling vortex of sakura petals towards Zetsu, who in turn narrowly avoided, but received several cuts from the attack. After narrowly avoiding Byakuya's attack, Zetsu then quickly created 6 white clones of himself, where after seeing this, Byakuya quickly realized that it was a white Zetsu clone that he had wrapped in his Kubotan, Shimaniki So, plant release, Deathbringer weed, earlier, and the real Zetsu had replaced himself with it just before he emerged from the ground. But what Byakuya didn't expect was that the clones that Zetsu turned into copies of Byakuya himself. Zetsu was able to do this thanks to his Narikawari no Jutsu, substitute technique, where after touching Byakuya, Zetsu was able to create a perfect copy of Byakuya, where after being fully formed all 6 Byakuya clones spoke out, "Senbin Sakura no Jutsu!" Upon which thousands of sakura petals flew out of their sleeves, the same way that they died when the real Byakuya first used the technique. After which the 6 separate waves of sakura petals blades flew towards the real Byakuya with tremendous speed. Byakuya quickly reacted to this new assault by calling his sakura petals back and had them create a spiraling sphere made up of thousands of sakura petals around him, and used them to protect him from the assault. After which, in an impressive feat of power, he forced the clones' attacks back, causing the clones' Senbin Sakura attacks to scatter. After forcing the attacks back, Byakuya went on the offensive. For the next few minutes, Byakuya fought a fierce battle with the copies of himself, while Zetsu stood back and watched, and despite being outnumbered and the clones able to mimic his abilities, he was able to fight them to a deadlock. But he soon decided to finish this and to take all 6 clones out in one go, where he did a few quick hand seals that spoke out, "Sasuke, Slaughterscape!" After which a black dome surrounded Byakuya and his clones, while leaving Zetsu outside to wait. Inside the black dome, Byakuya and his clones were surrounded by thousands of floating glowing swords, numbering in the thousands, and in rows with one on top of the other constantly moving around and with the rows raising right up like a pillar into the roof of the black dome. Seniki was Byakuya's most powerful genjutsu, where Byakuya could mentally control these swords to move where he wants, and can make the opponent feel pain, as if they had been really cut or stabbed by a real sword. The technique also keeps anyone from outside from entering, as when someone enters the Black Dome, they would simply walk back unaware of what they'd done, due to the genjutsu. After Byakuya trapped himself and the clones inside the pillar of glowing swords, the clones went on the offensive and launched a combined assault on him, where they combined their own separate attacks into one single giant wave of sakura petals and launched it at Byakuya. At the same time as well, the Byakuya clones created several plant vines out of the ground and wrapped themselves around him and restrained him, giving him no chance to defend himself. But even despite all this, Byakuya did not look the least bit worried and remained perfectly calm, where just as the giant wave of sakura petals were about on top of him, he had several dozen of the swords circling around them fly from their position around them and pierce the clones, causing the clones to lose focus and the attack fall apart. After the giant sakura wave collapsed, Byakuya broke out of the plant vines and slowly walked towards the clones, who were still standing but unable to move, as they were pierced by several blades, where each of the hands and feet had a glowing sword pierced through it, and several others pierced through their chests, keeping them stuck to the ground in a standing position. Even though the swords were just an illusion, the pain still felt real to the clones and kept them from moving. Once he was close enough to the clones, Byakuya raised his hands and simply spoke out Senbonzakura no Jutsu. His own sakura petals along with the clones flew into the air at his command. After which he handed the sakura petals swirling around the clones in a large dome, and then had it close in on them, where it completely shredded the clones into pieces. When the genjutsu finally fell, Zetsu saw that all that was left of his clones was a small pool of blood on the ground in front of Byakuya. Seeing that his clones had been defeated, Zetsu frowned with an ounce, for even though he wasn't surprised that his clones lost, as Narikawari no Jutsu was not strong enough to fight an extended battle, which was why he used it for diversion when fighting an enemy. He had hoped that they would at least weaken or wound Byakuya, which they clearly did not, given that Byakuya was unharmed. "Did you honestly think that these mere copies would be enough to defeat me?" asked Byakuya as he stared at Zetsu coolly. "No, not really, but I had hoped they would at least injure you a little," spoke White Zetsu. "I see, then allow me to show you the errors of your judgment in my skill and power, for I will now show you the true horrors of what it is like to face against a member of the Kichiki clan," replied Byakuya in a cool and deadly tone. After which he called out his sakura petal once more and prepared for battle, where Zetsu did the same and prepared to continue the battle. With Tobi and Yuki Nadia as the battle raged between the Akatsuki members and the members of the Hachiman force in the large cave, another pair were battling equally fiercely, but yet neither was able to hit the other. This was because the opponents in question were the Akatsuki member Tobi and Yuki Nadia. The reason that neither of them was able to deal and kick of injury with one another was that due to their own similar yet unique abilities. As whenever Nadia tried to stab Tobi with a kunai or throw one at him, or hit him with a jutsu, he would use his Jukuken Ito, space, time migration, to make himself intangible. Tobi himself also had the same problem with Nadia, as whenever he tried to hit Nadia, she would use her Tsuka no Iki, the passing through spirit limit, to phase right through Tobi's attacks. For a while this was how the battle proceeded, with neither one gaining an advantage over the other, but after a while Nadia noticed that Tobi's technique had several weaknesses. The first was like her, where he would have to solidify himself to make any kind of attack like on someone. The other was that he could only make himself intangible for 5 minutes, unlike her, where he would transport himself away to avoid any attacks. Unlike her, as Nadia could keep herself intangible for long periods, although the side effect of that was that the longer she kept herself intangible, or was phasing in and out of things, the more chakra she ate up, where if she ran out of chakra she could no longer phase. Also, Nadia noticed that even when his 5 minutes weren't up and he wanted to transport to a different location, he would have to make himself tangible to transport away. Realizing these weaknesses, Nadia made a plan to get him, where she timed the 5 minutes he was intangible, while she was attacking him, so that he wouldn't get suspicious. When the time was up and before Tobi could transport away, Nadia launched several shurikens at him. Seeing the shurikens coming at him, Tobi quickly and skillfully avoided the shurikens without too much trouble. But what he didn't know was that this was part of Nadia's plan, as she had elastic and highly durable translucent string tied to the shurikens, where she used her Sashiraken no Jutsu, manipulated shuriken technique, to control the shurikens and come back, where she had the wrap around Tobi, and before he could transport away she funneled some lightning chakra down the strong to shock Tobi and temporarily disable him. After Tobi cried in pain from being electrocuted by the lightning chakra and fell to the ground, Nadia immediately took out kunai and raced forward to finish Tobi off. But before she could deliver the final blow, Toby somehow recovered and was able to teleport away before Nadia could hit him. He then reappeared behind Nadia with a kunai in hand and tried to stab her in the back. But fortunately, though Nadia had predicted this, as he tried such tactics earlier on in the fight. Hence, when she saw him teleport away, she activated her phasing ability just in time to avoid being killed, where after being stabbed by Toby, she flipped forwards and did a 360-degree spin when she landed, so that she would come face to face with her enemy. "You're good, you're very good, but not as good as Toby will not lose, as Toby is a good boy," spoke Toby. "We'll see about that," replied Nadia with a slight frown before she charged forward at her opponent and continued his fight. With Zhuge Liang and Deva Path after deflecting another of Zhuge Liang's attack with his Shinra Tensei, Deva Path immediately clapped his hands together and cried out, "Futon, Ripusho, wind style, violent wind palm," and created a power gale of wind. Reacting quickly, Zhuge Liang countered the attack by waving his feathered fan and crying out, "Futon, Kyofu, wind style, strong wind, you," and created a powerful gust of wind that clashed with Pain's. Where when the two attacks collided, there was a powerful explosion of wind that forced the two men to channel chakra to the bottom of their feet, so to keep themselves from being blown away by the force of the wind blast. "You countered that well, but it will take much more than that, if you hope to defeat me," spoke Deva Path as he stared at Zhuge Liang with a calm, calculative look. "Very well then, but you shall regret those words, Pain," spoke Zhuge Liang, where he did a series of high-speed one-handed hand seals, in the space of only a few seconds, and then calmly said, "Megan, Shinen no Meo, demonic illusion, dark king of the abyss v," as he waved his fan. After which there was a powerful explosion that enveloped and destroyed the entire cave and propelled Deva Path high into the sky. "Impossible! The entire cave!" thought Pain in disbelief, as he saw the entire cave being engulfed in bright light and a powerful explosion. Right after the explosion, Deva Path found himself stopping high up in mid-air, where when he looked up to the sky he saw the sky tear open, but before he could think more on what was happening right now, he suddenly found himself being wrapped up in several dozen binding ropes, holding him in place. Then, much to his horror and disbelief, the tear in the sky fully opened, revealing a gigantic demon who reached out to him, Deva Path. "What sort of jutsu is this?" thought Pain with disbelief, as he knew this could not be real and had to be some kind of genjutsu. Reacting quickly, Deva Path released a powerful burst of chakra from his body and overloaded the genjutsu, and freed himself from it. After breaking the genjutsu, Deva Path buckled slightly and started to path a sweat a little, as he caught his breath, as the jutsu had felt so real. Soon enough, though, Pain regained himself and stared at his opponent. "Whatever genjutsu that was, it was indeed powerful, as I barely escaped it. The Nemuriryu, sleeping dragon, certainly lives up to his reputation," thought Pain. "Your genjutsu skills are indeed formidable, but do you really think that mere illusions will be enough to defeat me?" spoke Deva Path after he regained himself. "Impressive, not many people have escaped my Shinen no Meo genjutsu," replied Zhuge Liang. "But still you've noticed a bit too late. Kaminari no Fuin, Thunder Seal. W. What?" thought Pain in confusion, where suddenly a large glowing seal appeared underneath Deva Path. It was then that Deva Path realized that Zhuge Liang's illusion was just a distraction, to keep Deva Path occupied, so that he could form this seal around him, Deva Path. As soon as the seal started to glow, lightning suddenly started to emanate from it, where it began to pulse through Deva Path's body and electrocuting him, causing him severe pain and burns to appear on his body and preventing him from moving, where soon after activating, it exploded. After the seal exploded with Deva Path in it, Zhuge Liang smiled with satisfaction, believe he had killed him. Fortunately, that pleasant thought ended, where he heard Pain's voice cry out, "Shinra Tensei!" After Zhuge Liang jumped away, he narrowly avoided the powerful gravitational force that hit the spot that he was just standing in a moment ago, which created a medium-sized crater in the ground. After avoiding the attack, Zhuge Liang looked up and saw Deva Path fall to the ground and land perfectly on it. When Zhuge Liang saw this, he knew that Deva Path had avoided being destroyed in the blast, by somehow using his Shinra Tensei to propel him up into the air, just as blast was happening. "You're indeed a formidable opponent, Zhuge Liang-sama, but you cannot hope to defeat me by yourself, for I am God," spoke Deva Path. At this only smirked with confidence, as if he knew something that Pain did not. "Perhaps, but there is something that you do not know of the shinobis of New Kumo." "And what is that?" asked Deva Path with a frown. The shinobis of New Kumo never fight alone, answered Zhuge Liang with a smile, where as soon as he did, there was a large explosion that came from the main entrance to the cave, which had been sealed by a massive boulder just a moment ago. Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood OST2 Shing Symphony. After the explosion at the cave's main entrance, over 200 New Kumo storm ninjas sped out of the smoke-filled entrance and charged straight at the Akatsuki members, who were still battling with the Hachiman Force members. At the same time, another 100 storm ninjas jumped down from the hole in the ceiling that Zhuge Liang created earlier, when he and the other Hachiman members first arrived, and like with the other storm ninjas that came from the cave entrance, they began to attack the Akatsuki members. But as surprised as the Akatsuki members were about the arrival of Kumo Elite Storm Division, the thing that surprised them most was what the storm ninjas were wearing. This was the special chakra armor that was developed by Yukigekure, Hidden Snow, and its former leader Doto. The Akatsuki members were of course familiar with the chakra armor, as they had heard the reports about how the armor drained chakra from many different types of ninjutsu and genjutsu, while at the same time amplifies the wearer's chakra. This of course put the Akatsuki at an even greater disadvantage, as they knew that the storm ninjas were all highly skilled shinobi, trained specially to take down other ANBU divisions and high-level shinobis from other nations. Not to mention the fact that they were now wearing chakra armor, which helped protect them from most types of ninjutsu and genjutsu, with the exception being very high-level ones like Chidori, Rasengan, and Tsukumi. This made battling against the storm ninjas very difficult for the Akatsuki members, not to mention the fact that the armors had clearly been improved over time. As originally, multiple wearers of the armor had to be careful not to be too close to one another, as the armor was highly unstable and would explode on contact with another suit. But clearly now was not the case given how all the storm ninjas were wearing them, and how they were in close proximity of one another, and were unafraid to be near one another. As several storm ninjas charged straight for Deva Path, Pain cursed himself for not realizing that more new Kumo shinobis would be nearby and come. He cursed himself further for allowing himself and the rest of his group to be distracted, as he had realized that Zhuge Liang and his group had attacked first because each member had been specially chosen to face against a certain member of the Akatsuki, due to certain skills they had, where each member of the Hachiman force could easily hold their own against the Akatsuki members they'd been ordered to target, and hold them off until the main force arrived. He was also willing to beat. The other reason why the Hachiman force was sent first was because they knew that when facing a not too large force he, Pain, and the rest of the Akatsuki would stay and fight. Whereas if the new Kumo force had all attacked at once, then he and the rest of the Akatsuki would have fled immediately. Since given the terrain that they were in now, none of the Akatsuki members could fight to their full capability, and use any of their more powerful justas to fight back and defeat their opponents. At least not without hitting their own allies, as well, or bringing the entire cave down on top of them, giving the new Kumo shinobis an even bigger advantage than they already had. With Kisame and Anasu, the first group of storm neens immediately raced towards Kisame, who was still battling with Anasu, when the storm neens were close enough to Kisame. Several of them quickly used Sway-tun, Sway-ben, Water Style, Water Whip, where they wrapped several water whips around Kisame's arms, legs, and torso. After which they channeled lightning chakra through the water whips, shocking the former Kuri swordsman, and restrained him. Upon which Anasu raised Hirinro up, roared out, "Hyoryu, Ice Dragon!" Where a massive Drahan made out of ice erupted once again from his sword, and headed straight for the restrained Kisame. Seeing the giant ice dragon heading straight for him, Kisame knew he had to do something quickly, wherein an incredible feat of strength, and despite being repeatedly shocked by the lightning that was being channeled through the water whips, Kisame was able to pull the two storm shinobis that were pulling on both his arms from either side of him, towards him. Wherein further feat of great strength, he was then able to swing the two storm neens in front of the ice dragon, and use them as a shield to block the attack, and were sealed inside the ice. After blocking Anasu ice dragon attack, Kisame then quickly used the ice-covered Samahata to cut himself free from the water whips. Although as soon as he did, the rest of the storm shinobi charged forward, where several of them took out their katanas and charged them up with lightning chakra and attacked Kisame, who immediately used Samahata to defend himself, and pushed several storm neens back, with his brute strength. But this in itself was just to distract, where as soon as Kisame had pushed the storm shinobi back, 5 more surrounded him and out their own individual jutsus. Sway-tun, Mizutepo, Water Style, Water Gun. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Dotan, Doryuden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Futon, Shinku Taijoku, Wind Style, Vacuum Great Sphere. Raitun, Hiraishin, Lightning Style, Flying Thunder God. Seeing the multiple attacks coming at him from all directions, Kisame quickly jumped up into the air to avoid the attack, where they collided with one another, causing a large explosion. But just when Kisame thought he was safe, she suddenly found himself being wrapped around by and chained with a crescent-shaped blade attached to it, where it pinned his arms to his body, keeping him from moving. At the same time, he also noticed that his body was starting to freeze when the chain wrapped itself around him. Upon which Kisame was then pulled down to the ground by Anasu, the owner of the chain, which was connected to the hilt of his katana. When Kisame hit the ground, he suddenly found himself surrounded by the remaining other Storm Shinobi members, who had their weapons drawn and pointed at the Kiri Nukenin. With Itachi and Mitsuhide, after dodging several lightning-enhanced kunis and shurikens, Itachi quickly looked back up at his opponents, where he was facing against over a dozen or so Storm Shinobis along with his original opponent Mitsuhide. For the past few minutes since the Storm Shinobis arrived, he had been put on the defensive, where the Storm Means proved their reputation as skilled and deadly shinobis. The Storm Means worked in perfect union with one another, and defended each other whenever Itachi tried to go on the offensive, and then counter-attack, making him go back on the defensive as Itachi tried to hold off his multiple opponents. One of the Storm Means threw several shurikens at him. At the same time, another Storm Mean did some high-speed hand seals and cried out, "Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu!" creating a large fireball. Upon which the large fireball combined with the flying shurikens, and infused with them it flames, making them into flaming shurikens and enhancing their lethality. Seeing the fire-enhanced shurikens and the large fireball coming at him, Itachi quickly tried to avoid the attacks, but could not fully avoid them and was caught in the blast slightly and was thrown several feet back. As soon as he landed back on his feet, Itachi then found himself being wrapped by several pieces of strong ninja wire, pinning his arms between, where the 4 Storm Means that bounded him channeled their lightning chakra through the wire and electrocuting him. After a minute or so, the 4 Storm Shinobi stopped channeling their lightning chakra through the wire and moved in to subdue Itachi. But as soon as they did, Itachi blew up, revealing that at some point before being wrapped in the ninja wire by the 4 Storm Shinobis, Itachi had replaced himself with a clone and had it blow up, blasting the 4 Storm Shinobis away. Thankfully, though, the armor that the Storm Means were wearing protected them from the majority of the blast, where they were simply knocked out after being blasted away. After the Itachi clone was blew up, the real Itachi reappeared not too far from the blast, although as soon as he did, Mitsuhide appeared next to him and swung his katana to try and slash at Itachi. Fortunately, Itachi was able to jump away from the slash with just a slight cut on his left arm, but as soon as he jumped away, Mitsuhide swung his katana again and created a crescent-shaped blade of wind, which flew straight for Itachi. Seeing the blade of wind coming for him, quickly sidestepped the attack, and countered with Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu, forcing Mitsuhide to move away and dodge the small fireballs. But after dealing with Mitsuhide, Itachi then had to jump up into the air, to avoid several kunais, shurikens and jutsus that were fired at him by the remaining other Storm Shinobis, who had targeted him. As Itachi was in midair, he saw that his partner Kisame in trouble, where Kisame was wrapped in a chain that was slowing freezing him. He also saw that Kisame was currently surrounded by several dozen Storm Shinobis, giving him no real chance of escaping. Knowing that he needed to help his partner, Itachi did a series of lightning-fast hand seals, where most of the Storm Means could even see him doing seals, let alone one. After which Itachi took in a deep breath and exhaled several massive fireballs, forcing the Storm Means to scatter. As soon as the Storm Means had scattered, Itachi quickly took out his short sword and channeled his chakra into it to increase its cutting power, and sped towards Kisame. Seeing Itachi speeding towards them, 4 of the Storm Means that surrounded Kisame tried to block Itachi's path. But Itachi proved too skilled for them, as he quickly avoided their strikes and slashes with their katanas and quickly dispatched the Storm Means by slashing and wounding them with his sword. After which he threw several high-speed shurikens at the remaining other Storm Means that surrounded Kisame, forcing them to move away from him, where Itachi cut the chain that was wrapped around Kisame, who broke free of that ice that was covering his abdomen, as it wasn't properly set. And Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood OST 2 Shing Symphony. Thanks Itachi IO1, spoke Kisame as he stood back to back with his partner. Do not thank me yet, Kisame, spoke Itachi as he narrowed his Sharingan eyes, as he saw Mitsuhide and his Storm Shinobis join up with Anasu and his remaining other Storm Shinobis, who had now surrounded the 2 Akatsuki members. As Kisame faced his opponents, he saw a familiar face among the large group of blue and black mask-wearing shinobis. This person was none other than his former comrade and fellow swordsman of the mist, Mitsuhide. Well, it's been a long time, hasn't it, Mitsuhide? Spoke Kisame with a shark-like grin. Kisame, spoke Mitsuhide coolly as he narrowed his eyes. You're responsible many heinous crimes against our former village, that and the murder of countless people. Please spare me that righteous act of your, Mitsuhide. You and I both know that your hands are far from being clean, or have you forgotten your moniker Shuratakai no Kiri, Mist's White Death, not to mention all the Kiri shinobis you killed in recent years, after you turned traitor. You're correct, my hands are indeed stained with the blood of many of my former comrades, but I can at least pay penance in some part for what I've done by delivering your head to Kiri, replied Mitsuhide. Upon which he redrew his katana and prepared to take on the former Kirigakyu no Kaijin, monster of the hidden mist. Uchiha Itachi, I've heard a great deal about you, and given the state of Mitsuhide sensei and many of our storm shinobis are in, I can certainly say that you live up to my expectations, spoke Anasu as he started at the famed Uchiha. And you're the famed Seiwa Anasu, the Korisui no Kami, god of ice and water, also known as Kumo no Isuryu, ice dragon of Kumo, conqueror of Kirigakure, hidden mist, and Mizu no Kuni, water country, replied Itachi, before turning his gaze to Anasu's sword. And judging by the power I felt earlier, that is another one of the 3 celestial swords. Correct, and I would be more than happy to show you what it's capable of, answered Anasu with a sinister smirk, where he and the others then attacked. With Yoruichi, Soifun and Shichi Risa, with the arrival of the storm shinobis, things became a lot more hectic for Risa as he spent most of his time dodging, avoiding different attacks from different shinobis. It got even worse for him when Soifun and Yoruichi used their Shunko, Flash Cry, to increase their speed and strength, allowing them to easily keep up with Risa. After avoiding another one of Soifun's strikes, Risa came under attack by a Storm Nin who tried to slash at him in the back with his Tanto blade, but quickly used his Jintan Musho, Swift Release, Shadowless Flight, technique to avoid being hit, where he then reappeared behind the Storm Anion and used his Jinken, Swift Fist, X, and unleashed a flurry of hard-hitting fists on the Storm Nin, cracking his armor and sending him flying several feet away. After dealing with the Storm Nin, another Storm Shinobi nearby used Oton, Doryu Taiga, Earth Style, Earth Flow River, to create a river of mud, making Risa lose his balance. Taking advantage of this, a female Storm Shinobi charged up her hand with lightning chakra and formed it into a compressed ball of lightning in her hand, and cried out, Sanda Apu, thunder up! Where she then disappeared and reappeared right in front of Risa and tried to hit him in the chest with it. Sadly though, Risa avoided the attack with a backwards flip, as he couldn't use his Jintan, due to having no grip on the ground thanks to the river of mud underneath him. When Risa did the backwards flip, he then did a 360-degree mid-air spin to kick the female Storm Nin in the side and sent her flying sideways, after which he then disappeared and reappeared in front of the Storm Nin that created the river of mud earlier and cried out, Jinkyaku, swift kick! Why? And unleashed a rapid assault of kicks on the Storm Shinobi, breaking his armor and sending him flying backwards. But just as Risa did this, he was sent flying sideways himself into the nearby cave wall, by an upside-down spin kick from Soifun, whose kick was enhanced thanks to her Shunko. After being kicked into the wall, Risa barely managed to escape a Shunko-enhanced punch from Yoruichi, who appeared in front of Risa right after he hit the wall. The reason he only managed to escape was because he had combined his Jintan and Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, to avoid the powerful punch, which had done serious damage to the wall, when he avoided Yoruichi's punch, showing that if he hadn't avoided the hit, he would surely have been killed by Yoruichi's Shunko-enhanced punch. After avoiding Yoruichi's punch, Risa reappeared a bit away and faced his opponents, where he spat out some blood. As he did, he frowned at the number of skilled opponents he was faced against. Normally when faced against large number he could easily handle them, but that was usually because they couldn't keep up with his speed. Even when he was faced with people who could challenge his speed, he at least had wide open terrain to battle them on, where he could eventually overwhelm them. But this time he had neither the advantage of terrain, or ability, or even numbers, making this an unfair battle for him. But as he was thinking over his situation, Risa was forced to put his focus back on the battle as he saw his enemies charge forward, towards him. With Uzumaki Takara, Ichigo and Amako Saikyo blocking another one of Takara's punches, Saikyo pushed the young Kunoichi back and delivered a powerful kick to her side, sending her back a bit. after which Saikyo jumped away to avoid one of Ichigo's Getsuga Tenshos. But when he landed back on the ground, he found himself being wrapped in several whips made out of lightning. Saikyo immediately recognized the technique as Raiten, Tsuzuri Raiden, lightning style, bound thunder and lightning, Z, where as soon as he was bound by the lightning whips, he felt the lightning running through his entire body, electrocuting him and paralyzing his entire body. Knowing he had to do something quickly, Saikyo quickly channeled his own lightning chakra through his body and let loose a massive amount of his lightning chakra and overwhelmed the lightning whips free him. Once he was free from the lightning whips, Saikyo quickly caught his breath, after which he then gathered his chakra to prepare one of his jutsus. Where once he gathered enough lightning chakra in his fist and amplified it with his bioelectric current, he thrust his fist forward and roared out, "Raiten, chosen, lightning styles, hyper flash, eh?" After which a massive beam of lightning energy exploded from his fist and shot forward at incredible speed, and straight for several storm shinobis in front of him. Seeing the massive blast of lightning energy heading for them, 3 of the storm shinobi quickly began to do hand seals, and right before the attack could hit them and their comrades, they slammed their hands onto the ground and cried out, "Koton, Sunjuka Hiki, steel release, triple steel wall, BB." Upon which 3 large walls of the steel sprung forth from the ground and in front of the storm neens. When Saikyo's chosen hit the first steel wall, the wall lasted a few seconds before it began to crack and then broke. The second wall lasted a few seconds longer than the first, but it soon fell like the first. The third and final wall lasted the longest, where it was then engulfed in a powerful explosion, which made the storm shinobis skid back a bit. But when the explosion ended, the final steel wall still stood, showing that it withstood Saikyo's attack and protected the storm neens, although it was covered in cracks, where a few seconds later it fell apart. Pretty impressive. Not many things can withstand my chosen. It seems that Kyubi Jinchuriki has indeed made some serious improvements to the quality shinobis to my former village. As these storm shinobis aren't half bad, thought Saikyo, although as he thought this, suddenly found his arms and legs bound by steel chains, created by the same storm shinobis who had blocked his attack. "Hold him!" cried Ichigo to the Koton, steel release, users, as they used their Koton, Ko's, steel release, steel shackles, and channeled their lightning chakra through the shackles, in the hope of holding him long for Ichigo to move in and slash him. But unfortunately, Saikyo wasn't going to let this happen, where he then gathered his own lightning chakra and proved why he was ranked as an S-ranked shinobi by overpowering the 4 storm neens' lightning chakra and sending his own enhanced lightning chakra back at them, thereby shocking the 4 storm neens and forcing them to let go, and shattering the steel shackles with his raw power. After which Saikyo moved away to avoid Ichigo's attack, which gave him an opening to attack Ichigo's on his unguarded side. But as he charged up his gauntlets with his lightning chakra and before he could hit Ichigo's unguarded side, Saikyo himself was blindsided by an unknown assailant, who delivered a powerful right hook that sent Saikyo flying into the cave wall, making a large dent in it. As Saikyo slowly picked himself, he found it difficult to move as his body was somehow numb from the hit. As he looked up, saw that his attacker was none other than Takara, who used her Raiken, Thunder Fist, to hit him. When he got back on his feet, Saikyo had believed he had finally figured out the secret of Takara's Raiken, which was also used by her husband the Raikage. The technique itself was similar enough Raiten no Yoroi, lightning release armor, and his own clan's technique, where they used their own bioelectric current to enhance their strength and speed. But unlike those techniques, Raiken simply enhances the power of a single hit like a punch or kick, amplifying its the user destructive power immensely, while no using as much chakra as Raiten no Yoroi would. Also, as an added bonus, when user hits someone with his or her Raiken, then the person's body will be temporarily disabled due to the lightning chakra running through their body, making them go numb and unable to move for a short period, or at the very least slowing their movements down. When he figured how Takara's technique worked, he had to silently applaud the girl's skill in creating the technique, as it was a pretty impressive. But even still, as he stared at his opponent, he saw Ichigo and the rest of the Storm Nin group gather around her, whereupon seeing this Saikyo frowned, as this battle was becoming more bothersome than he would have thought. After which he got into another fighting stance to continue his battle. With Uzumaki, Kisaragi, Yuffie, and Animal Path. As Yuffie dodged a bubble attack from the giant crustacean, she threw her Fuma Shuriken at the crustacean, where her shuriken hit the crustacean, but it bounced off the giant crustacean's hard shell. Seeing this, Yuffie threw several kunais with exploding notes tied to them on it, where once they hit the crustacean, they exploded, although the most they did to the crustacean was make scorch marks of its shell. After seeing that her exploding notes did little harm to the large summons, Yuffie cried out to some of the storm fiends, who were busy trying to kill the animal path. "Hey you three, I want that overgrown crab roasted." "Hi," replied the three storm shinobis as left animal path to the rest of their comrades and jumped into position in front of the giant crustacean, where each did 3 quick hand seals at high speed and finished at the same time, where they then cried out together. "Katon Renkijutsu, Karura, Fire Style, Cooperation Technique, Garuda!" After which the 3 storm fiends each breathed a long stream of intense fire, which combined to form a flaming dragon, which flew straight for the giant crustacean. Upon which it engulfed the large summons in flames, burning it alive, where it screamed in pain. "Finish him off, Macaco!" cried Yuffie, as he large ape summons appeared over the giant crustacean, with his large bow staff over his head, where he swung it down hard of the large summons, killing instantly, and causing it to puff away. With another one of his summons defeated, Animal Path narrowed his eyes in anger, where after dodging several wind, fire, and lightning-enhanced shurikens, he slammed his hand on the ground and cried out, "Kuchios no Jutsu!" and summoned a large chimera-like chameleon with snake for a tail. The chameleon also had a number of piercing on its body and had the Rinnegan, like all of the other summons that Yuffie had fought against. Upon seeing the large summons, with Animal Path atop its head, Yuffie, Macaco, and the storm fiends quickly surrounded the summons and its master. Seeing their situation, Animal Path had its summons jump up into the air and latch onto the cave wall, where before any of the new Kumo shinobi could attack them, the snake-tailed chameleon swallowed its summoner, and then cloaked itself invisible so that none of the new Kumo shinobis could see them. When the snake-tailed chameleon cloaked itself invisible, Yuffie and the storm shinobis quickly formed a circle formation with Macaco in the center, so that their backs were against one another, and the summons couldn't sneak up on them. Unfortunately, the summoned snake tail of the chameleon could be used for offensive abilities, where the invisible snake tail extended from its main body and sunk up on an unsuspecting storm fiend and bit him, causing the storm fiend to cry out in pain and collapse because of the poison in the snake's fangs. When this happened, the new Kumo shinobi quickly broke apart from one another, fearing that they would be attacked like their comrade. After breaking apart, one of the storm fiends, who was also a skilled medic, quickly ran over to the fallen storm fiend so that he could treat him for the poison. At the same time, Yuffie resummoned Yukichi and told him to sniff out their target, as she knew how sensitive her summon was to smell. Using his keen sense of smell, Yukichi quickly located his target and dashed forward at astonishing speed, where before the snake-tailed chameleon could react and move away, Yukichi jumped up into the air toward the invisible summons on the wall and slashed its side, where a large amount of blood burst from its side from Yukichi's slash and made the large summons cry out in pain and became visible. Upon seeing the snake-tailed chameleon, the storm shinobis let loose a fierce barrage of kunai, shurikens, and other projections at it, piercing the large summons with countless weapons. After which a storm fiend wearing a hawk-shaped mask drew out his katana and channeled a large amount of his wind chakra to his katana and swung it, while crying out, "Futon, Kazugetsu, Wind Style, Crescent Wind! DD!" creating a fast-moving crescent blade of wind that sliced right through the snake-tailed chameleon and cut it in two with no trouble. As his snake-tailed summons was destroyed, Animal Path quickly jumped out of the remains of his summons just before it puffed away. But as he jumped out, Yuffie quickly did some fast-moving hand seals and roared out, "Raitun, Shurai, Lightning Style, Lightning Strike! Yi!" and sent a powerful bolt of lightning at Animal Path. When Animal Path saw the bolt of lightning coming for him, he tried to avoid it, but the attack was too fast for him to dodge, and he was hit in the chest by the bolt of lightning and was blasted into the nearby cave wall and embedded into it, with a massive bleeding wound in his chest from the lightning bolt. Still able to move despite the wound he received, Animal Path tried to push himself out of the wall, but before he could, 4 storm fiends pierced his hands and feet with their swords, nailing him into the wall and channeled their lightning chakra into him, making sure he could move. After this, another storm shinobi appeared in front of Animal Path and pierced his stomach with his sword, after which he did some hand seals and cried out the name of an unknown jutsu to pain, where a large seal formed around Animal Path, with the 5 swords that nailed Animal Path to the wall being used as focus points. Once the Fuin jutsu was done, Animal Path eyes close, where its body slumped over, showing that pain connection to Animal Path was severed. With Zhuge Liang and Deva Path. "Shinra Tensei!" cried Deva Path as he used his technique to repulse 4 storm fiends away and blast them to the other end of the cave. As soon as Deva Path did this, A storm nin wearing a blue dog mask with black designs on it burst out of the ground with a katana in his hand and slashed a Deva path with it. Fortunately though for Deva path, he was able to jump back just enough to avoid a serious cut, but there was a large slash cut on his Akatsuki cloak, revealing his bare chest with a slight cut on it now, due to the slash of the storm nin's katana. After avoiding the slash, Deva path quickly brought his right arm forward where a chakra disruption blade emerged from his sleeve. Seeing it, the storm nin narrowly avoided a lethal stab from the blade, by moving just enough so that he was only stabbed in the shoulder by the blade, which was lucky as the blade was seemingly sharp enough to pierce his armor. After which he pushed himself away, but as he did, Deva path one again used his Shinra Tensei to push the storm nin away. But just as he dealt with the storm shinobi, another one appeared and wore a blue tiger mask with black designs. The storm nin then threw a single kunai with a smoke bomb tied to it, where as soon as he used his Shinra Tensei to push the kunai away, the smoke bomb exploded, creating a large smoke cloud, making it impossible for Deva path to see where his opponents would come next. As soon as the cloud of smoke appeared, the tiger masked storm nin who threw the kunai with the smoke bomb jumped into the smoke cloud along with two other storm nins, and used their skill in the blind assassin art to locate Deva path and attack him from all directions. When the storm nins attacked, Deva path desperately tried to defend himself, but had little success as the storm nins were too fast and attacked from different directions. Soon enough Deva path Akatsuki cloak and torn fairly well up and he had many cuts on his body, as he narrowly avoided each of their attacks. This was only because of his sharp senses that he had developed over the years from battle. Once he was ready, Deva path then used his Shinra Tensei to blast away the smoke and the three storm nins away, but as he did he suddenly heard Zhuge Liang's voice cry out, "Now!" as he had been watching the battle and been gathering battle intelligence from the storm nin's battle with Deva path. Upon which he finally found the weakness of Deva path's technique, thanks to both his own previous experience from fighting him and watching the storm nins. From watching and studying the battle between the storm nins and Deva path from a distance, he had realized that Deva path couldn't use his pushing and repelling technique in succession, where there was a small interval between each time he can use it. He had also calculated that the interval between each time he could use Shinra Tensei only lasted 5 seconds, which didn't give much time for an attack, but it was enough for what he had planned. After Deva path blew away the smoke screen, along with the 3 storm nins in it, 2 more appeared out of the ground on either side of his, each holding one end of a long chain, where it came out of the ground from underneath Deva path, and wrapped itself around Deva path and tied him up and pinned his arms to his body. When Deva path saw this, he realized that the 2 storm nins had laid the chains underneath him, right before they appeared out of the ground. He also realized that Zhuge Liang had planned this, and he had used the 3 storm nins to keep him distracted inside the smoke screen, long enough for the other 2 storm nins underground to lay the chain and trap him. As soon as Pain was wrapped up in the chain, Zhuge Liang then struck, where he roared out, "Raitun Shurai!" and fired a large lightning bolt at Deva path. But just before the lightning attack hit, an energy blast appeared and intercepted the lightning blast right before it hit Deva path, where it created a massive explosion, which blasted Deva path and the 2 storm nins away. As the smoke cleared from, Zhuge Liang could see Deva path figure walking out of the smoke, where his cloak completely destroyed and the top portion of his body exposed, with many more cuts and injuries on it. At seeing this, Zhuge Liang saw this, he narrowed his eyes and turned to the source of the laser blast that incepted his Shirai. When Zhuge Liang turned, he saw that Azura path had been the source of the blast that incepted his attack, and saw that the laser blast had come from some kind of laser cannon that appeared out of Azura path head. Upon seeing this, Zhuge Liang quickly realized that Pain had Azura path intercept his attack, so to avoid losing his primary path. But even though he had saved Deva path, Pain had lost Azura path. Since Azura path had already suffered heavy damage from battling Hamryo, Tomo and the storm nins, the group who were with them, where its saw-like tail had been destroyed and had lost all but one of its arms. It also had a large hole in its stomach along with many smaller ones showing metal bits and wires, as well as suffered other heavy damage. Hence, when Azura used its laser head cannon to save Deva path, it gave both Tomo and Hamryo an opening that they exploited, where Hamryo severed Azura path's lower half from its upper half, with his Naginata, and Tomo crushed the upper half with her fist, thanks to the increased boost of strength she got when using Koton, Mukankaku no Yoroi. When Azura path was destroyed, Pain also sensed his connection with Animal path being removed at the same time, leaving him only 4 paths left, which he could tell would soon be reducing to 0, as Human Path was barely holding its own against the combined teamwork of Iam, Kasumi, and the Storm Means with him. Preta Path was being restrained by Ryu and several other Storm Shinobis by wrapping chains around him, where Pain's control over him was about to be severed just like Animal Path. Naraka Path was on the verge of also being dealt with by Omoi, C and the Storm Means. Deva Path himself was not in great shape to fight much longer, as Zhuge Liang and 2 more Storm Means appeared in front of him and were preparing to attack. Pain could also see through Deva Path and all his other remaining paths that his comrades were just in an equally if not worse situation that he was in now. He could see that Deidara, Konan, Zetsu and Risa were all barely holding their opponents and the Storm Means back and were on the verge of being overwhelmed by them and either being killed or captured. He also saw that Itachi and Kisame had somehow joined up together and were still holding their own well, despite the condition they were both in, but even still Pain could tell it would be only a matter of time. For they were both surrounded on all sides by over 24 Storm Shinobis and were also facing Akechi Mitsuhide and Seiwa Anasu, who according to the rumors that Pain had heard, was nearly as powerful as the Raikage. Pain also saw that Saikyo's situation was not that much better off than Itachi and Kisame were, as like them he was still holding his own well. But he would eventually fall to the number of opponents he was now facing against. Tobi, on the other hand, from what Pain could tell through his paths, seemed to be faring the best out of all the Akatsuki members, despite the fact he had lost his right arm and the top portion of his mask had broken, where it showed his forehead. For it seemed that Tobi had reached a deadlock with Nadia and the Storm Means that were with her, who clearly were from the Yuki clan like her, due to their phasing ability. After seeing all this, Pain decided that a tactical retreat was in order, as if they didn't flee now and continued fighting they would surely lose. As battling against multiple skilled opponents who knew most of their abilities and weakness in a cave, where they, the Akatsuki, couldn't use any of their stronger jutsus was not a situation from which they could win. Deciding to act now before it was too late, Deva Path quickly did several quick hand seals and slammed his hand onto the ground, where he had the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, returned from whence it came from, after which he then spoke through all 4 of his remaining paths to the rest of the Akatsuki. "This battle can no longer be won. Retreat!" ordered Pain, after which he then reverse summoned Konan and all his remaining paths including Azura, who despite being several damage, was still connected to him, back to his location. At hearing Pain's order, Tobi quickly used his Jukuken Ito transport himself over to Kisame and Itachi, where he touched the both on the shoulder and transported himself and them away. Zetsu quickly used his Kajiro to merge himself with the ground to escape. Deidara quickly used his C2 technique to create a large clay dragon, where Risa used his Jintan to speed to Saikyo, take hold of him and raced to Deidara and hopped onto the clay dragon. The dragon then took off with its passengers and flew towards the large hole in the ceiling, which Zhuge Liang and the other Hachiman force member created when they attacked. "Stop them! Do not let them get away!" ordered Zhuge Liang, where several dozen Storm Shinobis and some of the Hachiman force members channeled their chakra to their feet and jumped up into the air after them. Seeing this, Deidara quickly got some more clay and mixed his chakra with it, and created several dozen medium-sized clay birds, and sent them flying towards the new Kumo Shinobis, where he had them explode right before they came into contact with them, and before the new Kumo Shinobis could use their lightning to neutralize their exploding effects. When the clay birds exploded, they blasted back the majority, the new Kumo Shinobis, with the exception of Yuffie, who was on her sparrow summons. "Don't let them get away, Hitekia!" 10. cried Yuffie to her large sparrow summons as they flew after the clay dragon and the remaining Akatsuki members. Unfortunately, the clay dragon had too much of a head start over them to stop them from exiting the cave through the ceiling roof. This was because Yuffie and her summons had to move away to avoid the blast from Deidara's explosions, giving the Akatsuki members more time to escape. But what the Akatsuki didn't know was that the new Kumo Shinobis were prepared for such an event like this, where the moment that they flew out of the hole in the cave roof they came under assault from above. When the Deidara and the others looked up, they saw a new Kumo airship and 3 squadrons of Skyhawk ninjas flying above them and fire at them. "Shoot them down!" cried Kane, as he led his squadrons to attack the Akatsuki members. Upon seeing the airship and the Skyhawk ninjas, Deidara quickly made several aerial maneuvers to avoid the flying projections and the jutsus sent by the Skyhawk ninjas, as well as attacks from the new Kumo airship and its lightning cannon. But even still, there was only so much he could do to avoid where the clay dragon took some hits. Saikyo tried to help, where he fired some lightning jutsu at them, but the Skyhawk ninjas were skilled at avoiding attacks like these, although Saikyo was able to hit some of them, as did Deidara, with some C1 clay birds. But even then, they mainly only hit the Skyhawk ninjas' wings, as the Skyhawk ninjas were able to avoid enough to not be killed, where they landed on the ground without any harm. Risa helped out as well by throwing shurikens and kunais at Skyhawk ninjas, as there was little else he could do in aerial combat. It got even worse for the Akatsuki members, where Yuffie and came out of the hole in the cave roof with her sparrow summons Hitakia, along with Anasu, who used his flying technique, FF, to fly out of the cave. With Anasu arrival, Deidara barely avoided several ice dragons that Anasu created with Hyorinmaru, while Yuffie summons Hitakia hit them with a powerful wind jutsu that nearly forced them to the ground. And if things couldn't get any worse for the Akatsuki members, they did when Suga Liang, along with several other members of the Hachiman force, and many other storm shinobis, jumped out of the roof hole in the cave and started attacking them from the ground. Seeing that they were on the verge of being captured, Saikyo reacted quickly, where he charged up his bioelectric current, along with a massive amount of lightning chakra, and then told Deidara and Risa to close their eyes. After which he did some quick hand seal and cried out, Raijin Reikachu, lightning illusion, flash of lightning pillar, where an extremely bright light emanated from the Saikyo's body, blinding everyone in the area with the bright light. With everyone blinded, the 3 remaining Akatsuki members flew away, where by the time the new Kumo shinobis recovered, they were too far away to catch. It seems that we failed in our mission, Sensei, as out of the whole attack, we only captured one of Pain bodies, spoke Anasu with a slight frown, after he landed next to Zhuge Liang. Regrettably so, replied Zhuge Liang. But we can at least take solace in the fact, we did what none of the other shinobi villages have done. We fought toe-to-toe with all 9 members of the Akatsuki at once. The most powerful and dangerous nuke-nin organization in the shinobi world, and not only did we survive battle with them, but we made them flee, and we did not even use our full might in it. The Akatsuki now know we've the strength to not only fight them but also destroy them, hence they will be wary to clash with us again. That is true, but next time they'll be ready for us, as we won't catch them off guard like this again. Not to mention, as you said, they now know we've the strength to destroy them, meaning that the next time we face them they'll have some sort of plan, and that'll make them even more dangerous than before. Also, now that the Akatsuki know that we are targeting them, they'll stay hidden for a while, as we can't attack them at their headquarters in Amigakure, Hidden Rain, yet as if we do, then they go further underground and we won't be able to track them anymore, answered Anasu. Indeed, said Zhuge Liang with a frown, as he knew his former student was correct, as their failure in their mission to eliminate or capture the Akatsuki would no doubt hinder Naruto's plans for the Heavenly Alliance. So what are our causalities? Asked Anasu. Well, not counting the 2 storm shinobis that you froze in your ice, spoke Zhuge, who eyed his former student, who had the decency to blush in embarrassment. We lost no one, as the armor protected most of them from any major harm. Well, Kasuke-san will be pleased to hear that his modifications on the armor worked, spoke Anasu, with a slight smile. Yes, but even with the armor, there were several that suffered some serious injuries, but thankfully they're being treated by the medics, said Zhuge Liang. Anasu just nodded, where he then asked if they would head back to New Kumo once the wounded were all transported to the airship. Zhuge Liang said they would, upon which Anasu nodded again in understanding, where he then said he would go free the men he froze with his ice, where he then jumped back down into the cave. When Anasu left, Zhuge Liang stared out into the horizon for a few minutes, after which he just sighed. With the 4th Shinobi World War now at an end, and the Akatsuki back on the move, things will start to change even more and at a much faster pace, thought Zhuge Liang, after which he then looked up at the storm clouds above, that were formed when Anasu unleashed Hyorinmaru. As he did, he could not help but find them fitting, since to Zhuge Liang, they signified the storm of change that Naruto had brought about the elemental continent in the past few weeks, when he won the 4th Great Shinobi World War, and this storm of change would only grow more in a few months' time. Yet for some unknown reason Zhuge Liang had a strange feeling, almost like a premonition, that there was an ever greater storm coming up from the horizon, and that it would bring an even greater level of change and upheaval. One that no one, not even Naruto or himself, Zhuge Liang, could have predicted, and their world would never be the same again, whether it would be for good or bad. But despite this feeling, Zhuge Liang could not help but chuckle silently to himself, as he could not help but find it amusing that one young man could bring about so much commotion and disruption to the shinobi world, let alone that he, Zhuge Liang, would live to see such upheaval. Soon after, though, Zhuge Liang turned around and walked towards his people to help with the carrying of the wounded and getting everything ready for their return journey to New Kumo. Chapter 15. Several days later in Konoha. It had been just over 3 weeks since the Battle of Konoha and the end of Fourth Great Shinobi World War. During that time, Kusugakure, Hidden Grass, had sent both Konoha and New Kumo an envoy of their surrender and quickly agreed on a settlement. In the settlement, Kusa agreed to a non-aggression pact with New Kumo and the Heavenly Alliance, and agreed to pay quarter of the repairs to the damage done to Konoha. Sadly, even this amount of money would not make much difference in the financial difficulty the village found itself in. Just as Naruto had stated in his meeting with Tsunade and the Konoha Council, given the cost of the war and the cost for the rebuilding of the village, along with the compensation that they have to make to Naruto for the attacks made against him, and reimbursements to his inheritance, Konoha would be in a deep recession for many years to come. And just when people thought things could not get any worse, Naruto's book on his life in Konoha was released, painting a none-too-flattering image of the village. When people learned of this, several high-ranking businessmen and lords took their business and mission requests to other villages, as they did not want to be associated with a village that was known for beating children. It got even worse when Gaara sent an official letter stating that he was annulling Suna's alliance with Konoha in favor of allying with New Kumo and the Heavenly Alliance. Not to mention divisions were beginning to form in the village, when the truth as to who Naruto really was began to spread among the populace. Many, of course, did not believe that Naruto was the son of the Yondaime at first, believing that he was lying. But when Tsunade herself officially announced that Naruto was indeed the son of the Yondaime, those who had doubted Naruto's lineage had no other choice but to accept the truth. With these revelations, many of the younger generation couldn't even look at some of their parents, when their names and actions were mentioned in Naruto's book. While others who had known Naruto personally, fully realized how much of a raw deal Naruto had received from the village. Those who had persecuted Naruto in the past had to face the cold, harsh reality. They had created hell for the son of their hero, the man who not only sacrificed his life to save their village, but also his son. People couldn't even look at each other, knowing how ugly they were on the inside, to abuse such an innocent boy. But despite all this, there were still those who held their grudges. Whether it was because he held the Kyuubi in him, or they believed he was a threat to the village, or they blamed him for the pitiful state that most of them lived in now and the lives that were lost when he let Orochimaru and his allies attack them. Regardless, this division hampered Konoha's recovery. Numerous people argued over who was right and who was wrong, resulting in much fighting where villagers were unable to rebuild. Currently sitting at a sake bar, the only remaining one left standing in the village, the majority of the members of the Konoha 11 as well as the Konohamaru Corp. Were seated around a large table. The group was discussing the events that had played out the past few weeks, given how they had little time to talk to one another, with the rebuilding of the village and all. "Man, it's been one wild couple of weeks," stated Kiba, after take a large gulp of sake. "No kidding," replied Konohamaru, as he took a sip of his own. "I still can't believe that Naruto took advantage of the entire war, and fucking used us to take out Orochimaru and his allies and make New Kumo and the Heavenly Alliance more powerful," muttered Ino. "Well, to quote Naruto-san, believe it," replied Niji. "Yeah, well, I still have trouble accepting that Naruto was able to do it in the first place. He was never exactly the master tactician or strategist type," said Kiba. "People can change, especially when betrayed by their home and find out that their own father was part of the reason their life sucked," answered Shikamaru. "Still, I didn't think he could change this much. I don't get how he did it all," replied Kiba, exasperated. His plan wasn't that complicated, Kiba. Just simply combining two similar but highly effective strategies, divide and conquer with bait and bleed. The first part involving his attack on the hold, and his intervention on Nami no Kuni, Wave Country, were part of his divide and conquer strategy, wherewith his freeing the prisoners in the hold. Naruto gained the trust and support of the rebel factions in Kiri and Mizu no Kuni, Water Country, who would be invaluable allies in his invasion of Kiri and Mizu no Kuni. While his intervention at Nami no Kuni allowed him to place a large number of shinobi there without raising suspicion, they would be positioned to come up from behind the Kiri shinobi, who would be in retreat after the battle here, allowing the new Kumo forces to surround the remaining Kiri shinobi. The intervention at Nami no Kuni also forced Orochimaru and his allies to accelerate their plans in their attack on us, since originally they had planned to open a third front from Nami no Kuni and weaken our forces further before launching their main attack. explained Shikamaru, continuing on. Naruto of course wanted them to launch their attack on us soon, since he was preparing his own forces. They would invade both Oto and Kiri, when their defenses were weakened, after Orochimaru and the Mizukage took a significant number of their forces to attack us. After that, Naruto used his bait and bleed strategy, where he used us as bait to lure in Orochimaru and his allies in one place, and had us keep them busy and weaken their forces, until he and his forces were ready to attack, allowing Naruto and his forces to eliminate Orochimaru's coalition with minimum effort or loss. His plan also probably involved weakening us at the same time, making New Kumo the strongest shinobi village. Finished Shikamaru. Not only that, added Niji, but with Oto and Kiri now under Pro-Heavenly Alliance hands, and us as a protectorate, Naruto has made the Heavenly Alliance the strongest force on the continent. Given how both the new rulers of Kiri, Oto, and the rulers of their home nations will seek an alliance with the Heavenly Alliance, just like Suna has, or try and join it, like Ami no Kuni, Sea Country, Suki no Kuni, Moon Country, and Nami no Kuni. Both Kiri and Oto will require the resources of the Heavenly Alliance to help their nations and villages rebuild. But how did he know that we would ask for an alliance after the battle at Nami no Kuni and the battle here, that Sasuke would attack him and that Akira would try to have him arrested? Asked Kiba. Not to mention that Danzo would try to kidnap shinobi from both New Kumo and Takigakure, Hidden Waterfall. At this question, Shikamaru simply replied, "Know your enemies and know yourself. You can win 100 battles without a single loss." Huh? Asked Kiba, confused. Shikamaru just sighed and muttered, "Troublesome," before answering. It's a quote from the famous strategist Sun Tzu. To put it simply, Naruto was able to predict what we would do, because he knew us, and if you know an opponent well enough, you can predict what they will do in certain situations. For example, he knew that one of the civilian council members would try something against him, once his identity was revealed, and he knew that if he riled Sasuke up enough he would attack him. As for Danzo, well, it's no secret that he's fanatic when it comes to Konoha's security and safety. Kiba could only nod. It did make sense. What surprises me most is how strong Naruto's Ranberka, Stormbreaker, limit has made him. I mean, being able to defeat Orochimaru, the Tsuchikage, the Mizukage, and the leaders of both Kusa and the Hanya clan, along with all 4 Hokages. That's crazy, stated Choji. You're wrong, murmured Konohamaru, gaining everyone's attention. Nissen didn't become this strong simply because of his bloodline. Sure, that may have helped, but from what he told me when we spoke, he trained his ass off nearly every day for the past 10 years to get as strong as he is now. That is indeed the most logical conclusion, given the level of power he possesses. Especially given the fact that Naruto-sama was trained by Jiraiya-sama himself. He was trained by Akechi Mitsuhide, Miyoshi Sayuri, and the famed Nemiriryu, Sleeping Dragon, Juga Liang, and his wife. Also, we cannot ignore that Naruto-sama was most likely trained by Killer Bee to control Kyuubi's power. After being trained by so many powerful master shinobi, it is not surprising that he has become so powerful, stated Shino. No one in the group could disagree with Shino's logic. Regardless of how strong Naruto-kun has become or who he is now, he is still Naruto-kun, and he is still our friend. Spoke Hinata for the first time. Are you sure of that, Hinata? Naruto isn't exactly the same person that he used to be. He's a lot colder, uncaring, and in some ways crueler. There was a time when Naruto would do next to anything for Konoha or any of us, and last thing he would do was hurt the village, rebutted Sakura. She had heard from Tsunade what Naruto had said in the council meeting, about how she was only saved from the hold because she was with Kuriani, Lee, and Choji. Despite understanding why Naruto felt this way, it still saddened her. Naruto-kun may have indeed changed in certain aspects, Haruno, replied Hinta rather coolly. But in the ways that count the most, he is still the same. Naruto-kun said so himself that he could have easily have waited until the battle was over to attack, but did not, since he still cared for us, his friends. He showed that before, when he came to save Nami no Kuni, not because it was strategically important for the war, but because he cared for the people of Nami no Kuni. Hinata is right, exclaimed Konohamaru. If he really has become a different person, he wouldn't have saved us when we were losing the battle. Besides, even if he does hate the village, can any of you really blame him? The village practically spat on the Yandame's dying wish to treat Nai-sen as a hero, and then threw him out and tried to use him to destroy Akatsuki. The rest of the group remained silent and mulling over what facts said. The village had betrayed Naruto, and if they had been in his shoes, they would have been resentful too. After a few minutes of silence, Moegi decided to speak. So what do you guys think will happen at the coming alliance gathering? Hard to say, since Naruto holds all the cards and can give as little or take as much as he wants from us. He knows that we're desperate, and can't do anything against him. I mean, without the Heavenly Alliance we're screwed. Irregardless of what happens, Naruto practically owns Konoha, replied Shikamaru. He couldn't help but remember another quote from the great tactician Sun Tzu. To win 100 victories in 100 battles is not the acme of skill, but to subdue the enemy without fighting is. And that was exactly what Naruto did. Even if we do get the help we need, we're in bad condition, and we needed to make concessions just to become a protectorate of the Heavenly Alliance. Not to mention the bad publicity the village has been receiving lately. It'll be a long time before the village returns to what it once was, stated Tenten. That is if it can to begin with, commented Konohamaru. With Tsunade sitting at her desk, Tsunade was in the middle of a meeting with Danzo, Koharu and Hamura, with Shizen standing next to her. The meeting was, of course, about the status of the village. When Shizen handed her another form to look over with her advisors, the female Hokage could only sigh with annoyance. The past few weeks had been an absolute nightmare for her. Suddenly, a large puff of smoke appeared behind Danzo, revealing Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you're late! You were supposed to be back a week ago, said the irritated Kage. Ahem, if I didn't know better, I'd think you had been worried about me, spoke Jiraiya with a slight cheesy grin. Humph! You wish, pervert, replied Tsunade as she scoffed at his remark. Well, despite your concern, said Jiraiya, there was a reason for my being late. And what would be this reason be? Asked Koharu, with a slightly aggravated tone. A serious look appeared on Jiraiya's face, something that was not seen very often. The Akatsuki, at the mention of the infamous organization, the listeners stiffened and came at attention. What about them? Are they planning to make their move? Asked Tsunade. Not exactly, or at least not for a while. Someone already made their own move against them, replied Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was surprised. Who would be bold enough to attack the Akatsuki? But just as she began to wonder, she just as quickly realized the answer. Naruto! Proclaimed the female Hokage. Right on the first guess, Haim. So how exactly did he attack them? Asked Danzo. Did he hit one of their bases or did he ambush one of their teams? A bit of both, actually. He attacked all 9 of them at once, since according to my intel they had gathered together in one place in person, to discuss Naruto appearing in Konoha during the war and revealing himself as the Raikage. Somehow Naruto's intelligence learned of their meeting. He sent in a full platoon made up of his top shinobi led by Zhuge Liang, along with New Kumo's entire storm division. Tsunade and Shizen along with the elders were shocked, since no one had ever made such a massive assault on Akatsuki. Naruto didn't lead the attack himself? Asked Shizen in surprise. No. My guess is that Naruto didn't want to give Akatsuki the opportunity to capture him, nor did he want to leave his village vulnerable with his strongest ninja gone, replied Jiraiya. That was also probably the same reason why he kept Yujito and the others with him. And what exactly was the result of the battle? Inquired Danzo. A battle between 2 such powerful groups would leave casualties high, making the losing side weak and open to attack. Naruto's people sent them running with their tails between their legs. Jiraiya, are you serious? You're telling me that they were able to send 9 S-class Nukenins running, without Naruto or his bodyguard's help? Tsunade questioned in astonishment. Even though she knew that Naruto had many strong people on his side, she still found it hard to believe that he had a group of ninja capable of driving back the Akatsuki by themselves. Pretty much. Although to be fair, Naruto's people had them at a disadvantage from the start. The Akatsuki were gathered in a large cave when Naruto's ninja surrounded them, where they managed to limit Akatsuki fighting power by keeping the battle in the cave. Explained Jiraiya, continuing. Once they were separated, the Storm Division rushed the base, and with Zhuge Liang's team, overwhelmed the Akatsuki with their superior numbers. Naruto also sent in Seiwa Anasu to help in the battle. Finished Jiraiya. Tsunade frowned, remembering Anasu, who led the invasion of Mizu no Kuni and single-handedly conquered the port city of Seryu. Jiraiya, do you know what kinds of losses New Kumo and the Akatsuki suffered from their battle? Asked Koharu. Neither side really took any serious losses, as all the members of the Akatsuki were able to somehow escape. And what of the new Kumo forces? Asked Hamura. According to my sources, they didn't suffer any losses either, no one was killed. The conversation about the battle continued for the next hour until Tsunade dismissed the elders. She gave Shizen some folders to file away and the rest of the day off for her and Yamato, whom she was now engaged to. They were planning to have their wedding next year in the beginning of spring. Once Shizen left the office, Tsunade opened a drawer and took out a sake bottle and 2 small drinking plates. Seeing this, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. I thought you quit. I started again. After the past couple of weeks we've had, I need a drink. Jiraiya couldn't help but agree with his former teammate. With all the shit that went down, it was all enough to drive anyone to the bottle, just to make sense of it all. As the 2 Sannin took deep gulps, they began to talk about the village and how it was recovering. So how are things going here? Jiraiya asked. Hard, replied Tsunade, as she took a sip of sake. 3/4 of the village is in ruins and we're short of everything. Most of the villagers are living in tents right now or in the underground bunkers. We might as well just blow up what's left and start from scratch. Jiraiya only nodded at the logic. He could clearly see from the window the flat area that Naruto created from his battle with Orochimaru and the 100 meters wide and mile-long trench that Naruto's Inazuma, lightning flash. As he gazed outside, flashes of memories of the epic battle came. Toad Sannin shook his head slightly. Zhuge Liang had been right. They had indeed witnessed history in the making. Naruto resurrected a legendary bloodline, solidified the Heavenly Alliance, shifted the position of the strongest shinobi nation to New Kumo, and was declared the strongest shinobi and Kage to have ever lived. Jiraiya was brought back out of his musing when he heard Tsunade speaking to him. Practically everything needs rebuilding or repairs, and I'm swamped every day with more paperwork than ever I wanted to see in a lifetime. But the worst thing about all this is that we simply don't have the funds to pay for everything, and barely have enough ninja to protect the village, let alone the borders. The only thing I don't have to worry about is the village orphanage. Why's that? Well, it seems that before Naruto left, he arranged for Irika to take ownership of the Namake's estate, and arranged for an ample sum of his inheritance to be sent to an account controlled by Irika to redevelop the estate into the new orphanage. He's even calling it the Uzumaki Kushina Orphanage, at Naruto's request. She explained. I guess Naruto has soft spot for orphans, given how he was one as well, Jiraiya stated with a slight tone of shame. Maybe, but it's not the full reason why he did it. What do you mean? Well, as you know, the truth about Naruto being Minato's son didn't go over well with many people. Since a division has formed in the village between those who still hate Naruto and those who finally realized that they were wrong about Naruto, explained Tsunade. I'm guessing that the ones who hate Naruto are made up of those from the older generation, and the other half is made up of those from the younger generation, stated Jiraiya. Pretty much, although some of the older generation has realized their mistake and have the decency to be ashamed of themselves. But what has this got to do with Naruto and the orphanage? I was getting to that, said Tsunade, with a slightly annoyed tone, taking a quick sip before speaking. You see, Naruto knew that there would still be a lot of resentment in the village towards him, and that it's unlikely he'll ever win over everyone in the older generation. This resentment could eventually spread in Konoha into later generations, resulting in Konoha growing to hate Naruto as much as Iwa hated the Yondaime. So to help avoid a future war, Naruto decided to win over the next generation by building the new orphanage. Naruto has already paid for everything they'll need to run the orphanage, as well as any fees they might have if they choose to go to the academy. Those who don't will be given just enough money to help them get started off into whatever career they wish. So he'll win those kids over, and give himself good PR while making those that still hate Naruto look more like bigots, stated Jiraiya. Oh, it's more than just that, murmured Tsunade with a sly grin. By doing this, Naruto is also hitting Danzo. Huh! 80% of Danzo's root division is made of former orphans. With the orphanage, Naruto is crippling his recruitment drive knowing they've entered it. I'm gonna assume the brat modified the seals and the barriers so none of Danzo's people can infiltrate the estate either. Correct, and Danzo can't do anything about it because the orphanage doesn't follow under shinobi jurisdiction, and his civilian council puppets can't do a thing. It's totally Irika's control. Does Danzo know all this? Jiraiya asked. Of course. The old fart realized it, the moment it was announced, replied Tsunade with a smirk. And how did he take it? Not well, he's probably cursing Naruto from hell and back right now. And how did you come to realize all this? Iruka told me Naruto's plan when he asked me to put him on the full-time reserve list. And you let him? Asked Jiraiya, with mild surprise. TCH, it wasn't like the plan was going to harm the village in any real way, and it only screws with Danzo. Besides, some good might come out of this war, and those kids deserve a better chance at life, given how they lost their parents. There is also the chance, continued Tsunade, that this thing with the orphans is Naruto's way in keeping Konoha in check. It would help keep Konoha divided in some way, so on the slight chance that Konoha tries anything against the Alliance, those orphans and other sympathizers will support Naruto and the Heavenly Alliance, making it easier for them to take us out. Hopefully, for the village's sake, that day will never come, replied Jiraiya as he took yet another sip of sake, Tsunade nodding in agreement. But still, commented Jiraiya with a slight smirk, I have to admit, that brat never ceases to surprise me. I always knew he had a slight sneaky streak in him. But still, this is on a whole other level. The brat certainly has changed. Tsunade agreed. Speaking of changes, have you heard how IWA and the other nations that aren't with the Heavenly Alliance are reacting to the news? Asked Jiraiya. No, I haven't, replied the female Kage. Well, it seems that they've declared Naruto a SS rank ninja, he explained. Are you serious? Spoke Tsunade with surprise, interrupting Jiraiya. If what he said was true, then IWA and the other villages were recognizing that Naruto was most powerful and dangerous shinobi alive. No one, not even Minato, was given the SS rank. Dead serious. They're also ordering all their ninja to flee at the sight of him, regardless of how many of them there are. Finished Jiraiya. Just like his father, muttered Tsunade. Although I had half expected IWA to declare war on New Kumo and the Heavenly Alliance once they learn Naruto's heritage. Ryoku, Yondaime Tsuchikage, and the other higher-ups in IWA are that stupid. They know that if they go to war with New Kumo and the Alliance, IWA would be wiped out. So he's alive then? Asked Tsunade, assuming Ryoku to be dead given the injuries he suffered. If alive, then his ninja career would be over. Not really sure, since IWA has tightened their security after the battle here. It could be all a ruse to keep us from acting against them. I find it hard to believe that he survived the injuries he suffered, and even if he did, it's unlikely that IWA would follow a Tsuchikage who can't use chakra anymore, mused Jiraiya. But regardless, he continued, it seems that whoever is in charge is wise enough to end the fighting. I hear IWA has sent a petition to New Kumo for a ceasefire. Tsunade raised her right eyebrow stunned, but quickly accepted it, as it made sense. Only a fool would try and fight a power like the Heavenly Alliance alone. The blonde Hokage let out a sad sigh. I should have released Naruto's heritage the moment that Kohara and the others suggested that we banish him. If I had, it might have prevented him from being banished in the first place, or at the very least I should have just resigned and gone with him. Don't blame yourself, Haim. If you had released his heritage, it would have stopped the kid from being banished, but Ryoku would have learned about it and sent countless ninja after him. He might have been desperate enough to declare war just to get Naruto and have his revenge. As for resigning, if you had done that, then Danzo would have maneuvered himself to become Hokage. Don't think I need to tell you what would have happened then. If there is anyone who's to blame here, it's me, continued the Sennin. I was his godfather, and it was my responsibility to raise him, or at the very least look out for him. But instead I took the easy way out and left him in Sensei's care, using the excuse that I wasn't the right person to raise him. Tsunade said nothing, since it was obvious that Jiraiya hated himself for this. She remembered the angry and disgusted look Minato gave him when he learned what happened to Naruto. Well, it doesn't matter now. We can't change the past, no matter how much we want to. That's funny coming from you. Then again, you are becoming philosophical in your old age, Gaha, Jiraiya joked, before Tsunade punched him right in the face. He was sent flying into the villages below. Smart Alec bastard, muttered Tsunade. In New Kumobikure, sitting at his desk, the Rokudaime Raikage, aka the Raiden no Kami, god of thunder and lightning, Uzumaki Naruto was listening to the debriefing from his senseis Juga Liang, Akechi Mitsuhide, and his best friend Seiwa Anasu. And after that, they were able to get away, finished Juga Liang. I apologize for failing in our mission, Raikage-sama. As leader, I take full responsibility. There will be no need for that, sensei, said Naruto. It was rather optimistic of me to think that we could capture or take out all of them a single attack. The plan was perfectly executed, unfortunately we underestimated them slightly, answered Juga Liang. Regardless, we were still able to show Akatsuki that we are a force to be reckoned with. They'll be more hesitant to act against us, giving us some breathing room to solidify our new position as the strongest shinobi nation. Not to mention we've field-tested the new and improved chakra armor which worked perfectly and are ready to be used for high-level missions by the way. At this the other three men nodded. The mission wasn't a total loss. Excuse me, Raikage-sama, but I was wondering if you have received any sort of petition from IWA about the possible ceasefire yet? Asked Mitsuhide. I did just yesterday from one of our outposts along the northern sea via Messenger Hawk. So it would seem that Masato-san's, head of Naruto's Intelligence Division CIND, information was correct that the new god-named Sachikage Burugu is seeking to end hostilities with us. Stated Zhuge Liang. Yes. Although I'm certain that it's only to buy time for him to rebuild his forces. He's trying to maintain the ruse that his father Ryoku is still alive, by signing it as him. Answered Naruto with a serious look. Do you still plan to accept the ceasefire? Inquired Anasu. Yes, we may be able to deal with IWA without having to fight them. Besides that Sachikage's petition mentioned something interesting. Interesting? How so? Asked Zhuge Liang with a slightly raised eyebrow. It seems that Sachikage plans to send his sister Kokimi to negotiate the terms of the ceasefire. I didn't know that the unnamed Sachikage had a daughter. Said Anasu with slight surprise. Well, he did, but she prefers to remain unnoticed and keeps to the shadows. Stated Naruto. According to Yukai, the Chi no Megami, goddess of earth, she's quite dangerous and very devious. A very potent and dangerous mix, you'll have to be careful around her. Advised Zhuge Liang. So where do you plan to meet her? Asked Anasu. I plan to invite her and her escort to come here during the alliance gathering. Naruto replied, which gained some concern. Are you sure that is wise, Raikage-sama? Would it not be better to meet in a neutral location like Tetsu no Kuni, Iron Country? Asked Zhuge Liang. Normally yes, but since the alliance gathering is nearing, I believe it would best to have it here. Perhaps once Kokimi sees how strong both we are with her own eyes, she can convince her brother that waging a war of revenge against me would be foolhardy. But what if she tries to assassinate you? Mitsuhide asked. If she is half as intelligent as Yukai makes her out to be, she'll know it'll be suicide to try. She's probably just here to spy on us, not to assassinate me. Replied Naruto. If that is the case, then why are you going to let her enter the village? Asked Anasu. Simple. Right now Kokimi and Burugu are biding their time to strike back at me and are attempting to gather as much information on what we're capable of before they plan anything. They will do whatever they can to get as much information on us as possible. So the best way to deal with that problem is to bring Kokimi here, allowing her to see New Kumo and control what she sees and learns in it, where we can feed her some misinformation at the same time. This will quench Iwa's desire for information for a while, and at the same time keep them in check. Some of the information that we'll feed her will make her and her brother overestimate us in certain things and underestimate us in others. A clever plan, Raikage-sama, but doesn't it still hold some danger in backfiring? Queried Zhuge Liang. True, but victory cannot be achieved without some risk. Replied Naruto. Moreover, was it not you, Zhuge Liang-sensei, who once told me that one of the best ways to achieve victory in a war is to control what your enemy sees, hears and knows, so to control their actions? So I did. Answered Zhuge Liang with a small smile. Once the matter of IWA was settled, Naruto decided proceed with the next issue. So tell me, have Ewing-sensei, Zhuge Liang's wife, and Kisuke finished analyzing that body of pain that you captured? Asked Naruto. They are still examining it, but they'll give a full report once they've finished. Replied Anasu. Very well, you're all dismissed. I want a full written battle report on each of your battles along with the others. Hi, Raikage-sama. The men chorused. Once they left the room, Naruto swung his chair around to look out the window into the bright orange sunset across the sky. Seeing it, Naruto could not help but remember the days he used to watch such sunsets on the Hokage monument. Thinking back then also reminded Naruto of how far he had come, and how everything he had done in the past 10 years had led up to him becoming Raikage and forming the Heavenly Alliance. The funny thing was, all of this happened because Konoha had banished him. If they hadn't, he would never have met his senseis and later become the Rokudaime Raikage. 1. In Amigekyo, recovering from his recent battle with the forces of New Kumo, Nagato stood in a large room not far from Konan, who was preparing to replace Animal Path. As Konan was finishing up, both Nagato and Kona sensed a new presence enter the room. This presence was not an unfamiliar, so they relaxed their guard, slightly. I see that you're recovering nicely from our unexpected scuffle with New Kumo, commented the orange mask-wearing man. I could say the same thing for you as well, Madara, replied Nagato, looking at the man's new arm. Yes, I have, said the former Uchiha leader. So what should we do? Conan asked. The plan has not changed, we must simply proceed carefully, replied Madara. I believe our plan has changed a great deal more than you're willing to admit, Madara, Conan retorted. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki's forces were somehow able to find us when we gathered together in person for the first time in years. Not only that, but they were nearly able to capture us. They most likely know that we reside here in Amigekure, since they were able to somehow steal the salamander contract without us knowing. I'll admit I've greatly underestimated the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's resources and abilities. I never imagined that the Uzumaki clan was in reality the legendary Stormcaller clan, let alone that he would somehow awaken their lost bloodline. I know that this does complicate matters greatly. But still, I'm certain we can overcome the problem, we just have to be more careful, replied Madara calmly. On the inside, though, Madara was greatly vexed. At this remark, Conan frowned, unconvinced. If you are so confident that we can still win, then perhaps you could tell us where New Kumo is. Even Zetsu has been unable to find it. You could also explain why the Raikage hasn't sent his forces to invade here. Sadly, I am unable to locate the village. I believe there is some kind of barrier that is protecting the village from detection, answered Madara. How would that be possible? Asked Nagato, since he knew about Madara's Jikuken Ito, time-space migration, which allowed him to locate anyone and teleport to them. Little would surprise me at what he can do, since he has access to the lost library of the White Lotus Society, responded Madara. You mean he actually found the library of Benzaiten? Asked Nagato in shock. So it does exist. I thought it was just a myth, Conan murmured, said in equal surprise. I can assure you it does existence, and it also explains why New Kumo and this Heavenly Alliance have become so powerful so quickly, answered Madara, with slight annoyance. He had spent many years before he began his plan with the Biju, searching for the lost library. This makes them that much more dangerous, spoke Nagato. That still doesn't explain why New Kumo or its allies haven't attacked us here, Conan reminded them. More than likely the Kyuubi Jinchuriki knows this is our main base of operations and is watching our borders in the hope of keeping tabs on some of our movements, replied the former founder of Konoha. At this Nagato frowned, but nodded. How exactly shall we proceed? For now, we'll rest and recover our strength and wait for the right moment to strike. Sooner or later an opportunity will arise, answered Madara. That is if New Kumo or the Heavenly Alliance doesn't hit us before then, muttered Conan. If I didn't knowing any better, I would think that you're losing faith in our cause, spoke Madara. I am just stating how things are, retorted Conan, as she narrowed her eyes slightly. Madara said nothing and teleported away. Once he was gone, Conan turned to her childhood friend. Nagato, I don't like this. I don't trust him. At all. Nor do I, Conan, but Madara is a means to an end, and when we have all 9 Biju, I will deal with him myself, stated Nagato. But why do we even have to go that far? Perhaps we can end this before things get out of hand, said Conan. What do you mean? We can negotiate a peace treaty with the Raikage. His goals are obviously the same as ours, and this heavenly alliance that he is building is growing more and more. From what we've heard, Kiri, Konoha Suna, their host nations and several other nations are already attempting to ally or join the alliance. Eventually he could actually unite the entire elemental continent and create a lasting peace just like we've always dreamed of. Both of you are even from the same clan, so surely he would be willing to at least talk with us, she explained. For a moment or two Nagato remained silent, as if thinking over what Conan suggested, but then said, No. Although the Raikage's goals are similar to our own and are noble, they are still naive. True peace can only be gained by making people realize the true horror of war, which they will, when we have all 9 Biju and create the weapon that will allow us to destroy the shinobi nations in an instant. The Raikage dream is only a fantasy. Eventually people will break their alliances and treaties and the Heavenly Alliance will fall apart like so many others and war will just come again. We've committed to this path and we will see it through to the very end, no matter what, replied Nagato. Are you with me, Conan? Conan did not answer right away, but eventually she let out a sigh and said, I am with you, Nagato, no matter what. Nagato just nodded. Lightning Daimyo's royal palace, New Kumo. Over a month later, Naruto sat in a comfortable chair next to a large warm fire, chuckling away as he read his favorite manga, Tadaki's World. The room itself was not too big, but not too small either. It had 4 comfortable armchairs that were near a large fire, with a large desk and chair to the side, with 2 large windows behind it. On the other side of the room was a large bookshelf. Soon enough, though, Naruto heard a knock on the large double doors of the room. When he said enter, a middle-aged woman opened it and entered the room. "Excuse me, Raikage-sama, but Anasadano is here to speak to you," said the woman. "Ah, yes, thank you, Jade, let him in," responded Naruto, with a smile, as he put his manga down. The woman nodded and let Anasu in. Naruto greeted his friend and invited him to sit on the chair in front of him. Anasu then decided to speak. "So Naruto, why do you need to talk to me at this hour?" "I'm sorry for taking you away from your family, Anasu, but there is something important I need to tell you," answered Naruto. "Oh, what's the problem?" asked Anasu. "A few hours ago, Cheyenne contacted me through her projection ball about something important," explained Naruto. "What's wrong? She getting wedding jitters or something?" joked Anasu, as he knew that Cheyenne was engaged to marry Naruto in a 3 months' time. "Hardly, she had a vision about me." At this, Anasu immediately stopped joking and became serious. Cheyenne's predictions were not something to joke about. "What did she see?" Flashback several hours again. As Naruto sat in his office, signing his last document for the day, he suddenly saw his projection ball glowing. When he picked it up, he saw his fiancée Cheyenne standing in front of him, who was red-faced and tears in her eyes as if upset about something. "Naruto-kun, thank goodness you're okay," cried the frantic Cheyenne. "Huh, Cheyenne, what's wrong? Did something happen? Are you hurt?" asked the slightly confused and worried Naruto. "I had a vision of something terrible happening to you and New Kumo," explained Cheyenne, where when Naruto heard this, a serious look appeared on his face. "What was the vision, Cheyenne-chan?" "In the vision I found myself in New Kumo, but it was in ruins. Dark clouds covered the sky, most of the village was destroyed, fires were burning all around, and most of the buildings were ruined. There were dead bodies of people all over the ground, and I could hear the sounds of explosions and people yelling and screaming, as if a massive battle was happening in the village. When I closed my eyes hoping to wake up, I suddenly found myself in a hospital room, where I saw you screaming in agony as if you were in horrible pain, as if you had been injured or something. I saw Anohana-san and other medics frantically trying to help you and keep you from falling off the bed. It was then at that moment that I saw a dark cloaked figure suddenly appearing in the room." "And what happened then?" asked Naruto urgently. "I don't know, I woke up at that point," replied Cheyenne. After hearing this, Naruto remained silent. "What do you plan to do, Naruto-kun?" asked Cheyenne. "I don't really know, Cheyenne-chan, but for now, I want you to forget about that vision and get some rest. You'll need it to start your journey here for the Alliance gathering," replied Naruto. "But how can I forget something so horrible like that?" Cheyenne roared with disbelief. "Look, Cheyenne-chan, I know it'll be hard, but please try for my sake. This isn't the first time you saw my death, but like before I beat it. I'll take extra precaution for the gathering here, and I will talk it over with Yuga Liang-sensei and the others later on and plan what to do from there." "Okay," responded Naruto. Cheyenne just sighed and nodded. "Okay, I'll try, but please Naruto-kun, be safe, for my sake and the others." "Yeah, I will. I know you want to use me to make lots of little high priestesses with you," joked Naruto, which caused the young woman to turn even redder and smile a little. "Pervert," giggled Cheyenne. Naruto just smirked in response. Soon enough she faded away. And flashback, Anasu frowned deeply. "Have you told Yuga Liang-sensei and the others about it yet?" "No, not yet. You're the first to hear about it. I plan to tell only you, Mitsuhide-sensei, Sayuri-sensei, Yuga Liang-sensei and Masato, head of the CIND division," explained Naruto. "But what about the girls? Surely they'll want to know about what Cheyenne saw." "No, if I tell them, the girls will just worry themselves sick. For now I'll keep them in the dark. You do know that once they find out about what Cheyenne saw and how you purposely keep them in the dark about it, they will kill you themselves." "True, maybe I should just hope that the prediction comes true. The death you saw for me sounds a hell of a lot more pleasant to what the girls would do to me," replied Naruto with a smirk. "Oh, if only the world could see this now. The infamous Uzumaki Naruto, strongest Kage in the shinobi world, cowering at the idea of facing his angry wives. Laughed Anasu. Ha! Like you're any better than me. You're just as scared of your wives as I am of mine. Or have you forgotten what happened 6 months ago with Koyoki, Saya, and Saiko? When you used your ice powers to freeze the hot spring, when they were still in it? Anasu shuddered slightly. By the time his wives were done with him, he was in a sorry state. It wasn't my fault. They mentioned that the hot spring was a bit too hot. I was just trying to cool it down for them a bit. I didn't mean to freeze them, whined Anasu, causing Naruto to laugh. The laughing soon stopped though, when Anasu became serious again. Listen, Naruto, after hearing about Shien's prediction, maybe you should rethink about your idea in letting the groups from IWA and Konoha. Since both places have more than enough people with grudges against you for one reason or another, and they may be the ones behind what Shien saw. No, everything will stay according to plan, and if we refuse them entry now right before the gathering, it could cause more trouble than it would solve, not to mention it could destroy any chance of the ceasefire with IWA, and I would much rather avoid another war. Besides, I don't believe Konoha or IWA are the ones behind Shien's predictions, since for one thing IWA doesn't have the strength by itself to destroy us. They would need allies, and from what our intelligence tells me, none of the remaining minor shinobi villages that aren't with us are willing to fight us, especially at what happened in the recent war. As for Konoha, they're even less likely to hit us, since at their current level, they've gone from the strongest of the 5 great shinobi powers to the weakest and wouldn't have the resources to hit us. Tsunade also knows that Konoha needs our protection and support to survive. Not to mention, I don't believe Tsunade would ever try to attack us, or more specifically me. Regardless of our falling out, I still trust her. So does that mean you've forgiven her for not telling you about your family? I never hated Tsunade. I was just angry at her, even though she probably did it, in the belief that she was protecting me. Well, even so, I still don't really like that we're bringing them here, along with the IWA group. Too many things could go wrong. Don't worry, Anasu. I already planned to double security. An ant won't be able to enter this village without me knowing, Naruto assured. I also plan to have Masato get in touch with his intelligence network along with all his informants and other agents, and have them report any possible threats, no matter how minor. Fair enough. Now there is something else that I need to tell you as well. It's a sensitive subject, Naruto said, gaining his friend's attention. What is it? As you know, for security reasons, I've the representative groups for Konoha, Kiri, Suna, their host nations, as well as the representatives of Umi no Kuni, Sea Country, Suki, no Kuni, Moon Country, all gather together at Nami no Kuni, Wave Country. There they'll meet the Zenio Ryo, too, and be escorted by our fleet to one of our naval ports, and then be brought here. I get why we don't want them to travel by land, for fear of assassination attempts by rival groups, who want to disrupt the Heavenly Alliance. But still, I don't see why we can't transport them here by airships, as it would probably be a lot quicker. That's true, but it isn't as secure, as they would still vulnerable to attack, like from the Akatsuki. They could kidnap the representatives in the hope of using them as bargaining chips or kill them to disrupt the Heavenly Alliance, stated the young Raikage. The best way we can secure their safety is by sea, which we now have control of, with Godame Mizukage and the former water daimyo dead. So what exactly do you want me do? I want you to go and meet the representatives on the Zenio Ryo. Why? Here, look at this. It's a list of the representatives of who will be coming here for the gathering, said Naruto as he handed Anasu a sheet of paper. As Anasu looked over the names, he recognized several of them. The first two were Tenuza and Inari, who would be representing Nami no Kuni along with official from the Wave Daimyo's royal court. Another set of names he recognized were the Godame Kazakage Gaara, his brother Kankuro, his sister Temari, and his former sensei Baki. With them as well were also several officials from the royal court of the Wind Daimyo. The next set of names that Anasu saw caught him by surprise, as not only was the new Rokudame Mizukage Terumime coming, but also the newly instated Water Daimyo along with the names of the 5th new generation of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 swordsmen of the mist. Also among the group and acting as the Water Daimyo's guards were Yusuji Kenshin and his bodyguard Kasuga, 3. So the Water Daimyo himself is coming, stated Anasu in mild surprise. Yeah, this proves that he really wants this new alliance with us to work. I'm also guessing that the reason why the Mizukage is bringing in all the new members of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu. It's not only to protect the Water Daimyo, but also in the hope of making a good impression with us. That's my guess. Now look at the group that's coming from Konoha," added Naruto. When Anasu looked at the names, he was of course astounded. Not only was the Hokage Tsunade coming, Jiraiya, Hatake Kakashi, all of Naruto's old friends from the Konoha 12, Sarutobi Konohamaru and his team, Yumino Irika, his wife Anko and their daughter Aiko, Naruto's old team, the elders and former clan head Hyuga Hayashi. You can see why I am asking you to escort them. I want someone there that I can trust to make sure that certain people in that group can be controlled and to make sure that things don't get out of hand. If I send a large contingent of ninja to escort them, it might give the other representatives the wrong impression, but if I send you along with your wives with the regular crew and ninja on the ships, then I can assure their safety, and not seem threatening at the same time. Okay, I get that, but still, why on earth is Konoha sending so many of their best ninja, the elders, your old academy teacher and his family? I think Tsunade is playing the same kind of game that the Rokage Mizukage is playing, bringing the best to try and show us that Konoha still has capable ninja and can be an asset to us. She's also hoping that if she brings some of my old friends from Konoha, it might put me in a better mood during the negotiations. Sounds pretty desperate to me. They are. But the elders, Hyuga Hayashi, Jiraiya and your old team and the Yamanaka girl? It's not like they are among your top favorite people in the world. Hell, their presence alone could have the opposite effect that they're hoping for. My guess is that Jiraiya, Ino, Hatake, Hayashi and Haruno somehow convinced Tsunade to let them come in the hope reconciling with me, so that they can remove the guilt from themselves. Will you ever forgive them? I don't hate them if that's what you're saying, simply don't like them. But as forgiving them, well, Ino, I might, since we were never that close. Hayashi, well, quite frankly, I pity him. From what I heard, anything I could do to the man has already been done to him by Hinata. He's been shamed, disgraced, and beaten down in front of the whole village. He's nothing more than a broken man now. As for Hatake, Haruno, and the Toad, no, I can't forgive them, not after what they did, responded Naruto, with slight anger at the last part. Fair enough, but what about the Uchiha and the elders? Hamera, I'm not sure. I've heard the man is starting to have second thoughts on some of the things he's done, and is actually siding against Danzo and Koharu on many decisions. But regardless of why he's going, Danzo and Koharu are going because they've been greatly displeased with many of Tsunade's decisions, especially with recent events, so they're going to make sure that Tsunade doesn't give away too much in the negotiations. As for Sasuke, ever since the little incident with him trying to kill me twice, Danzo has been making sure he has Sasuke within eyesight of him or his people at all times. Sounds like he doesn't trust the Uchiha anymore. Danzo doesn't trust anyone, period. Naruto answered. But what puzzles me is what makes Danzo believe he can control Sasuke and get him to make Konoha the way he wants it to be. The most Sasuke would do as Hokage is use Konoha's resources to help him hunt down and kill Itachi, and Sasuke isn't the type that can be brainwashed like the rest of Danzo goons. For as much as a team Sasuke is, he's still one of the most strong-willed and determined people I have ever known, and wouldn't allow himself to be controlled by anyone. Do you know? I don't know, but whatever it is, he must be certain of it, since it's highly likely that Sasuke will one day go rogue, especially if it's to get what he wants, answered Naruto. For the next hour or so, Naruto and Anasu continued to talk about what to do for the alliance gathering and what else they had left to prepare. Eventually they called it a night, but before he left, Anasu asked Naruto if there were any orders regarding to Sasuke when he met him. Naruto just smiled and gave him the order. Anasu grinned and said, with pleasure. Once Anasu left the room, Naruto slightly chuckled to himself and thought, things will certainly become more interesting in the coming weeks. Chapter 16 The Raikage. Chapter 16 New Kumo Thinking/Writing Jutsu Summoned Speech. I do not own Naruto whatsoever, or any of the characters or any of the OC that I use from other shows or games. Last time on Raikage. For the next hour or so, Naruto and Anasu continued to talk about what to do for the alliance gathering and what else they had left to prepare. Eventually, though, they decided to call it a night, but before he left, Anasu asked Naruto if there were any orders regarding to Sasuke when he met him. At this, Naruto just smiled and gave him order, where after hearing what Naruto wanted him to do, Anasu just smiled and said, with pleasure, before leaving the room. Once Anasu left the room, Naruto slightly chuckled to himself and thought, things will certainly become more interesting in the coming weeks. The Great Naruto Bridge. 1 week later, 2 months after the Battle of Konoha, the representatives of Konoha arrived at the Great Naruto Bridge. The group itself was larger than what most people would expect a diplomatic group to be, where it was made up of the members of the former Konoha 12, along with the Godame Hokage Tsunade, her former teammate Jiraiya and her advisors, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu. Also with them were Yumino Irika and his 3-month pregnant wife Anko, and their now 6-year-old daughter Aiko, as well as former team leader of Team 7, Hatake Kakashi, the former head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, and a member of Danzo's Root Division. The group was also accompanied by the representative of the Fire Daimyo, who wished to form good relationship with his neighboring nation and the growing superpower. The representative was none other than the famed samurai general Takeda Shinjin, cousin of the Fire Daimyo and leader of Hai no Kuni's Fire Country, most powerful and influential samurai clan, the Takeda clan. Shingon was a revered general and samurai, who was known and respected by all shinobi and non-shinobi and was known as Tora Hai no Kuni, the Tiger of Fire Country. But not only was he a master tactician and a brilliant leader of men in battle, but was also a capable diplomat, who knew the value of forging good relations with one's neighbors and knew when to compromise. Shinjin was a massive man, who had large muscular build and stood 6'6", well over everyone else in the group including Jiraiya, who was 6'2". He wore crimson-red armor and headdress donned with large bull-like horns on the top, and carried a massive battle axe on his back, much like Choji. 1. As the group made their way across the Great Naruto Bridge, they were met by a squad of new Kumo shinobi, who were part of the division that was stationed at Nami no Kuni. Once all the members of the group had been searched, and were made to hand over their weapons, they were escorted to the village, where they met Inari and several of his samurai. "Greetings, Hokage-sama. Welcome to Nami no Kuni. My name is Inari and I am in charge of security here," spoke the young man. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Inari Taicho," greeted the blonde Hokage with a kind smile, where she then held out her hand in friendship, which the young samurai took, after which Tsunade then introduced Inari to the rest of her group, the ones he did not know. After introductions were all done, Inari then led them to the recently built fort on the outskirts of the village, which was where the other representatives were waiting. As they walked to the opposite end of the village, Tsunade decided to pose a question. "I was told that you and Naruto were rather close, when he first arrived here in Nami no Kuni, with the rest of his team?" "Yes, Naruto and I was the one who inspired me to fight and protect what I hold dear and help the rest of my village rediscover our courage," answered Inari, causing Tsunade to smile. Since Naruto had a knack for bringing out the best of most people, when he was around them long enough. "So, how long have you known the truth about Naruto being the Raikage?" Kakashi asked suddenly, as he walked next to Tsunade and Inari. "Ni-sama revealed himself to us, right after the invasion," replied Inari in a neutral tone. Flashback 2.5 months, Nami no Kuni invasion. After walking up to the Raikage, both Inari and Tazuna fell to their knees and bowed their heads in gratitude to the leader of New Kumo. "Thank you, Raikage Denka. Our country is forever in your debt. We were starting to believe that you would not arrive in time, or you did not accept our petition to join the Heavenly Alliance, and would not come to our aid," said Tazuna, and was followed by his grandson. "As my grandfather said, our people are forever in your debt. If there is anything we can ever do for you, please do not hesitate to ask us. For our country would surely have fallen had you and your shinobi not arrived when you did." Seeing the two men on their knees, the Raikage lowered himself down to them and looked directly into their eyes. "Well, you could always build and name another bridge after me," said the Raikage in a low whisper and a wink, causing both Inari and Tazuna's eyes to widen in surprise and go pale white, realizing who the Raikage was. "Naradash," said Inari, but before he could finish, he heard Naruto go, "SSSSSHHHH," telling him to stop. "Listen, both of you, I know you're both surprised by this, but for now pretend that nothing has changed, as I don't want Hatake or the others to know the truth about me yet. I promise that I explain everything later tonight, when we're alone, okay?" whispered the masked Raikage, where both Inari and Tazuna nodded and got back onto their feet. End flashback. After a few minutes, Tsunade and the rest of the group arrived at the wooden fort, which was being guarded by several new Kumo shinobi. After making sure that everyone was cleared, the group were escorted to the main building in the circuit of the fort, where they found the representatives of most of the other nations and villages that were preparing to join or ally themselves with the Heavenly Alliance. "Hokage-sama, allow me to introduce to the other representatives of the other nations that will be traveling with you to New Kumo for the Alliance gathering," said Inari as he introduced the Konoha group to the representatives. The first group was the representatives of Nadeshiko no Sato, Pink Flower Village, which was represented by its leader Shizuka, who strangely enough had a connection with Jiraiya, as he knew her mother from long ago. The village itself had been a long-term ally of the Heavenly Alliance, and was now preparing to become a full member. The second group was from Benisutu, Crimson Sandbank Island, who until recently had been a protectorate of the Heavenly Alliance, just like Konoha was about to become, but was now becoming a full member of the Heavenly Alliance. The third group was the Suna group, which was made up of Gaara, his wife Matsuri and his siblings along with their former sensei Baki and an official from the royal court of Kaze no Kuni, Wind Country. The fourth and fifth groups were made of officials who represented Inkai no Kuni, Ocean Country, Umi no Kuni, Sea Country, who were all preparing to join the Heavenly Alliance as official members. The sixth group was from Suki no Kuni, Moon Country, and its shinobi village, Getsugekyo no Sato, village hidden under the moon, which was founded thanks to the help of New Kumo and was represented by the village leader, a middle-aged man named Sato. After introducing Tsunade and the others to most of the other representatives, who were going with them to New Kumo, Inari then introduced them to the last two groups, which was the most surprising to the Konoha group. The seventh group was made up of none other than the new daimyo of Mizu no Kuni, Water Country, Yusuji Kenshin and his bodyguard Kasuga and one other individual. The new water daimyo was of course not what the Konoha group expected. He was a tall and rather skinny middle-aged man and clearly looked unsure of himself. Something that was unusually for a daimyo, and it was obvious that he was very nervous about being surrounded by so many shinobi. But it was not surprising given how the previous water daimyo had used Kiri and its shinobi, as his secret police, to eliminate anyone who would stand up to him or threaten his position as daimyo. At the same time, Shinjen went over to Kenshin and greeted his fellow samurai general, who he had found of several different occasions in the last Great War, during which both Shingon and Kenshin formed a mutual respect for one another's skill as fighters and tacticians, where they developed a sort of rivalry. The final member of the group was of course the most surprising to Tsunade and Jiraiya, who recognized him. The man in question was a relative tall young-looking man, about 6'2", with muscular man and long black hair that was gathered in a ponytail and parted so to frame his face. He wore a sky-blue karatiji, too, with sandals and wore a large white cloak over it, and carried a medium-sized katana on left hip. "Hiko, is that you?" asked the surprised Jiraiya, who had a look of utter shock on his face. "It has been some time, Jiraiya-san, Tsunade-san, or should I say Hokage-sama," replied the man named Hiko, with a small smile. "I thought you were dead," Jiraiya stated, as he tried to get over his surprise. "That was a belief I wanted everyone to maintain after our last encounter, where I decided to retire from shinobi life. But sadly I forced to come out, due to the civil war in my village, where I could no longer stand by and watch the Godain Mizukage tyranny," Hiko answered. "Hokage-sama, who is this man?" asked Sakura suddenly, since she was curious as to how her sensei and Jiraiya knew him. "This is Takara Hiko, the first man to ever become a member of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 shinobi swordsmen of the Hidden Mist, without ever training or using one of their special swords. He is also credited with being the greatest swords master to have ever lived in Kirigakure, Hidden Mist, and uses the Tenken, Divine Sword, fighting style," explained the Toad Sage. At hearing this, most of the younger group were surprised, but none were as surprised as Tenten, who had heard of Hiko and couldn't believe she was actually meeting one of the shinobi world's greatest sword masters. "You haven't aged a day since then," commented Tsunade suddenly, while at the same time wondering what the man's secret was. "Some of us aged more gracefully than other Hokage-sama," Hiko replied, with a small smile, which annoyed the female Kage slightly. "Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but what do you mean by him not aging?" asked Niji. "What I mean is that Hiko is almost as old as Jiraiya and me," explained the female Hokage, where the eyes of the younger members of the Konoha group widened in surprise. 53 to be precise," Hiko replied, ignoring the shocked look on most of the Konoha members' faces. "No way!" cried Ino in disbelief, since at most the man looked like he was in his mid to early 30s. Eventually, after everyone had been introduced, and the excitement of Hiko's real age died down, the Konoha group turned to the 8th and final group, which represented Kiri. Naturally, when Jiraiya saw the new Mizukage Mei, the Toad Sage went into pervert mode, but before he could try anything, Tsunade delivered a sharp elbow to his gut, causing him to keel over slightly in pain, making sure that he didn't embarrass Konoha by trying to hit on the Mizukage. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Hokage-sama. I've wanted to meet you for a very long time," spoke the female Mizukage, with a smile, and held out her hand to Tsunade, as a sign of friendship, which the Hokage took. After shaking hands with her fellow female Kage, Mei then introduced the rest of her party to the Konoha group, all of whom were members of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininshu. Once the introductions were all done, the representatives were joined by Tazuna, who would be going with them to New Kumo, as the representative of Nami no Kuni. He then went on to explain to everyone that they would be traveling by ship to a port in Kaminari no Kuni, Lightning Country, and from there they would travel to New Kumo. After a little while, the 11 individual parties left the fort with an escort of New Kumo shinobi and headed towards the coast at the other end of the island, where they would meet the fleet that would take them to the Kaminari no Kuni. When they arrived at the shore, they found the flagship of New Kumo fleet, the Zenio Ryo, waiting for them, along with 2 other fortress ships, acting as escorts. "So those are the Alliance fortress ships that we've heard about," commented Tsunade, when she saw the 3 massive ships and could not help but be impressed by them. "That they are, Hokage-sama," spoke an unknown male voice out of nowhere. When the groups heard this, they immediately started to look around to see who had spoken. After a few seconds of looking, they saw a tall man, about 6'2", with long white hair that went down to his lower shoulder blades and face, where he had it parted on the left side of his face. He had a slightly narrow yet handsome face with bright blue eyes. He wore a black shirt with a white trench coat over it, along with black shinobi pants and steel-tip boots, and carried a long katana on his back. "A pleasure to see you again, Anasu-kun," said Mei with a smile, when she saw the young man. "As it is to see you again, Mizukage-sama," replied Anasu, with his own smile and a slight bow. "Excuse me, but who exactly are you?" asked Hinata, since like everyone she was curious as to the identity of the man in front of them. "Oh, yeah, sorry about that, I haven't introduced myself to most of you," said the slightly embarrassed Anasu. "My name is Seiwa Anasu. I am the Raikage second in command, and I am here to escort all of you to New Kumo." At hearing Anasu's full name, the eyes of Konoha members quickly widened in surprise, as they realized that Anasu was the one who Naruto said was almost as strong as him. "So you're the one who led the invasion of Mizu no Kunai and Kiri, the infamous Korisui no Kami, god of ice and water," spoke Jiraiya, as he remembered the reports he heard about the man in front of him. "That would be correct," Anasu answered rather coolly, as he did not have a great deal of respect for the famed Toad Sage of Konoha, given how he neglected his duties to his friend, as his godfather. "Now, before we proceed any further, I'd like to introduce you to my wives, Keiko, Saya, Seiko, Isaribi, Sunli, and my fiancés Fuma, Sasami, and Hokuto." At hearing this, nearly everyone thought the exact same thing. He has 5 wives and 2 fiancés. Damn, and here I thought Naruto was a lucky bastard, thought Jiraiya. Oh man, first Naruto, now this guy, what the hell those 2 have that I don't? Thought Kiba with a twig of jealousy as he looked at Anasu wives and fiancés. For once the introductions were all done, Anasu then turned to Sasuke, who had been staring intently at the white-haired man ever since he first appeared. As Sasuke stared at the man, he noticed that Anasu did not give out the same kind of authoritative presence that Naruto could, which could make most around him submissive. But even though he did not have the same kind of presence, he did possess the same powerful aura that Naruto had, which spoke of immense power. The 2 of them continued to stare off at one another for a minute or 2, as if they were sizing each other up. Eventually Sasuke decided to speak. "You look like you've something to say to me?" "Yeah, I have 2 words for you, get lost." "What?" "You heard me, go back to Konoha, you're not welcome in New Kumo. You've no right to make demands of us, as Uchiha Sasuke is part of my personal detail and I am a member of the Konoha representative team," stated Danzo as he stepped between Anasu and Sasuke and stared at Anasu. "Well, if you want these talks to go anywhere, you have to do what I say," Anasu answered as he stared at the elderly man, who did not back down. "Is that a threat?" Danzo asked. "No, it's a fact. Now, as I said, if you want these talks with the Alliance to happen, you'll send him back home. Since we're well aware that Uchiha Sasuke attempted to assassinate our Raikage without provocation, and we will not give him another chance to do so again." After hearing this, Tsunade smiled, since she had never wanted to have Sasuke with them to begin with, for fear of him lashing out at Naruto, but unfortunately since Sasuke was still a member of Root, she had limited control of him, and ever since the incident with Naruto, Danzo has not allowed Sasuke to leave his side. Sounds like the dope is scared of me, mocked Sasuke, which earned him the glares of many of the new Kumo shinobi that accompanied the representatives, as well as Anasa's fiancées and wives, who gripped their weapons tightly in anger. Seeing how the situation was turning, Anasu acted quickly and held up his hand, telling his people to calm down. Once they did, the young man then turned back to Sasuke and glared coldly at the young Uchiha, who didn't even flinch at the cold glare. I suggest that you hold your tongue when you speak of the Raikage in front of us, Uchiha, said Anasu as he spat out Sasuke's surname. We do not take kindly to people who insults our leader, especially from the likes of you. And what's that supposed to mean? Asked Sasuke with a cool glare. To put it simply, Uchiha, your reputation precedes you, Anasu answered. Besides, you should be grateful that you're being forbidden in entering our village, since there are many shinobi in our village who would love to get a piece of you. TSK, like I care about those losers, they can hate me all they want, scoffed Sasuke, not the least bit worried that there were those in New Kumo that wanted him dead. Well, aren't we the confident one? Commented Anasu. Okay then, if you're so sure of your skill, how about I make you a deal? What sort of deal? You go one-on-one with me right now, explained Anasu. If you win, you can proceed with the rest of us to New Kumo. But if I win, you go back to Konoha without incident. When Sasuke heard this, he raised his eyebrow with interest, as Anasu offer made for an interesting opportunity, since after the invasion and seeing Naruto's battle with Orochimaru, his allies and the revived Hokages, Sasuke had put himself under intensive training and pushed himself further than he had before, in the hopes of reaching Naruto's level and defeating him. Hence, if he fought and defeated Anasu, he knew he'd be one step closer to defeating not only Naruto, but also his brother Itachi. Sasuke was, of course, not the only one who thought this would be an interesting opportunity, as Danzo believed it would be a perfect chance to see what the famed Kurisui no Kami was capable of with his own eyes. Fine, you got a deal. Good, Anasu answered, as he smirked in victory at how Sasuke had taken his bait, where he could now follow Naruto's orders towards dealing with Sasuke, which were to kick his ass. Now, just to make things more fair, we'll follow the same rules that you and Naruto had at the Valley of the End. All you have to do to win is scratch this headband, stated Anasu, as he untied his Kumo headband from his arm and tied it to his head. Sasuke of course glared at this, as he could read the underlined insult from Anasu's remark. I'll do more than just scratch your headband, replied Sasuke as he glared at Anasu, who just smirked again. Quickly the new Kumo escorts and the other nation representatives moved away from the beach and to the tree line, where they would watch the match. Once everyone had moved to a safe enough distance, Sasuke drew out his new Chikudo 5, which had been returned to him, along with the rest of his gear after he agreed to Anasu's challenge. At the same time, Anasu grabbed the handle of the sword on his back and drew it. The sword was quite long, where its blade was about 1.4 meters long and had a usual guard shaped like a four-pointed star. As soon as Anasu drew the katana, a massive and powerful pulse of chakra was felt by everyone in the surrounding area, which was familiar to most people. This power, it's just like when Nisan drew his sword, commented Konohamaru. He's right, replied Kakashi. Could that katana be another one of the 3 celestial swords? Asked Tsunade. It is, answered Sunli, who was standing nearby. Which one is it? Jiraiya asked, although he already had a clue, given what clan Anasu was from. Hyarinmaru, replied Sasami, confirming Jiraiya's suspicions. Naturally, nearly everyone was surprised to hear that Anasu possessed one of the 3 celestial swords, like Naruto. But as surprised as everyone was, there were those who became very concerned by this revelation. These people were none other than Danzo and Koharu, since it was troubling enough to them that Naruto had won. But now, after learning that Anasu had won as well, their concerns of New Kumo and the Heavenly Alliance only grew more. Since by having 2 out of the 3 celestial swords in their possess, New Kumo had 2 weapons capable of turning the balance of power even more into their favor, making them that more powerful than they already were, as well as making it that much harder for anyone to stand up to them, let alone defeat them. It also made Danzo and Koharu wonder what other secrets New Kumo and the Heavenly Alliance have and how powerful were they really? Tenten, do you know anything about this sword? Niji asked, as he turned to his former female teammate, who knew a bit about the 3 celestial swords. Not much, but according to legend, Hyarinmaru is incredibly powerful, like the sword of Tengu, and is said to have the power over water and ice, which is why it's sometimes called the Sword of the Ocean. It's said that it can create a tidal wave large enough to wash away a small nation or freeze an entire castle and turn it into a giant block of ice. Some say that it even has the power to affect the weather, like the Sword of Tengu. If that's true, and if what we've heard about Anasadano being the last remaining Hayatan holder, then it would make for an extremely powerful and beneficial weapon for someone like him to have, stated Niji. But where could he have gotten it? Sakura asked openly, which was what most people were wondering. I believe I can answer that, spoke the Rokudame Mizukage suddenly, gaining everyone's attention. What do you mean, Mizukage-sama? Asked Shino, as he and everyone else turned to face the female Kage. As all of you know, during the Great Shinobi Clan Wars and before the rise of the shinobi villages, shinobi clans in many nations fought each other constantly over missions or clan feuds. During that time, the Seiwa clan rose up to become the strongest shinobi clan in Nizu no Kuni, which was thanks not only to their powerful Hayatan bloodline, but also because of their clan head, who was said to wield a powerful weapon, which enhanced his ice powers to unimaginable levels. Although never confirmed, many believed he wielded one of the 3 celestial swords, or to be more precise, Hyarinmaru. When Kiri was eventually formed, many in my village, including the Shodame, Naidame, and Sandame Mizukages, investigated the Seiwa clan, in the hope of discovering if the clan really did possess Hyarinmaru. Their investigations of course turned up nothing, but regardless, there were many in my village that still believed that the Seiwa possessed it, and it was because of this belief that the Seiwa clan were the first bloodline clan to be attacked. Since the Yandame Mizukage feared that one of the Seiwa members would use it against him in his war against bloodline holders. But if the Seiwa clan really did have Hyarinmaru, why didn't they use it to defend themselves? Ino asked. More than likely, for the same reason why no one could use the Sword of Tengu before the Naidame Raikage and Naruto Dano. The sword did not accept anyone else who tried to use it, given how it is sentient, and only accepts certain people, stated Niji. After a few minutes, the discussion about Hyarinmaru died down, and everyone turned their attention back to Sasuke and Anasu, who were about to start their battle. Sasuke made the first move, where in a feat of incredible speed, he disappeared within a blink of an eye and reappeared right above Anasu, and swung his Chikuto in a downward slash in an attempt to cut Anasu in 2. Seeing this, Anasu quickly jumped backwards to avoid the slash, where the only thing Sasuke hit was the ground, causing a large cloud of sand from the bleach to rise up. Not to be deterred, Sasuke chased after Anasu and attempted a horizontal slash across Anasu's chest, which Anasu skillfully avoided. This went on for the next few minutes, where Sasuke continued with a series of relentless attacks on Anasu. But each time Anasu would skillfully evade the Uchiha's sword slashes and stabs. Eventually Sasuke's and Anasu's swords clashed with one another, where Anasu was forced to block a powerful downward strike from Sasuke. He then maneuvered his sword to push Sasuke back and then went on the offensive, where he attempted to stab Sasuke with a forward thrust. Sasuke of course avoided the stab by jumping backward, where he then threw several shuriken at Anasu, who skillfully deflected the projectiles with his sword as he charged at Sasuke and attempted to cut the raven-haired boy with a downward slash. Like the last attack, Sasuke jumped back to avoid it, but when Anasu's katana hit the ground, the young white-haired man lifted his sword up, causing the sand to rise up and into Sasuke's eyes, temporarily blinding him. This created an opening, which Anasu exploited by thrusting his sword forward at the young rude captain. Acting on his instincts, Sasuke quickly jumped up into the air and avoided the stab, where he then swung his right leg at the side of Anasu's head, who avoided the kick by disappearing and reappearing several meters opposite Sasuke, with the observers. It seems that Dickless has improved since the Battle of Konoha, commented Sai. Indeed, replied Shino. Judging by how battle has gone so far, both of them are about even. I wouldn't go that far just yet since Naruto openly stated that Anasu's power rivals his own, so obviously he hasn't even gotten started yet, stated Tsunade. You got that right, since Anasu-kun is only playing around, said Sunli, gaining everyone's attention. Since he didn't become the Raikage tag team partner simply because of his good looks. Tag team partner? Sakura repeated, not fully understanding it. It's an old tradition that goes back to when Kumo was founded, explained Jiraiya. You see, in Kumo, the Raikage has always had a tag team partner, who not only brings out the Raikage's full power, but defends him or her as well. That's correct, replied Keiko. Together Anasu-kun and Naruto are an unbeatable team, where together they're known in New Kumo as the Sashin no Erasure, twin gods of storm. None of the representatives were too surprised when they heard this, since they were all familiar in some way of Naruto abilities and power. The same also went for Anasu, since rumors had also begun to spread of his abilities and how his power rivaled Naruto's. Hence it wouldn't be a surprise that together, the two would be a powerful team. With Sasuke and Anasu. Not bad, evidently the rumors of your skill are true, commented Anasu as he stared at Sasuke. Naruto told me you were good and I can see that he was right. It's actually a shame that you're such a piece of work. You would have made a powerful ally if you haven't become so full in hate and anger. Are you just going to keep yapping like the dope or are you going to fight? Asked Sasuke, not caring what Anasu had to say. As the two faced off again, Anasu began to see a dark aura form around Sasuke, filled with murderous intent. When he looked into the Uchiha's eyes, he could see the same cold darkness in his eyes, indicating that Sasuke was intending on killing him, if not maim him. This guy may be more off the edge than we thought, as he actually trying to kill me, thought Anasu as he stared at Sasuke with a blank look. Die! Cried Sasuke as he charged forward with his Chikudo, while Anasu did the same. When the two clashed, they began to exchange blows with each other's swords. This continued for the next few minutes, until eventually they broke apart. During the fight, Anasu proved that he was much faster than Sasuke and used his superior speed to keep Sasuke on the defensive for most of the time. Sasuke, although, was able to keep Anasu at bay by activating his Sharingan and using it to track Anasu's movements. Soon after breaking apart, Anasu recommenced the fight by using his superior speed to disappear and reappear on Sasuke's left and attacked from the side with a high-speed slash. Acting quickly, Sasuke used his Chidori Nagashi, 1000 Birds Current, to stop the attack, where he created a Chidori in his left free hand without using any hand seals and released it in every direction. This created an electrical discharge that went in every direction and hit Anasu, stopping him in his tracks. Seeing his opponent momentarily distracted by the lightning running through his body, Sasuke quickly spun around and slashed at Anasu with his sword, cutting the young man in two. But before Sasuke could take pleasure in his victory, Anasu turned into a wooden long, revealing that he had used a Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique, to replace himself. As soon as Sasuke realized what had happened, Anasu appeared behind Sasuke and attempted to stab the rude captain from behind. Seeing Anasu appear behind him, Sasuke immediately spun his sword backward and held it in a reverse grip, and then stabbed his sword backwards and into Anasu's stomach, who could not see it until it was too late thanks to Sasuke's black cloak blocking his view. 6. But as soon as Sasuke stabbed the white-haired new Kumonin, Anasu turned white and the shattered in large pieces of ice, revealing that the Anasu Sasuke stabbed was a Hayaton, Kori Bunshin, Ice Release, Ice Clone, A. Seeing that the Anasu he stabbed was a clone, Sasuke immediately started to search for Anasu, who appeared out of the water, on Sasuke's right side, and attempted to slash at Sasuke again. Acting quickly, the young Uchiha jumped backwards to avoid the sword slash, but was unable to avoid it fully, where his right sleeve was cut. But as soon as he landed back on the beach, he was put on the defensive by Anasu, who delivered a powerful downward slash at Sasuke, who barely blocked it with his sword in time. Anasu, of course, did not let up the pressure, as he continued to attack Sasuke with powerful slashes and strike, that he barely blocked each time. Knowing he needed a distraction, Sasuke ripped off his torn sleeve and threw it in front of Anasu's face, so to block his line of sight for a second, which it did, where he then pushed it out of the way with his sword. But as soon as he did, Sasuke then went of the offensive, where he started attacking Anasu with a relentless series of slashes and strikes with his sword, leaving Anasu little opportunities to counterattack. As Anasu continued to be forced back, he activated a small seal at the bottom of his sword hilt, which released a crescent-shaped blade attached to its hilt by a long metal chain. Once the crescent-shaped blade and chain was released, Anasu threw the chain and wrapped it around Sasuke's Chikuto and pulled him back, causing Sasuke to lose his balance. After which Anasu swung him around and into one of the nearby trees. But before he could hit the tree, Sasuke flipped himself around in midair, so that he would hit the tree feet first, and used his chakra so that he could stay on the tree. He also then freed his Chikuto from the chain that was wrapped around it, which retracted back into the Anasu's sword. Impressive, you're a lot better in Kenjutsu than I originally thought. I'm guessing you've been training intensely these past few months, commented Anasu, as he stared at Sasuke, who used the Haishunshin, fire body flicker, to disappear in a whirl of fire and reappear at the other end of the beach opposite Anasu. But still, I believe it's time to get serious, since we can't play around all day, as I have a schedule to keep and out of respect for your skill as a shinobi. I'll give you this one chance to concede, there'll be no shame in giving up, but if you refuse, be warned I will not hold back on you. You can stop acting so tough, as you're not only one who has been holding back and I've no intention of quitting," replied Sasuke. "Very well then, but remember Uchiha, you're the one who forced me to do this. I gave you the chance to walk away," replied Anasu, with serious tone and look. After which his eyes started to glow bright white and both he and his sword began to release a massive amount of chakra, which could be clearly seen by all the observers. "Hell, looks like this battle is about to end," commented Seiko. "What do you mean? Is he going to use Hyarimura true power?" Tenten asked. "Yes, he is, and when Anasukun unleashes Hyarimura true power, he becomes every bit as dangerous as the Raikage," replied Keiko. "You're also in for a special treat, since you're about to see with your own eyes how Anasukun earned the moniker Kumo no Isuryu, Ice Dragon of Kumo," added Sunli with a knowing look. With Anasu and Sasuke Bleach OST Storm Center, as his power started to grow, Anasu suddenly raised his sword up high and shouted out, "Reign over the frosted heavens, Hyarinmaru!" After which a massive roar of some massive beast could be heard coming from the sword by everyone in the surrounding area, which forced many people cover their ears from the loudness of it. Soon after, the sky began to darken as storm clouds suddenly appeared, while the sea became rougher from the high winds that were blowing. "What's going on? How is he causing this?" thought Sasuke, as he saw the effect of Anasu's sword was having on the weather. "Is that sword causing all of this? Could it be another one of the 3 celestial swords, just like the dopes?" Suddenly Anasu then jumped up into the air and roared out, "Hyoryu, Ice Dragon!" Where a massive Chinese dragon, made out of ice with glowing red eyes, erupted from the sword and circled around Anasu. "What the hell?" cried Sasuke in disbelief, when he saw the giant ice dragon appear out of Anasu's sword and charge straight for him. Acting quickly, Sasuke jumped into the air to avoid the ice dragon, where it crashed onto the beach and exploded into a massive wave of water and ice. The sheer mass and velocity of the attack was so great that it encompassed much of the area that was behind Sasuke, including the coastal water, which was frozen solid up to several yards. Even the trees that were to Sasuke's right, which were opposite the sea, were unable to remain unaffected by the attack, as many of them were blown off the roots and frozen solid. "Shit! There was too much water and it was coming into too fast for me to avoid completely," thought Sasuke angrily, as he landed next to another tree that was facing Anasu when he landed. He then glared coldly at the male ice user, while at the same time he glanced down at his right leg, which was now frozen in ice. Since he was unable to avoid the attack completely, and some of the water hit his right leg and froze almost instantly. Knowing that he would be unable to move fully with his leg like this, Sasuke charged his sword with lightning and struck the ice with it, but much to his surprise and confusion, the ice did not shatter. "That won't work, I'm afraid," commented Anasu, when he saw Sasuke trying to free his leg. "That ice is no ordinary ice, it is specially created by Hyarimura itself, where it is as strong as steel and is extremely resistant to most katan ninjutsu. Meaning it'll take much more than a simple tab from your sword there to break it, and the ice won't melt for 3 days. But still, that won't matter much, since I'm ending this match now," stated Anasu, before he swung his sword again and roared out, "Hyoryu!" creating another massive ice dragon from his sword. Knowing he couldn't avoid the attack this time, with his leg like this, Sasuke knew his best chance was to block the technique, where did several hands seal and brought his 2 front fingers to his mouth. He then inhaled deeply and thought, "Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique," where he then exhaled a massive ball of fire. Sadly though, when the fireball collided with the ice dragon, Anasu's dragon easily overpowered the fire attack and turned it into a ball of ice, where it shattered into pieces. After which the ice dragon continued to charge towards Sasuke, who could do little other than watch in horror as the ice dragon came at him and hit him. When the attack hit Sasuke, the young Uchiha blasted back through several trees, which were frozen solid by the attack. By the time the attack ended, a large portion of the area behind Sasuke was now a frozen wasteland, with the ground now covered entirely by ice. The most of the trees that were behind him were now frozen, where the ones that fell from the force of the attack littered the area stuck in odd-looking positions, while those that were able to stay rooted looked like glass ornaments. After the attack, Sasuke found that he was unable to move, where with the exception of his head, his entire body was covered in ice. And Bleach OST Storm Center seeing his situation, Sasuke tried to summon his chakra to free himself from the ice, but quickly found that he could not. "I wouldn't bother trying to summon your chakra if I were you, Uchiha," said Anasu, as he appeared over Sasuke. "This ice, it somehow seals away my chakra, doesn't it?" said Sasuke as his body started to go numb with the cold of the ice. "Correct, you catch on quick. The ice generated by Hyarinmaru is not only strong, but also suppresses the chakra in a person, making it near impossible to break out of," answered Anasu. Soon enough, Sasuke and Anasu were joined by the representatives and their new Kumo escort, all of whom, minus the new Kumo members, were shocked by the level of power that Anasu's sword had. "Incredible," Tsunade remarked as she looked around the now ice-covered area that was created by Anasu's attack. "Damn, he took down Sasuke without breaking a sweat," said Kiba, even though he didn't like the Uchiha. Kiba knew that Sasuke was no pushover and that he was stronger than him. "Like I said earlier, you haven't seen anything yet, when it concerns Anasu-kun, an excuse and corny phrase, but what all of you've seen right now is only the tip of the iceberg," stated Sunli. "He's certainly an impressive shinobi. He has the swiftness of the wind, the coolness of a mountaintop, and the fieriness of the raging sea," commented Shingen, who was beginning to see that it would indeed be wise to ally with the Heavenly Alliance, if they had shinobi like Naruto and Anasu. "Now then, Sasuke-san, I believe in accordance to our agreement, you'll go back to Konoha without incident, like a good little Uchiha." Sasuke of course growled angrily at this, especially at the last remark. "And how do you even expect me to leave like this?" growled Sasuke. Anasu just smirked at this question, before he tapped the ice that covered Sasuke with his sword, causing it to shatter and break. Once the ice around Sasuke was broken, Anasu stabbed his sword into the ice-covered ground, causing cracks to appear on the ice and spread throughout the ice all around, and then eventually shatter into pieces and break. When Sasuke and the others saw this, they realized that not only could Hyarinmaru created unique ice, it also had the power to destroy it. Soon after the ice had broken off him, Sasuke slowly stood up. "I trust that you know your way back," stated Anasu as sheathed his sword back into his sheath on his back and turned his back to Sasuke and started to walk away. Seeing this of course infuriated Sasuke, as he remembered his fight with Naruto at the Memorial Stone, or more specially his words. Flashback: after being defeated by Naruto, Sasuke looked up at the blonde Raikage, who was standing over him with a cold mocking smirk. Seeing the angry look on Sasuke's face, Naruto's smirk grew. As he looked down at Sasuke, Naruto enjoyed how he brought down his former best friend and rival. "I want you to do me a favor for me, Sasuke. I want you to remember this day. I want you to remember how the class dope and loser was able to kick you sorry ass, without even breaking a sweat. I want you to remember how I could have killed you with ease, but I let you live because you weren't worth killing," said Naruto with a cold smirk, while saying the last part slowly. End flashback: after remembering his past humiliation and how familiar this scene was to the one in Konoha, Sasuke began to leak killing intent. Seeing the angry look on Sasuke's face and feeling his killing intent, Tsunade and the other Konoha members prepared to move in and stop Sasuke from repeating the event at the Memorial Stone. But before any of them could intervene, 6 ice spikes burst out of the ground around Sasuke and pinned him in the middle of them and had their deadly points pressed against all sides of his neck. The next thing he or anyone knew, Anasu was directly in front of Sasuke with his sword once again drawn and pointed right between the Uchiha's eyes, giving him a cold and deadly look. At seeing this, most of the representatives were surprised at Anasu's speed, as within a second Anasu had performed the jutsu that pinned Sasuke, then drew his katana and appeared right in front of the raven-haired captain. "It seems that Sunli-san was correct. Anasu-sama is indeed stronger than he lets on, or at the very least faster," thought Niji, since to do all that in the space of only a second was no small feat. Once Sasuke was at Anasu's mercy, a cold chill began to fill the air, making everyone shiver slightly from the cold. At the same time, Anasu began to leak out a potent and powerful killing intent, which made what Sasuke released a moment ago look meek in comparison. "Do not test me any more than you already have, Uchiha. Unlike Naruto, I will not let you live, simply because I think you're not worth killing," stated Anasu in an icy tone. "Now you've 2 choices: you can return to your village of your own accord, or you can go back feet first. It's entirely up to you, as I don't really care, but either way, you're leaving this land." At this threat, Sasuke just glared at Anasu, not showing an ounce of fear. But before things could go any further, Danzo suddenly intervened, where he stepped forward and looked directly at the young man, who glanced at the old man. "That's enough, Sasuke. You've lost and will honor your agreement with Anasu-san. Do not disgrace our village any more than you already have." Upon hearing Danzo's orders, Sasuke relented, reluctantly though. Seeing this, Anasu then sheathed his sword and had his eye spikes recede. Once the tension died down, the temperature began to return to normal. Danzo went over to Sasuke and told him that he was to return to Konoha. He even went so far as ordering his other root operative to accompany Sasuke back to Konoha, so to make sure that the Uchiha return home. At the same time, Anasu called over 4 new Kumonins and told them to accompany Sasuke and the root agent to the Great Naruto Bridge and make sure they leave the island without incident. Once Sasuke, the root agent, and their new Kumo guards left the area, Tsunade went over and apologized for Sasuke's actions, and assured Anasu that she never wanted Sasuke to come in the first place, but could not prevent it since he was part of Root. She also assured Anasu that none of the other Konoha representatives would act out of line and would act with the utmost professionalism. Anasu of course accepted Tsunade's apology and said he understood, which relieved the woman. After the excitement died down, Anasu went on to explain that for security reasons the representatives would only be allowed in certain sections of the ship. Also because of these reasons, Hinata, her father Hayashi, and cousin Niji would all have to wear chakra-suppressing seals, so to ensure they could not use their dijutsu to spy. Naturally, Danzo and Koharu objected to this, but Anasu said that was how things were, and unless they agree, none of the Hyuga members could board the ship or journey to New Kumo. Eventually Hinata and the other agreed to the conditions, despite arguments from both Danzo and Koharu, and allowed Anasu to place the seals on their foreheads. He of course assured them that the seals would be removed once they reached New Kumo and allowed Jiraiya to examine them, so to ensure that they did only what they were supposed to and that there were no other effect. After the seals were placed on Hinata and the others, Anasu warned them not to tamper or try to remove them, since they could only be removed by him. Once everything was taken care of, Anasu and all the other representatives went over to the small boats that were waiting for them, which would take them over to the Zenio Ryo, which in turn would take them to Kaminari no Kuni. Unknown location in Ishi no Kuni, Stone Country, deep in an underground base, the former Shirohige no Konoha, Konoha's white snake, Orochimaru sat on a large throne-like chair, allowing his right-hand man Kabuto to remove the bandages around his left arm. Once the bandages were removed, Orochimaru began to flex his arm and move it around. "It seems that you've made a full recovery, Orochimaru-sama," commented Kabuto as he stood up and saw his master move his arm about. "Yes, no thanks to that blasted Kyuubi brat," replied Orochimaru, as he remembered his humiliating defeat at the hands of Naruto, and how he lost his main base of operations in Tano Kuni, Ricefield Country. Not to mention the funding he received from the daimyo, who he had successfully manipulated into doing his bidding. "Have you received any word for our spies yet?" the Snake Sannin asked. "Yes, it seems that Kiri, Suna, and several other shinobi villages, along with some of the other nations, are planning to ally themselves with the Heavenly Alliance. Even IWA is planning to make peace with the Alliance, in the hope of avoiding destruction. Representatives for those villages and nations are now traveling to New Kumo for a special gathering in the village. There they'll meet the representatives for all the other villages and nations that are part of the Alliance and discuss whether to allow those who wish to ally with the Alliance or join it." "And what of Konoha?" asked Orochimaru. "They are also sending a group of representatives to the village, although unlike Suna or Kiri, they are not allying with the Heavenly Alliance. Seemingly Naruto-kun, or should I say the Raikage, has been launching a smearing campaign against Konoha. For the past few months he's releasing several of Konoha's dirty little secrets, and openly telling about his life in Konoha as a child, putting Konoha in a bad light with other nations and villages." "Interesting," replied Orochimaru. "But if Konoha is not allying with the Heavenly Alliance, then why are they sending representatives?" "Well, according to rumors they did try, but the Raikage denied them an alliance, and then made them pay compensations due to incidents that happened after the Battle of Konoha, along with some other things. He also made them a counteroffer for the Alliance's help, stating that if they wanted the Alliance protection, they would have to make some concessions to the Heavenly Alliance, and that they would have to become a protectorate." "And they agreed?" asked Orochimaru in mild surprise. "It seems so," answered Kabuto. As soon as Orochimaru heard this, he began to chuckle and could not help but enjoy how the mighty Konoha was now being reduced to a mere protectorate state of another nation, which was founded and co-ruled by the former village patriarch. It made him, almost, want to applaud Naruto for humiliating Konoha so much and then have them beg for his protection from the other shinobi villages, something he would have loved to have seen. "So Orochimaru-sama, what do you plan to do next?" asked the silver-haired man. "For the time being we shall lay low and gather our strength. Given the recent war, our fighting strength is extremely limited. We also need to gather as much information on our new enemy as possible, before we move against him," replied Orochimaru. "New enemy? I would heartily call Naruto-kun a new enemy, Orochimaru-sama. This is not the same boy you and I know from 10 years ago, Kabuto." Orochimaru rounded angrily. "He is exceedingly more powerful than he ever was before and is more intelligent and cunning. He also has the support and the resources of New Kumo and a dozen other shinobi villages and who knows what else. Therefore I cannot and will not underestimate that brat anymore, since it has cost me too much already." At hearing this, Kabuto just nodded, knowing that his master was correct, after facing against Naruto in Konoha. He knew that Naruto was not the same person he was 10 years ago. He was more dangerous and powerful than anyone he had ever heard of before. Not to mention more manipulative, as he had heard what had happened to Kiri, Iwa and Kusa, where in one master stroke, Naruto had shifted the balance of power in the shinobi world from Konoha to New Kumo and made the Heavenly Alliance the dominating force on this continent. "Orochimaru-sama, if I may," spoke Kabuto, "I believe you should think about relocating to our more secure bases, the ones that Guren was unaware of. Since Naruto's forces captured her, and it's very possible that she would give them the locations of most of our bases. I find that unlikely since I've placed special mental blocks on her that prevent anyone extracting information from her mind, and she has been trained to resist interrogation. Short of her willingly telling them the location of our bases, they'll never find all of them. Since Guren is as loyal to me as Kimimaro was, and would sooner die than betray me. Besides, if Guren had betrayed me, New Kumo's forces would have attacked us already." "That may be true, Orochimaru-sama, but as you said earlier, we cannot afford to underestimate the Raikage again. Not to mention he has the library of Benzaiten and who knows what jutsus, seals and other things he has available there. That would help them break Guren and make her reveal our secrets to them." At this remark Orochimaru frowned, since Kabuto had a point. Perhaps you're right, Kabuto, perhaps we should move to a more sec- said Orochimaru, but before he could finish there were several massive explosions. "What the devil?" cried Orochimaru, before he turned to Kabuto and told him what was happening on the surveillance cameras. Within seconds, Kabuto went over to the surveillance station and activated the monitors to show them what was happening in the base. After going through several different sectors of the base, Kabuto stopped at one camera, where he saw a large hole in the ceiling of one sector. But the thing that concerned Kabuto and Orochimaru most was the dozens of Storm, Bolt, and regular New Kumo shinobi, who were jumping down into the base through the hole and attacking and killing the Oto guards. "New Kumo!" stated Orochimaru in surprise. "It's not just their Orochimaru-sama," Kabuto stated, as he began to go through the other cameras of the other sectors of the base. There he showed that at least 5 other sectors now had large holes in their ceilings with New Kumo shinobi dropping down into them. "Blast! Guren's betrayed me!" cried Orochimaru angrily, as he slammed his fist onto the monitor device. Knowing that the only way that Naruto's forces could have found him here was if Guren gave him the locations of all their bases. Enter FMAB OST Shing Symphony. After enter the base, the New Kumo shinobi broke up into teams and started racing through the base at high speed, cutting down any enemy shinobi that they encountered. "That's as far as you go!" roared one Otonin accompanied by several other Oto shinobi as they intercepted a team of Bolt Nins. But before they could attack, a Bolt shinobi wearing a lion mask threw several smoke bombs, filling the hallway with smoke. Using their training in the art of the blind assassin, the Bolt shinobi quickly cut down the Otonins before any of them knew what was happening. In another sector, several Oto shinobi tried to halt a team of Storm shinobi advance, but similar to what the Bolt Nins did. The Storm threw several flash bombs at the enemy ninjas, blinding them. Once the Oto ninjas were blinded, the Storm Nins sped past them and left several exploding notes on the walls and ceiling of the hallway around the Oto Nins, where before they could do anything, the notes exploded, destroying the hallway and killing them. In a different end of the base, several regular New Kumins found their path blocked by a large earth wall created by one of the Oto guards. Not wasting a moment, the New Kumo shinobi placed several medium-level exploding notes on the wall and activated them, destroying the wall. Before the enemy shinobi behind the wall could recover from the blast, one of the new Kumo kunoichi did some hand seals and thought. Suetun, Mizurappa, water style, wild water wave, gushing out a massive stream of water from her mouth, flooding the hallway. At the same time, another new Kumo shinobi did some hand seals and generated a large amount of lightning in his hand. After which he then sent the lightning he created into the water that his female partner spat out, and cried, Raitun Kangekiha, lightning release, wave of inspiration. When the two attacks combined, the lightning-enhanced wave filled the hallway and washed away the Oto shinobi in front of them, and electrocuting them at the same time, leaving them completely disabled. When the attack ended in the lower levels of another hallway in the base, several new Kumo jonin found themselves pinned down at the hallway corner by a group of Oto guards. Fortunately, a member of the Yuki clan, phasing through Objects clan, appeared from the ceiling from one of the upper levels and dropped several smoke bombs on the Otonins. At the same time, another Yuki clan member appeared from the ceiling and threw a dozen or so shuriken at the Oto guards, killing 2 of them. With the enemy distracted, the new Kumo jonin that were pinned down came out of the corner, where one of them did some hand seals and took a deep breath before thinking. Katon Obiki, fire style, blazing fire, see, and exhaled a massive wave of fire. At the same time, another new Kumonin did 3 quick hand seals and cried, Futon, Kami Orosher, wind style, godly wind from the mountain, before bringing his 2 hands forward and releasing a vortex of wind. That combined with the flames, increasing them tenfold. Within seconds, the massive wind-enhanced wave of fire enveloped the Otonin, where all they could do was scream in pain, as their bodies were reduced to ash. Once the Oto ninja were dealt with, the new Kumo shinobi proceeded to move on to the next level of the base. End of FMAB OST Shing Symphony. With Orochimaru and Kabuto seeing his men being slaughtered by the new Kumo shinobi, Orochimaru knew he needed to escape, as trying to defend the base would be futile, since the base was compromised and more new Kumo were entering the base. It's time to take our leave of this place, Kabuto ordered Orochimaru, while at the same time silently cursing Naruto and Guren. Before either of them could walk 5 feet away from the monitor, the door to the room exploded open, narrowly missing Orochimaru and Kabuto. When the two looked at the now blown open door, they saw a tall man with long black hair wearing sliver samurai-like armor with a white cloak, carrying a long katana attached to his left hip. But the thing that stood out most with the man was his bright narrow yellow eyes. Kabuto of course recognized the man immediately, since he could never forget the man's face or his dijitsu, the Takugan, Hawkeye. Akechi Mitsuhide, muttered the bispectral man, as he readied himself. SSSSS, this is the infamous Akechi Mitsuhide, who you've told me so much about, Kabuto-kun, spoke Orochimaru, as he gleamed in fascination at Mitsuhide's dijitsu, which was said to rival the Hyuga's clan Byakugan, White Eye. Orochimaru, it seems fortune has smiled upon me, spoke Mitsuhide as he walked into the room. By order of the Rokudame Raikage of New Kumo and the Council of the Heavenly Alliance, you're hereby charged with crimes against the Heavenly Alliance, its allies and member nations. Surrender now and you'll be given a fair trial. If not, I've been authorized to use deadly force. Crimes against the Heavenly Alliance, how amusing, said Orochimaru, with an amused smirk. But I'm afraid I will have to deny your generous offer, as I've no intention of surrendering to you or your alliance. At this point, that Kabuto suddenly caught a gleam of light at the corner of his eye. Orochimaru-sama, watch out! Acting fast, Orochimaru quickly ducked under a pair of curved swords that were about to cut his head off like a pair of scissors. Once Orochimaru had rolled out of the way, a crimson-red mist flew by the former snake Sannin and next to Mistishide, whereat the reformed as medium-tall red-haired woman. I miss, said the woman with a slightly disappointed look on her face. When Orochimaru got back up onto his feet and saw the woman, he narrowed his eyes. Miyoshi Sayuri, hissed the snake Sannin, with an annoyed tone, as he recognized the former Kiri Kinochi, who was the first and only woman to ever join the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He was also familiar with her clan and their bloodline, the Shitaikari Kitai, the mist body vapor, which allowed Sayuri to her to turn her body into a mist-like vapor. 7. Oh, I'm so glad that you know me, said Sayuri with an evil look smile. It wouldn't be any fun if you didn't know the person is about to take your head. You're welcome to try, my dear, but I believe I shall be the one who will take yours, and I will enjoy wringing that pretty little neck of yours. As soon as Orochimaru finished that remark, Mitsuhide drew his sword from his sheath like lightning, creating a crescent-shaped blade of wind in the same instant. Acting on pure instinct, Orochimaru sidestepped the high-speed attack, although was unable to avoid it completely and lost his left arm. "Well, it seems I've touched a nerve with someone," remarked Orochimaru, when she saw the cold murderous look on Mitsuhide's face, before he then used his body-shedding technique to regurgitate a new body. "Sayuri, please take care of Kabuto and leave Orochimaru to me," said Mitsuhide in a calm and motionless tone. Normally the red-headed woman would have argued this, but this time she decided not to, given the mood her friend was in right now. Since despite his expressless face, she could see the cold murderous rage in Mitsuhide's eyes and knew well enough not to cross him when he was like this. With their opponents decided, the four shinobi eyed their opponents and prepared to attack. "Today, Orochimaru, the hawk shall devour the snake," spoke Mitsuhide. "We shall see about that," replied Orochimaru, as he fell into a fighting stance. Mitsuhide was the first to make his move, where out of nowhere, 3 kunai appeared in his hand and he threw them at high speed at Orochimaru, who barely avoided the kunai. But what he was unaware of was that the kunai were a distraction. The next thing Orochimaru saw was a crescent-shaped blade of wind flying towards him at frightening speed, where it severed his lower half from his upper half. But as soon as he was cut in half, snakes appeared out of the two halves and brought them together. Although when the two halves of Orochimaru were reconnected, Mitsuhide suddenly appeared on the left side of the snake's sannin and delivered a powerful kick to the side of the man's head, sending him flying into a nearby wall. Orochimaru of course recovered quickly, where he spun himself around, so that his feet would hit the wall and channeled his chakra to them, so that he would stay on it. He then raised his hands up and cried, "Sanaijushu, hidden shadow snake hands," launching several snakes from his sleeve at Mitsuhide. In an instant, Mitsuhide countered this, where several shuriken appeared in his hand and he channeled his wind chakra into the shuriken to increase their cutting power and range. He then threw the shuriken at the snakes, where they cut the long reptiles in two. Orochimaru naturally evaded the wind-enhanced shuriken, where they embedded themselves into the wall. But what he was unaware of was that Mitsuhide had used the Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Shadow Shuriken technique, where hidden in the first set-off shuriken was a second set. Like the first set, they were enhanced by wind chakra, where they cut Orochimaru to shreds, but as soon as the shuriken shredded the snake's sannin, Orochimaru reverted into mud, revealing that he had replaced himself with a Doton Kage Bunshin, Earth-style, Earth clone. As soon as Mitsuhide realized what had happened, a large snake appeared from underneath the floor and wrapped itself around Mitsuhide, preventing him from moving. At the same time the real Orochimaru emerged from the wall began to chuckle. "Kukukuku, it seems that this time the snake will devour the hawk, Mitsuhide-kun," said Orochimaru, before ordering his snake to kill the former Miss Swordsman, where the large snake bit down on Mitsuhide's neck. But when the large snake bit down on Mitsuhide's neck, its fangs shattered, causing the large snake to scream in pain. When Orochimaru heard his pet scream in pain, he immediately noticed that Mitsuhide had replaced himself with a large stone block. Furthermore, he noticed a low-level exploding note attached to the block, which exploded before he could do anything, killing the snake and causing it to disappear in a puff of smoke. After the explosion, a large cloud of smoke filled the room. Before it could dissipate, Orochimaru saw the smoke disrupt as a fast-moving blade of wind flew at him. Knowing he couldn't avoid the attack in time, Orochimaru quickly used his body-shedding technique to regurgitate a new body for himself and to escape the attack, which cut his previous body in two. Once the smoke fully dissipated, Orochimaru saw Mitsuhide standing directly in front of him in Batajutsu stance. Seeing this, the snake sannin narrowed his eyes, realizing that this battle would not be quick or easy. He also noticed that Kabuto was having difficulty with his battle with Sayuri, where despite the short disruption by the smoke, both of them proved to be evenly matched. Furthermore, things became even more difficult with the arrival of a dozen or so storm means. Seeing that the situation had turned completely unfavorably, Orochimaru, who had now been joined by Kabuto, decided it was time to make a tactical retreat, given how they were now surrounded. "Surrender, Orochimaru, either you nor Kabuto can win or escape," spoke Mitsuhide. "I wouldn't be so sure of that, Mitsuhide-kun," replied Orochimaru before he stepped down on a floor stone, which sunk down. Once the stone sunk down, Mitsuhide and the others began to feel the ground rumble, and see the walls and ceiling starting to shake. "What the hell have you done?" yelled Sayuri. "Just a little insurance precaution. As we speak, this base is about to be destroyed with all of you in it," replied Orochimaru with a slight sneer. But that's insane, you'll die along with us, spoke a female storm mean wearing a blue and black fox mask. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure of that, stated Kabuto with an arrogant smirk before he stepped on stones similar to one Orochimaru stepped on. As soon as Kabuto did this, a large trap door opened up in front of them and shut right after they jumped into it, before Miss Suhide or the others could follow after them. Oh no you don't! Cried Sayuri as she prepared to turn her body into mist and follow after the two rogue shinobi. But before she could, Mitsuhide stopped her by grabbing hold of her arm. No, Sayuri, you can't go after them alone. We need to get out of here now. After stopping Sayuri, Mitsuhide then turned to the fox-masked Storm Nin and told her to order all their forces to evacuate the base immediately. Within minutes the underground base came crashing down. Fortunately by that time Mitsuhide and his people were able to escape along with a few of the remaining Odo guards, who surrendered. It seems we failed another mission, said Sayuri as she walked up to her co-commander. Regrettably so, but by now our other forces will have attacked Orochimaru's other remaining bases across the continent. This will cripple his organization for years and sooner or later Orochimaru will answer for his crimes, replied Mitsuhide, while Sayuri just nodded. Soon after, a bolt Nin appeared in front of them. Mitsuhide Sosai, Commander, we were able to recover the reports that you had us look for, spoke the bolt Nin as he handed some files to raven-haired man. Very good, now inform all our people to move out in 30 minutes, ordered Mitsuhide, where the masked shinobi just nodded and walked away. Are those the files that Masato, head of the CIND division, told us to look out for? Asked Sayuri, as she looked at the files with Mitsuhide. Yes, these will be very useful to Naruto for the negotiations in the gathering. We should send them ahead of us so that they will arrive in time before the representatives arrive, answered Mitsuhide, where the red-headed woman just nodded again. Half an hour later the company knew Kumo shinobi moved out and made their way back to their village. 5 days later near the coast of Kaminari no Kuni, Lightning Country, currently sailing near the coast of Kaminari no Kuni was the flagship of New Kumo fleet, the Zenio Ryo along with the two fortress ships that were escorting it. Standing on the bow of the ship was Seiwa Anasa watching as the ships grew closer to the distant coast of Kaminari no Kuni. Enjoying the scenery? Asked Hatake Kakashi, as he walked up to Anasu, who kept an emotionless facade when he turned to the older man. Yes, I enjoy feeling the cool salt air blowing against my face, answered Anasu in a neutral tone. I've heard that you and Naruto are very close with one another, and that you've been with him ever since he was banished from Konoha. Yes, we've been. I consider Naruto my closest friend, as well as my rival. Could you tell me about some of the things that happened after he was banished? Asked Kakashi. Why do you not ask Konohamaru-san or Irika-san? I'm certain Naruto has told them about our travels the past 10 years. I would prefer asking you, if that's okay? Asked Kakashi, since he didn't want to admit that he wasn't on great speaking terms with either Konohamaru or Irika. At least not since Naruto was banished, and after he abandoned his student. I'm afraid it is not alright, Hatake-san, replied Anasu in an icy tone. Because if you think that I'll give you personal information on my friend to use against him, you're sadly mistaken. No, that's not what I want, Kakashi explained hastily, since all he wanted to know was what had happened to his former student after he was banished. Really? Well, you'll excuse me if I find that hard to believe, given how you never cared that much about him before, replied Anasu coldly, causing the copycat Nin to flinch and lower his head in shame. After a minute or two of silence, Anasu decided to leave and began to walk away. Would it matter if I said I was sorry? Asked Kakashi without raising his head. That is entirely up to Naruto, not me, responded Anasu emotionlessly without turning around to look back at the Konoha Nin. Is that also why you're treating me with such disdain? Asked Kakashi, since it was obvious to anyone that Anasu didn't hold Kakashi in high regard. No, I've my own reasons for disliking you, Hatake, or have you forgotten how you killed my kinsman Haku? At this remark, Kakashi again flinched, but before he could reply to this, Anasu spoke again. The fact is, Hatake, the only reason you're still alive is because I know that you never intended to kill my kinsman and because killing you would be pointless, since it won't bring my kinsman back. Now I suggest you head back to your bunk. We're nearing the coast and all representatives and dignitaries are to stay in their rooms until we arrive at the dock. With that said, Anasu walked away from Kakashi, leaving the man alone on the bow with his thoughts. After Kakashi and Anasu finished their talk, Kakashi headed back to bunk, knowing that if he didn't he would be escorted back by one of the new Kumo shinobi or crewmen. As they neared the coastline, the new Kumo guards that were with the representatives made sure that everyone was in their assigned rooms. When the dignitaries and representatives asked why they were being sent to their rooms, they were told by their guards it was for security reasons. Eventually, after about an hour and a half of sailing, the three fortress ships arrived at a coast with massive cliffs. As they neared the cliffs, two massive doors disguised as the cliff walls parted way, to allow the three ships to enter a secret naval base built inside the cliff. Once the three ships were in, the double doors slowly closed shut. The base itself was massive and like a small city filled with buildings and hundreds of workers, sailors and shinobi, as well as dozens of smaller ships and a few submarines that were docked. The dock itself was actually big enough to house all three fortress ships with little trouble. Naturally, when the representatives came out of their rooms and onto the deck and saw this, they were completely overwhelmed by the dock. Many of course asked where they were, but all that Anasu and the other shinobi would say was that they were in a secure naval base and that it was classified. Once everyone was off the ship, they made their way to the other end of the base, where they boarded a train. When asked about the train, Anasu explained that the train traveled through an underground tunnel. That would take them from the base to an outpost just outside New Kumo, where they would then make their way to the village from there. After everyone had boarded, the train started to move forward across the tracks. The journey between the base and the outpost took about a day to complete without any stops. But despite the length, the journey wasn't too bad for those on board. In fact, many enjoyed it and had to admit that New Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni were become very industrial. The carts on the train were also well lit up and allowed everyone to see each other and walk around when they needed. Eventually, when they arrived at the outpost, they met up with the dignitaries and representatives from IWA, Ta no Kuni and the Fuma clan. The representatives from Ta no Kuni and the Fuma clan had made their way from one of New Kumo forts at the borders of Kaminari no Kuni to this outpost by armored cart, which had no windows. While the IWA representatives landed at small port and then traveled in a similar manner that the representatives of Ta no Kuni and the Fuma clan traveled in. Once the representatives had all met one another, Anasu, his wives and the rest of his company led the groups out of the outpost and into the valley where New Kumo lay. It took about 3 hours to cross the valley, since the shinobi members had to walk at the same pace as the non-shinobi members of the groups. But after traveling through the Genjutsu Cloud 8, they eventually arrived at the massive metal gates of New Kumo, which were flanked by two massive stone dragons that were in a crouching position. Naturally, the representatives were in shock over the size of the wall for New Kumo, which was easily 100 meters tall and 30 meters thick, and stretched from one end of the Wei Valley to the other and was flanked by mountains. Once everyone got over their surprise, Anasu explained to everyone that they would enter the village in their respected groups one at a time. With Tazuna, Inari and their two samurai guards first, Gaara and his group second, the Mizukage and her group third, and so on and so forth with the other representatives until the Konoha group, who would be the last to enter. As soon as Anasu had finished explaining everything to the representatives and the dignitaries, Anasu ordered the gates open and led Tazuna and Inari forward, with his wives. Enter Star Wars, The Phantom Menace OST, Augi's great municipal band. At the moment Anasu, Inari and Tazuna entered through the gates, they were greeted by blaring horns and music. When they entered the village itself, they saw that the main street had been cleared for them with hundreds of soldiers in gold-colored armor, flanking both sides of the street, acting like a guard of honor, as well as keeping thousands of people, who were cheering behind the soldiers on both sides, from entering the street. "What is all this?" asked Tazuna over the loud cheering crowds. "This is the welcoming party, as everyone in the village wanted to greet our new allies and friends," replied Anasu with a smile as he and his wives and fiancés led Inari and others. As they walked forward, Inari and others saw people on both sides cheering wildly, waving flags with the symbol of New Kumo and the Kaminari no Kuni on them, along with a symbol he never seen before. He could even see people throwing confetti and flowers at them and yelling out things like, "Long live the Heavenly Alliance!" and "Long live the Raikage and Kicho-sama!" 9. As Tazuna and Inari walked on, they could see fireworks be shot up into the air along with flower petals and more confetti falling down on them, which were being dropped by skyhawk ninjas who were flying above them. "Damn, Naruto sure knows how throw a party," commented Tazuna, as he waved to the cheering people. "Well, when have you ever known an Ai-sama to do things small?" replied Inari, as he waved to the cheering people. Shortly after the Nami no Kuni representatives entered the village, Gaara and his group entered, and like Inari and his grandfather, were completely overwhelmed by the greeting the citizens and shinobi of New Kumo were giving. "Why are they cheering us like this?" asked Temari, who not used to being treated like this, especially in a foreign village. "The people here wish to welcome you all as friends, since many nations that have sent representatives will be joining the Heavenly Alliance, while others like yourselves will become our new allies, making the alliance that much stronger," answered one of the New Kumo shinobi escorting them. "So this is a celebration, not only to welcome us, but also to celebrate the alliance becoming larger," answered Gaara, where the New Kumoni nodded. "Well, whatever the reason, I sure could get used to stuff like this," remarked Kankuro as he waved and smiled at the cheering people, enjoying the attention he was getting. Especially when he saw many pretty girls in the crowds waving at him and blowing kisses. At the same time, not far behind, the Mizukage, the Water Daimyo, and the other representatives of Kiri and Mizu no Kuni entered the village into the cheering village. Like Gaara and Inari groups, the representatives of Mizu no Kunai and Kiri were slightly overwhelmed by the greeting they were receiving. But soon enough they started to enjoy the welcoming they were receiving, where they waved and smiled back at the cheering people. The Mizukage was especially popular with many of the men in the crowd, who were cheering even louder than before at the female Kage. "Well, I must say the people of New Kumo certainly know how to make you feel welcome," commented Mei, who smiled and waved at the cheering crowds and could see people cheering from the rooftops of building and out windows. "Yes, they do," replied the Water Daimyo, who, although was still not used to being the leader of his nation, was enjoying being greeted by the cheering crowds. One by one, the different representatives and dignitaries entered the village and were greeted by the people, who in turn waved and smiled at the cheering people as they walked up the long, wide streetway. Eventually, the representatives saw a large wooden platform, which was directly in front of a large inner wall, which led to the next district. On the platform was Naruto with the lightning daimyo Kicho, Juga Liang, the snow/spring daimyo Kazuhana Koiki, the yandame Hashikage Sumaru, the daimyo of Kuma no Kuen, Bear Country, the leader of Takigakure, Hidden Waterfall, Shibuki, the daimyo of Taki no Kuni, Waterfall Country, and the leader of Yukigakure, Hidden Snow, who like the others were the original members of the Heavenly Alliance. In front of the platform was a large banner with the same symbol that Inari saw on some of the flags that people were waving earlier. 10. When the representatives saw it, they guessed this was the symbol of the Heavenly Alliance. Some of them even recognized it as the symbol of unity, which was sort of fitting, given how the Heavenly Alliance was a group of nations working together. In Star Wars, The Phantom Menace OST, Augi's great municipal band eventually the music and cheering came to an abrupt halt, once the representatives of Hai no Kuni and Konoha entered the village. Instead of cheering people, Tsunade and the others were greeted with complete and utter silence, along with angry stares from the people. The street was so quiet that you hear the small birds chirping and a few people coughing. As they continued to walk along the street, they could practically feel everyone's eyes on them. "So this is what it was like to be Naruto, when he was growing up," thought Sakura sadly, as she never felt so isolated and alone before. As like everyone else in their group, she could practically feel the animosity that everyone had for them. She even noticed a young boy near the front of the crowd, preparing to throw a tomato at them, only to be stopped by his father, who whispered something to him before looking back up and glaring at Sakura and the others. After about 20 minutes or more, which felt more like an eternity to the group, they arrived in front of the platform where Naruto and the other original members of the Alliance stood. Standing near the platform were the representatives and leaders of the other member nations of the Heavenly Alliance. Once all the representatives had arrived and stood in front of the platform, Naruto stood in front of the others on the platform and spoke. "Having endured a bloody civil war that torn families apart from one another, the shinobi of Kumo and the people of Kaminari no Kuni came together to build this place. Now it stands as a monument, proving that a people divided can be reunited again and build something that will last through the ages. It was also in this place that the first member nations of the Heavenly Alliance came together for the purpose of creating a just and lasting peace for one another, which later grew into an unprecedented alliance. Today we have gathered here again with representatives from several other nations who wish to join us. To them I say welcome, and it is my deepest wish to strengthen our bonds of friendship and render a permanent peace that now exists among the Alliance members and its allies. I also wish to welcome our new allies and friends and hope that our discussions in the coming days will be fruitful, so that a bridge of trust can be built between the Heavenly Alliance and your individual nations, and through this, we can enrich each other and bring prosperity to our lands." Finally, to the representatives of IWA, "I personally want to thank you, foreseeing the wisdom of ceasing hostility between our separate nations and avoiding further bloodshed on both sides. It is my deepest hope that the coming talks will bring about a better understanding of one another, and create a lasting peace that will endure and prevent the loss of lives in war. Thank you." When Naruto finished his speech, the crowd and representatives all applauded, when Naruto then took a step back and allowed the lightning daimyo Kicho step forward and spoke. "As my husband the Raikage has said, I wish welcome all of you to New Kumo and hope that you enjoy your visit. Please know that your safety and security is our highest priority, and that we will do our utmost to see that no harm comes to you. It is my deepest wish that one day, all the nations, shinobi and non-shinobi, can come together as one people and build something that we can all be proud of, so that future generation can look back at these moments with pride and eternal gratitude. Thank you." Like before, the crowds and representatives all applauded the female daimyo when she had finished her speech. She then went on to say that for the remainder of the day there would be a festival and asked everyone to enjoy themselves. Once the speeches were done, Naruto and the other leaders left the platform and headed for the Raikage Tower/mountain, while the crowds slowly dissipated to prepare for the coming festival. At the same time, Anasu walked up to the representatives and explained to them that Naruto and Kicho would meet them tomorrow. Anasu then went on to explain that he and his people would escort them to a private hotel in the civilian district, 11, which had been made ready for them, and that they would be guarded 24/7 by shock squads. He also told them that they would be allowed to join the celebrations tonight if they wanted, but would have an escort with them at all times. When they arrived at the hotel, the shinobi representatives were all led to their respected rooms. The rooms were quite spacious and well furnished, with a small bathroom and single bed and medium-sized sitting room with a couch and chairs. The water daimyo was of course given a suite, along with the other dignitaries from the other non-shinobi nations. Surprisingly, Udon Moegi, who are married to each another, Konohamaru and Irika and his family were all given suites as well. "Excuse me, Anasadano, but I think you've given us the wrong room," spoke Irika, when he saw the room that he and his family were given. "There's no mistake, Irika-san. This room was assigned to you and your family personally by the Raikage himself. If you or your family needs anything, please just call the staff and they'll deliver it to your room without charge." Irika of course tried to refuse the room, stating that it was too much. But before he could, Anko and Aiko interrupted them. "Come on, Irika-kun, don't be so noble, let's live it up a bit. It's not every day that we get to do something like this. We can even make this a miniature vacation," said Anko as she started to pout, slowly weakening her husband's resolve. "Yeah, come on too-san, this place is awesome and it all free, thanks to Naruto and I, so can we stay please?" pleaded Aiko, as she used the infamous puppy dog eye technique that daughters could use to break down their fathers. After a minute or two of pouting from his pregnant wife and puppy dog looks from his daughter, Irika broke and gave in to their pleas. "Ffne, you win, will take the room." At hearing this, both mother and daughter cheered, after which Aiko ran to the bedroom to the left, saying it was hers, and started to jump up and down the king-size bed like a trampoline. Anko, on the other hand, went over to the other end of the large living room and jumped onto a comfortable couch, where she put her feet on the nearby coffee table and started to eat the complimentary fruit basket. When Anasu saw the former teacher shrug his shoulders in defeat, the white-haired man just smiled and placed hand around Irika's shoulder as an act of sympathy. "Don't let it get you down, Irika-san. You're not the first man to be coerced by his wife and daughter, and you certainly won't be the last. You should consider yourself lucky. You only have to deal with your wife and daughter. I, on the other hand, have to deal with 6 wives and 2 fiancés." This of course made Irika smile, where he then thanked Anasu. Later on, after everyone had settled down, the majority of the representatives of Konoha, along with the representatives of Suna and the others, left the hotel to join in the festival. Naturally, the groups were covertly followed by shokunins who were assigned to watch over them. The festival was held in the main street of the village. All along the sides of the street, there were different kinds of stands filled with food, games, costumes, sake, and other fun things to eat, drink, and do. Funny enough, when Tsunade and the other Konoha members joined the festival, the people did not remain silent like they did before. Instead, they just flat out ignored them and continued to enjoy the festival. Fortunately, the stand owners did not ignore them, although they did treat them with a sharp coolness, indicating that they weren't happy serving them. Tsunade and the others naturally guessed that Naruto was somehow behind this, and guessed that he made sure that his people didn't start any incidences with them, that or the people simply didn't want to start trouble that would ruin the fun and celebrations for everyone. After a while, though, The representatives turned in for the night, knowing that they had a big day tomorrow. The next day in Naruto's office, currently sitting in his office, Naruto had just finished speaking to the leader of Getsugekyur, Sato. For the last 20 minutes they discussed some of the things that his village would be required to do when it becomes a member of the alliance, and what it would gain. Naruto of course assured Sato that his village would be treated as an equal partner, and that they would go into further details in the coming days. Once he had finished his discussion, he went to his speaker and told his secretary Nanao to send in the next party. When the double doors leading to his office opened, the Rokudame Mizukage Tarumi Mei and the newly formed 5th generation of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininshu entered. Naturally, Naruto was familiar with each of the new members, for as soon as he had heard of the group being reformed, he had Anasu and Gon-ning gather everything they could on the group. The first member was the person he was most familiar with, Hajime Saito, also known as the Kiri no Ukami, the Wolf of the Mist. Saito was a highly skilled swordsman who mastered the Mizuguchi Ha-Ito Ryu fighting style, which was recognized as one of the most lethal sword fighting styles in the world. Like Mei, Saito was a former leader of one of the rebel factions that fought against the Godame Mizukage and the former Water Daimyo. He was also a former member of the 4th generation of Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininshu, but defected later on, like Mitsuhide and Sayuri. Now, however, he was the leader of the new generation of swordsmen, and had been reinstated as leader of Kiri's assassination division. The second member was Shinshinatsu, a young man, who was about Naruto's age and had long red hair that was tied up in a loose ponytail and went down to his lower back. He wore a standard uniform of a Hydra member, 12, with a red cape over it, and had a small scar that went down his left eye. Natsu was a rising star in Kiri, who fame quickly rose during the civil war in Kiri and became known as Kiri no Hidokiri, the manslayer of the mist. He was highly gifted in the art of the sword and was the protege of Takuruhiko, 13, who was former member of the 2nd generation of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininshu and first man to become one without mastering one of their special swords. Like his teacher, Natsu was highly proficient in the Tenken fighting style and used it to a phenomenal degree, in conjunction with his Jintan, swift release, bloodline, making him the fast shinobi in Kiri and a lethal enemy for anyone to have. The third member was Mibu Hataru, who had a rather distinctive appearance. He was a tall man with wild spiky red hair and red eyes, who wore bright crimson red armor with a white haori over it, that fell almost to his feet. Hataru was a former bounty hunter and swordsman, who was hired by one of the rebel factions to fight for them. Due to his great skill with a katana and ability to combine it with his wind affinity, making it even more lethal and powerful. At the end Civil War, Hataru became known as Shinko no Aijin, the Crimson Devil, after he conquered an entire castle single-handedly. That was guarded by over 1,000 soldiers loyal to the former Water Daimyo, who were all killed by Hataru. The fourth member was Akira Keiko. He was a tall young man in his late teens and wore a standard Kiri uniform and had short blonde hair that was slicked back and dull blue eyes. Like Hataru, Keiko was not from Kiri and became part of it, and Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininshu after the Civil War. In fact, Keiko was the former student of Hataru, where with his help he developed his own unique sword style. That was used in conjunction with his fire affinity, resulting in him becoming known as the Hana no Kensher, the Flame Swordsman. The fifth member was Chojuro, who was the only member of the new generation of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininshu that actually wielded one of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininshu special swords. Chojuro was of average height and built with short tufty blue hair and dark eyes. He wore square, black-rimmed glasses connected to what appeared to be headphones, a blue pinstriped shirt with a standard Kiri flank jacket over it, and camouflage pattern pants. The sixth member was Arai Saiku. He was a young man, who was in his mid-teens and wore a standard Kiri uniform. From what Anasu and Gon-ning told him, Saiku was a rising star in Kiri and a gifted swordsman, much like Natsu. He was extremely fast and was famed for being able to use fast-moving sword techniques to take down and kill his enemies before they knew what happened, making him a lethal assassin. Saiku was also well known for being able to keep his emotions hidden from others and always retained a blank face. This was believed to be the result of the trauma he suffered when he was younger, where he watched his parents die in the war. The seventh and final member was also the youngest member of the group, named Sendai Aka. aka was a young boy about 12 years old, with short white hair and yellow eyes, and wore a white shirt and blue shorts. aka was also credited being the youngest member of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininshu ever, as well as a child prodigy who was gifted in not only using the sword, but also in right-un ninjutsu, who was able to combine some of his right-un jutsu with his sword, to greatly increase the destructive power of his attacks. He was also well known for being able to take down many highly skilled shinobi who were twice if not decades older than him. Once Naruto saw the female Mizukage, he rose up from his seat and offered his hand to her, which she took. "Mizukage-san, it is a pleasure to finally meet you at last. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a while now," said Naruto as he shook Mei's hand. "Thank Raikage-san, it is a pleasure to finally meet you as well. Saito has told me quite a bit about you as well. Although I must confess even before then, I've wanted to meet the famed Erasure no Oni, Demon of Storms, for a long time. 14, or would you prefer I call by your other moniker, Raiden no Kami, God of Thunder and Lightning, since it's what most people are calling you?" "I would prefer if you call me either, Mizukage-san, since I never cared for either of those names, as the term demon has some rather bad memories for me. While the name Raiden no Kami makes me sound egotistical, which is why I would prefer if you call me Naruto, since I like to think we're friends now." "Of course," replied the Mizukage with a smile. "But only if you call me Mei in return." "That's fair enough," responded Naruto before he offered Mei one of the 3 comfortable armchairs in front of his desk, which she took, while the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishininchu stood behind her. "I must say, Naruto-san, you're much more handsome in person than the rumors say." "Ahem, thank you, Mei-san, you're very kind and clearly the rumors of your beauty do not do you justice," replied Naruto with a slight blush, as he tried to be polite. But as soon as he said this, he could feel the murderous glares of his 3 bodyguards/wives on him, making the young Raikage sweat a little, knowing he was going to get it later on. Soon enough, though, the conversation turned to more serious issues, such as the alliance talks between Kiri, Mizu no Kuni, and the Heavenly Alliance. "I have to say I was rather surprised that we would be meeting just you, Naruto-san, since I had expected the Water Daimyo and I would be meeting both you and Kicho-sama together. The Water Daimyo, as you know, is meeting my wife Kicho in the royal palace, since she is in charge of dealing with matters that involve the daimyos and other nations, while I deal with matters involving the shinobi villages," explained Naruto. "I see, and if I may, when do we start the talks for the alliance between my village and the alliance?" asked Mei. "I'm afraid our talks will not begin for several days, since I must first deal with the peace treaty between the alliance and IWA. After which we then must begin the talks for villages and other nations that wish to join the alliance. But once they're done, we can begin the alliance talks with your village." "I understand, Naruto-san, and thank you. While you're waiting, and if you're interested, perhaps you and your people here would enjoy a tour of the village?" "Yes, we would very much enjoy that," replied Mei, as she was very interested in seeing more of New Kumo, which was easily 5 times the size of any of the other shinobi villages. "I'm very glad to hear that, as I've preparations made for all of you to see more of the village with 2 other groups," replied Naruto, after which he continued to go over matters with Mei in the upcoming talks with Kiri. With the Konoha and Suna representatives after being gathered together in the hotel, the representatives of Konoha and Suna were met outside by platoon of New Kumo shinobi led by Uzumaki Takara and Uzumaki Taira, both of whom were among Naruto's wives and also sisters. 15. Naturally, both Iruka and Anko recognized Takara, who had saved Anko's life during the Battle of Konoha. Shikamaru and his teammates also recognized Taira, who had helped save Choji from the giant bear summon at the battle. When Jiraiya saw both girls, he quickly went into pervert mode and started to hit on them, since he remembered them from when Naruto laid down his punishment on the council. As always, when it came to girls like Takara and Taira, Jiraiya's eyes were fixed on their chests, and even started to plan to put the girls in his next book. Fortunately, before he could do too much damage, Tsunade reeled Jiraiya in, and reminded him that both women were married to Naruto, where she then bashed his head to ground, making sure he remembered. Needless to say, it worked, as Jiraiya didn't try to hit on either woman again, although it didn't stop him eyeing the girls when Tsunade was looking and envying Naruto, where he thought, "Naruto, you lucky dog." As the 2 groups made their way through the industry and shinobi districts of the village, Tsunade and some of the others started some conversations with the women, hoping to get to know them better. Naturally, whenever the conversations turned to things about Naruto, both girls changed the subject, but were willing to talk about general things. Takara was a young medium-tall woman with long dark brown hair that fell below her waist. She had a very attractive face that gave her an almost down-to-earth look, where she didn't need any makeup to highlight her beauty. Since she had what one would call the homespun allure, or what others might cheerfully refer to as the girl next door look. She wore shorts with a black ribbon on each leg instead of regular shorts, and a pair of fighting leather gloves. She also wore a sleeveless white shirt underneath a sleeveless black vest with a zipper to cover her impressive D-cup breasts, which gained the attention of many of the male members of the two groups. But like all kunoichi in the shinobi world, Takara was more than a pretty face. In fact, she was renowned koichi in New Kumo, who came from a family of shinobi and was a lethal shinobi in battle. When the Konoha and Suna groups met Takara, the two groups found her to be bright, cheerful, optimistic and positive person, who seemed to be an extremely kind and respectful to everyone, including to the Konoha group. She went out of her way to introduce herself to Tsunade, stating she had admired her skill as a kunoichi for many years and was inspired to create her Raiken, Thunder Fist, technique from Tsunade's superhuman strength technique. Naturally, the two groups remembered this technique, since Naruto had used this technique against the Yondaime Tsuchikage Ryoku during the Battle of Konoha. The technique involved her using lightning affinity to increase her speed and enhance her strength to a phenomenal level, as well as having the added effect of paralyzing her opponents when she hit them. Before the Civil War, Takara's father had been killed on a mission for Kumo. Later on during the Civil War, her mother died after defending her and her sister Taira from shinobi loyal to the Godaime Raikage. With the loss of her mother, Takara and her sister joined one of the rebel factions and fought against the Godaime Raikage and the former Lightning Daimyo. During the Civil War, Takara used her Raiken to devastating effect, leading her to be known as Takara no Raiken, Takara the Thunder Fist. Like her sister Takara, Taira was an attractive young woman. She had long blonde hair that went down to her rear and wore black leather pants with tall black leather boots, along with a strapless short corset that helped to emphasize her ample D-cup breasts and stopped short to show her midriff. The corset also split open between her breasts and went down in a lightning bolt shape, but was held together by thin but strong strands of string that went in between the split. 16. In terms of personality, Taira was a lot more carefree than her sister, where she enjoyed teasing people and flirted a lot, which she showed when she teased and flirted slightly with Konohamaru, who of course turned red and did his best not to look at Taira's impressive cleavage, given how she was the wife of his surrogate big brother, and because the older sister of his new wife was standing right next to him. Taira of course knew she was attractive and was unafraid to use her sexuality to get what she wanted or to distract someone like some kunoichi do, which was why she dressed the way she did. Yet when in battle she could as cold and as ruthless as the most hardened shinobi veteran, especially when someone threatened a person she cared about, such as her sister. Even though Taira and Takara considered each other sisters, they weren't by blood. Like Takara's father, both Taira's parents died in a mission together when she was very young. Not long after they died, Takara's parents adopted Taira, since both Taira's parents and Takara's father were former teammates. After the Civil War, Taira was offered the position as the Reiko no Megami, goddess of lightning, due to her great skill in Raiten ninjutsu. Naturally, she took the position and became a member of the Go-Genso no Megami, the 5 elemental goddesses, which was an elite group of kunoichi, who were highly skilled in elemental ninjutsu and specialized in a specific one. Eventually, after a while, the Konoha and Suna groups arrived at the ruling district and made their way to the Raikage Tower/mountain. The two groups naturally thought that Naruto had built his residence into the mountain like in the old Kumo. But instead they were shocked to hear that the whole mountain itself had been hollowed out and became the Raikage residence. When Temari asked how he did it, in little under 3 years, Taira simply replied, "It's Naruto." When they came up to the main entrance to the Raikage Tower/mountain, they found it to be closed, where 2 massive double stone doors blocked their way and were flanked by 2 giant stone tigers in a crouching position. When Takara ordered the guards to open the doors, the 2 shinobi simply placed their hands on 2 carved circles that were on the doors, and then channeled their chakra into the double doors, causing them to slowly open. When the 2 groups entered the Raikage Tower/mountain, they could not help but be in awe of the building. The main hall of the Tower/mountain, which was busy with activity, with people moving about, looked like a palace hall. In the middle of it was a beautiful fountain, with cool clear water and statues made of pure marble that resembled dragons, tigers and falcons. There were benches made of solid marble, while the seats themselves were covered in soft leather. Light came in through several large openings and was distributed all over the halls by both water and special light-emitting crystals, which glowed softly, giving the tower/mountain a very soft but strong amount of light. The walls were smooth and inlaid with copper mirrors which appeared to be well polished, as well as silver and gold designs. That made the place even more grandiose than before. In some areas there were also healthy trees and bushes giving out a sweet scent to the tower/mountain. The floors were made from tiles that combined marble, jade, and smooth limestone and were very strong. When the two groups looked up, they saw all the different floor levels in the tower/mountain. There were stairs and even lifts to get a person up to any of the levels they wanted to go. At the top roof point of the tower/mountain there was a large glass dome that was directly above the fountain, which shone more light down on it and the rest of the tower. It also allowed the stones in the fountain to sparkle in the light, helping to illuminate the fountain even more. Taira then went on to explain to the two groups that there were several different departments on each level, which dealt with all the different affairs in the village, both civilian and shinobi. After seeing all this, Kiba, being his usual self, commented on the Raikage resident. Damn, giant ships, giant secret naval base, giant hidden shinobi village, massive airship and giant Kage tower. You think Naruto is overcompensating for something? Hearing this, Taira decided to have a little fun at the Inuzuka's expense. I wouldn't be so quick to judge if I were you, Fido, said Taira before a saucy grin appeared on her face. Besides, Naruto-kun has nothing to compensate for. At this remark, most of the Suna and Konoha representatives looked at Taira with disbelieving looks at what she had said. Many of the girls, of course, turned red at Taira's remark, although not as red as Hinata, who turned a shade of red that had not been seen on her since her younger years, back when Naruto was still part of Konoha. The male members of the two groups, of course, differed slightly, where some of them blushed slightly, while others like Kankuro, Jiraiya, Konohamaru and Kiba started to have nosebleeds. Jiraiya even took out his notepad hoping to hear some details. Sister! Cried a slightly blushing Takara, at her adopted older sister's comment. What? Said Taira, not seeing the problem. Well, it's true, and I've sure as hell never heard you, Takara, or any of the other girls for that matter, complain about Naruto's. That enough, Taira? Cried the now red Takara, since she certainly didn't want her sex life or any of the other girls' sex life talked about so openly or in front of people they only barely knew. Yesh! Sis, you really need to stop being such a prude like Okatsu, Soifun and Nanao, it just sex, Taira replied, waving the whole thing off like it was nothing. It's our personal life, Taira. There are times and places for these sort of things, and this is certainly not one of those times, retorted Takara. Before Taira could respond to this, Tsunade suddenly intervened. Excuse me, but would you mind leading yous to the Raikage's office, since in case you two have forgotten, we have a meeting with him. At this, Takara blushed again, since she had completely forgotten the whole reason why they were here. Yes, I'm sorry about that, you're right, of course, please follow me this way, said the young brown-haired woman, where she then gave her blonde sister a look telling her that their talk wasn't over. Taira in turn just rolled her eyes, not really caring, since she still didn't see the problem. After the heated discussion between the two sisters had died down, Takara and Taira led the Konoha and Suna groups to the elevators. They then told the other new Kumo shinobi with them that they could handle things here by themselves, where the other shinobi just nodded and left. Once they left, the two groups boarded the two large elevators that took them up to the top level of the Raikage residence, which was where Naruto's office laid. Once they reached the top level, the two groups walked down a small hallway that led to two large oak double doors. Next to the doors was a desk with a woman sitting at it, doing paperwork. The woman was slim and attractive young woman with long black hair that was kept pinned back, with flat bangs that hung to the right side of her face. She had slightly light blue eyes with a deep tint of violet, and wore glasses with a slight oval shape to them, and wore a black kosode and a black hakama. Upon seeing the woman, Takara smiled kindly and greeted the woman, gaining her attention. Hello, Nanao. I've the Konoha and Suna representative here for their scheduled meeting with the Raikage. After hearing Takara greet her, Nanao looked up and gave Takara a respectful nod and then turned to look at Tsunade and Gaara, who were leading their respected groups. The Raikage is currently in a meeting with the Kiri representatives, but will be done shortly and will be seeing both of your groups together. Both leaders of the two groups were surprised slightly by this, but nodded in understanding nonetheless. Would any of you care for some refreshments while you wait? Asked the young woman, to which all the members of the two groups shook their heads, indicating they were fine. As they waited for Naruto to finish his meeting with the Mizukage, the two groups stood patiently in the hallway. During that time, Jiraiya began to eye Nanao up, since there was no question that Nanao was a lovely young thing. He even began form ideas for a scene in his next book, involving a hot young secretary with glasses and her boss. At the same time, another idea sprung into his mind, involving a hot, sexy young librarian alone with her male assistant. Giggling at his own brilliance, Jiraiya took out his notepad and pencil and began to write down Nanao's description with a few added modifications. He even started to jot down some notes on the scenes he had planned. But within seconds of him putting pencil to paper, 4 paper shuriken flew through the air. The first hit his notepad, pinning it to the wall. The second and third shuriken embedded themselves into wall on both sides of Jiraiya's head, narrowly missing it. The fourth and final paper shuriken embedded itself into the wall like the other two, although at much lower point right between Jiraiya's legs, missing a certain body part by inches. I would appreciate, Jiraiya-san, if you would refrain from using me in any of those vulgar things that you call books, spoke Nanao, as she looked up from her paperwork and fixed her glasses and held up another set of paper shuriken, while giving the toad sage a stern and dangerous glare. At this, Jiraiya made an audible gulp, after seeing the stern and dangerous glare from Nanao, clearly indicating she was deadly serious. Yet at the same time he could not help but be surprised at Nanao using Kami no Jutsu, paper technique, something he had only seen once from a former female student. Shuriken made out of paper, I've never seen anything quite like that before, thought Niji in mild wonderment. It seems that even Naruto-sama's secretary is not to be underestimated. I think I might like her, thought Tsunade as she smirked at how Nanao put Jiraiya in his place. Eventually, after a few minutes, the double doors opened and the Mizukage and her party left, where she greeted both the Hokage and the Kazekage respectfully before heading down the hallway and to the elevators. The Raikage will see you now, said Nanao, where the two groups went into Naruto's office, while Taira and Takara waited in the hallway with Nanao. When the two groups entered the office, they found it to be a simple enough place. It was a large double O-shaped room with Naruto's desk facing the double doors and a large window behind the desk so that Naruto could look out the window and over the village when he turned around. On the walls of both sides of the circular room in front of Naruto's desk were bookshelves filled with scrolls and books, as well as a small spiral stairs that allowed Naruto to go up to the platform above the bookshelves, which led to a balcony that was right above Naruto's desk. Naruto and books, somehow that doesn't seem to fit, thought Kiba as he looked at all the books on the shelves. Once the two groups entered the room and the double doors behind them closed, Naruto invited both Tsunade and Gaara to take one of the 3 comfortable chairs in front of his desk, which they did. Hokage-san, Kazekage-san, it's good to see you both. I hope that you haven't been waiting long? Only a few minutes, Raikage-san. Your secretary was quite courteous to us, replied Gaara. Yeah, you got quite a looker there, brat, joked Jiraiya, hoping to break the ice and make Naruto smile or something. Sadly, this had the opposite effect to the one he had hoped for. Instead, Naruto gave the Gama Sannin a hardened stare and said, I would prefer if you refrain from making such remarks towards Nanao-chan Toad, since in most places it's considered rude to leer at another man's wife. At hearing this, everyone thought the exact same thing. Wife? Wait. Are you saying she's another one of your wives? Asked Ino in surprise. Yes. Damn, how many wives does he have? Thought Kiba, while also thinking at the same time. Damn lucky son of a bitch. After a minute or two, the two groups of people got over their shock, over unknowingly meeting yet another one of Naruto's wives, and got back to the matter at hand. If I may, Raikage-san, when do we begin the talks over Konoha becoming a protectorate of the Alliance? Asked Swanda, who still found it hard to come to terms with Konoha becoming a protectorate of the Heavenly Alliance. Danzo, Hamura and Koharu were also of the same mind, since this was a sad day for them. Danzo himself gripped the cane that he was given earlier tightly, 17, when Tsunade said the words, Konoha, and protectorate, since this went against everything that he stood and fought for over 70 years. Naturally, he blamed Sarutobi and Tsunade for Konoha's current condition, as well as Naruto, since he believed that it was because of Tsunade's and the Sandame's soft-hearted leadership that Konoha had become so weak, thereby allowing Naruto to take advantage of them, who should have been turned into a weapon for Konoha from the very beginning, according to Danzo's beliefs. The talks between both your villages and the Heavenly Alliance will not begin for several days, I'm afraid, since the peace treaty between the Alliance and IWA is taking place now, and will take several days to complete. After that, we've to begin the talks for the villages and nations that are becoming part of the Heavenly, which will take several more days to complete. Once they are complete, though, we will begin the talks with your villages, answered Naruto, where Gaara and Tsunade just nodded their heads in understanding. But until then, continued Naruto, If you're interested, you can have a tour of our village. Would that be really alright? Asked Tsunade, knowing how Naruto still had trust issues with Konoha, which weren't entirely unfounded. Yes, it is, although you will be escorted by my shinobi throughout the tour, and even then, you will not be permitted in restricted sections, due to security reasons. Naruto answered. If that is the case, would it be possible spoke Tsunade, but before she could finish speaking, Naruto double doors burst opened. After which two blurs, one green and one pink, flew right past the Konoha and Suna groups and collided with Naruto, knocking him off his chair and to the floor on his back. As soon as the double doors burst opened, Naruto's bodyguards, Killer Bee, Yujito, Okatsu and Fu appeared out of nowhere around Naruto's desk. But before they could act, they heard the giggling of two young girls and Naruto laughing. Naruto, I'm sorry I couldn't stop them, cried Nanao, who was now carrying a very large book in her arm and was accompanied by amused Taira and concerned Takara. Ha ha ha, it alright now Nao-chan, there's no real harm done, said Naruto as he picked himself off the ground holding two young girls who looked to be about 8 years old. The first girl, who Naruto was holding up in his right arm, had long green hair that fell below her shoulders and hazel eyes and wore a light green top, with long sleeves and shorts. The second girl, who Naruto was holding up in his left arm, had short pink hair and dark pink eyes and wore a simply red top and black shorts. At first glance both girls looked different, given their hair color and eyes. But after a closer look of them, the two groups noticed there was a strong facial resemblance between both of them, indicating they were related and most likely sisters, or to be more precise twins, given how they were the same height and age. After a minute or so, Naruto placed both girls on the ground, and gave them both an amused but stern look. Okay, you two, what's with you both barging in here, knocking me to the ground? You know it's rude to interrupt someone when they're in a meeting. We're sorry, replied the green-haired girl. We just wanted to see the Konoha and Suna people for ourselves, since everyone is talking about them, said the pink-haired girl. Plus we wanted to see you as well, finished the green-haired girl, with a puppy dog look, hoping to break Naruto. When Naruto heard this and saw the look the green-haired girl was giving him, he raised his left eyebrow, before he smiled and shook his head. Okay, you two, if you're here, then where is your sister? I am right here, said another voice, where when everyone turned around, they saw a pretty young girl walk into the room from behind Nanao, Taira and Takara. The girl in question looked to be about 12 years old, and had long blonde hair that reached down to her ankles and dark red eyes. She wore a short black vest-like blouse with a raised collar and a skirt that was cut off on the sides and bandage on her stomach and legs and long black elbow warmers on her arms. She was also developing quite well for a girl her age, as she started to develop 2 small mounds on her chest and a curvy-like figure. Given her appearance and development already, the girl was already a looker, and it was obvious that she would develop further when she went into her teens. By which point, when she turned 18, she would be a knockout and have to beat the boys back with a stick. But the thing that caught most people's attention was the blank, expressionless look on her face, as if she had no emotions at all. Pardon our interruption, but Nene and Yoshiko wish to see you and the Konoha and Suna representatives. I tried, but could not persuade them from barging into the room and disrupting your meeting with them, spoke the girl in a polite yet emotionless tone, as she walked over to her sisters and Naruto, using words that most children her age would never use. That's quite alright, no real harm done, said Naruto kindly, as he patted the girl gently on the head, who remained completely expressionless. Excuse me, Raikage-san, but who exactly are these girls? Asked Gaara, who, like everyone else in the Suna and Konoha groups, was wondering who the 3 girls were and what their relationship to Naruto was. Oh yes, sorry about that, said Naruto with a small smile. Hokage-san, Kazekage-san, everyone, allow me to introduce you to Nene, green-haired girl, Yoshiko, pink-haired girl, and Yami, blonde-haired girl, my daughters.